Okay, President Chen, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Today is Thursday, April 22nd, 2021. It is now 5:30 and we are starting our regularly scheduled board meeting and we will immediately recess to closed session for items 2.1, which is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, government code section 54956.9. Student versus San Mateo Foster City School District, OAH case number 202-0090-666. Agenda item number 2.2, government code section 54957, public employee discipline, dismissal, and release. Agenda item 2.3, government code section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators. And that is it. So we are now going to recess directly to closed session. Thank you.
Okay, President Chen, go ahead.
Thank you. Let me try that again. Good evening, everyone. Today is Thursday, April 22nd, 2021. We are reconvening from our closed session. And so with nothing to report. Just a quick note for those of you who see us in masks. There's three of us here in the actual boardroom. Vice President Proctor is here to my left, a good almost 10 feet away. And Dr. Roses, Superintendent Roses, is at least like 15 plus feet away. So we are trying this out. We have heard that one of our neighbors to the north as a school district did this a while ago and had major technical difficulties and audio issues. So we are piloting this as we move forward to bringing everybody back. So just a quick announcement on that. So our first item up on the agenda is our flag salute. So if we could please have the flag, and then we do have a flag behind Dr. Roses, which we will all stand over here and start. Okay, ready? I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we are moving to our roll call. Trustee Corzo.
Here.
Trustee Proctor.
Here.
Trustee Warren.
Here.
And Trustee Watkins.
Here.
And I am here as well. We are all here. Next up on the agenda is the approval, 3.4, approval of agenda item for tonight, April 22nd, 2021.
Motion to approve tonight's agenda.
Thank you, Trustee Watkins.
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Corzo. Roll call vote, Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Okay, next on the agenda is 3.5, approval of minutes of the March 25th, 2021.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you, Trustee Proctor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Corzo. Roll call vote, Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. Okay, public statements. Item 4.1. Public statements related to non-agenda topics. So those are topics that are not on tonight's agenda. The San Mateo Foster City School Board cannot act upon any matter that has not been included and publicly posted on the agenda, except under limited circumstances as permitted by law. The board may refer matters raised in this forum to staff for investigation and/or action where appropriate. Peter, would you mind calling for public comment?
Not a problem, President Chen. Thank you all for joining us today. And for those that may be joining us for the first time, we use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom in order for us to know that you would like to make public comment on this particular item. Again, these are items that are not on the agenda to be discussed later on this evening. So please raise your hands now if you'd like to address the board. President Chin, what time limit do we want to give for this public comment item?
I want to try and be consistent all night. I know that there's probably going to be a lot of public comment on a number of other items that we have. So let's start and go with 2 minutes, please.
2 minutes. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Okay. So for now, we have 4 people for public comment. First up will be James. Then after James will be Fernando. James.
Thank you. Good evening, President Chin, honorable board trustees, honorable Superintendent Rosa, and hardworking school staff. My name is James Ramelez, and I'm here representing the San Mateo Building and Construction Trade Council that represents 25 construction unions, 16,000 highly skilled men and women in San Mateo County, many of which live in San Mateo and Foster City. And I would like to talk to you about converting your bond work that is going to be prevailing wage into a community workforce agreement, also known as a PLA. PLAs are community workforce agreements because they bring community benefits back to the community by hiring local contractors, local workers, local apprentices, and returning veterans from a Helmets to Hard Hat program. You have an opportunity to create good policy by converting prevailing wage jobs at your school to a community workforce agreement. As you know, wage theft is very prevalent in the prevailing wage market. And by developing a community workforce agreement, you stand by working families in San Mateo County and follow the working families platform, which is earn a decent wage. And even though our members earn a decent wage, half their money's going to mortgages, healthcare, not only for the worker, but also for the family. Retirement, our retirement dollars get invested back into the stock market and utilized at municipal bonds. And finally, education. We spend $1 billion educating our members to build the job right the first time, on time, and on budget. So it only makes sense that we partner with other schools to develop these good policies. So we hope we could count on you to create these good policies and stand with our working families. When people ask me what a union is, I tell them that it's working families standing together, and I'm here to ask you tonight to consider a PLA and stand with our working families. Thank you so much.
Thank you, James. Okay. Next, we have Fernando, and then after Fernando will be Marcos. Fernando?
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Fernando.
Wonderful. Well, hi, everyone. Likewise, again, my name is Fernando. I am the permanent sub-teacher for the whole school district. I would like to acknowledge that I've spent quite a number of hours here, volunteering my time. And I feel like I want to do this because I feel I could be heard. And I appreciate the board being able to have these sort of public comments available and being able to have educators like me being able to speak our truth and how we feel. That being said, I have a few questions. Will we continue to have Zoom sessions like this, permanently now and for the foreseeable future? I really like this format of being able to being engaged while at the same time, saving the environment and not having to figure out where to park and all that other stuff before the pandemic. The second question is, while it would be interesting now to see what families do in terms of choosing whether their students should attend school in person or not for next year, educators and teachers like me feel like we've been left out in the dark. If possible, can you please send out surveys to analyze how many instructors would like to continue working remotely or in person for next year as well? That's all I needed to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Next, we have Marcos, and then after Marcos will be Julie. Marcos? Marcos, you have a different version or an older version of Zoom. So what's going to happen is you're going to look like going to disconnect you and you'll be basically promoted as a panelist. So give us 1 second.
Okay, hello everybody. My name is Cristina Fuentes. I'm actually Marcos's mom. Can you guys hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to ask some questions about with children who are medically fragile and high risk. What are the safety measures that are being taken in the classroom and on campus to keep children like my son safe? Will there be some type of plexiglass dividers in regular classes or SDC classrooms with high-risk medically fragile students? Will there also be enough HEPA filters? And also research shows that the MERV 13 filters, they basically, I guess, like the filters that take out the virus out. So will those filters be used? Also, will there be HEPA filters in the restroom? Because, you know, children like my son, you know, they touch their face a lot. They have trouble keeping on their mask. So I just want to know what types of safety measures are going to be taken. And also, I also want to know, is every child that's entering school, is their temperature being checked? And I also heard of an application that parents are using where where they basically check mark like, yeah, my son doesn't have symptoms or my child doesn't have this. Like, how accurate is that application? Just trusting like a parent to say their child's not sick, and let's say their child is sick, like what types of consequences are the parents going to be receiving if they're lying? And I have more to say, but I guess my time is running up. So thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Okay, next we have Julie. Then after Julie will be Amy. Julie?
Good evening, Julie MacArthur here, SMETA president. It's nice to see the board back, some of the board back in the boardroom as we creep towards some sense of normalcy. I am pleased to share with the board that SMETA and the district had been able to reach an agreement to bring our students back on campus before May 10th. We are very excited about that and appreciate the district's collaboration. However, I would like to say that this comes with a caveat or a plea, if you will. Teachers really need this to be the absolute last change that we receive over the course of the year. We have graciously worked with the district and tried hard to collaborate with them, but each of these changes come at a cost and a disruption to the academics of students and to the emotional well-being of teachers. Teachers have been impacted by the pandemic in much the same ways that other families have, and it's only fair that we continue to consider their needs as we move forward. Given the amount of time that we have left, it makes no sense to tweak any more of our classrooms or make any further adjustments, regardless of what the guidelines shifts may be. Teachers need to be able to settle in, plan a curriculum and a robust learning experience for students between now and the end of the school year. And if we are forced to change classes again, or we are forced to shift to make some new accommodation, the academics will absolutely suffer for that. In addition to that, the emotional toll that this has taken on teachers cannot continue to be ignored. The students are not in the classrooms by themselves. There are teachers with their own families in the classrooms, and they deserve to have their needs taken into account as well. So I appreciate that Sue will go into more details later, but I would like to just end with that plea that this really needs to be the last shift that we see. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Next, we have Amy, and then after Amy will be another Amy. Amy Fickenshire?
Figured out which Amy I was. Thank you.
Yes. Go ahead, Amy.
So I have 2 kids at George Hall who are receiving speech therapy services, and our SLP resigned over spring break. So now we have no SLP and no plan has been communicated with families regarding compensatory minutes for missed sessions or a timeline for hiring a new therapist. For my family, this is the 3rd school year in a row that there has been a lapse in speech services because either an SLP had not been hired by the start of the school year or an SLP had left during the school year and it took some time to hire a new one. So tonight I'd like to advocate for smaller and weighted caseloads for our school SLPs and related service providers, and for the district to do a deep dive into the hiring and retention of quality providers. These lapses in services every year can't keep happening. It's disruptive to our students and doesn't help them to continue to make progress and meet their goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Okay, next we have Amy G, and then after Amy will be Marcella. Amy?
I'm so sorry, board. I accidentally hit it when I was logging in. So sorry, I don't have any questions. I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Next, we have Marcella. Marcella, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Earlier, Marcos's mom came and asked a lot of really good questions, and I appreciated that, but it also prompted me to recognize the fact that we continue to struggle with communication with our families. I think that some of this information has been presented in previous board meetings very late at night. It's in slides. It's very hard to access. And so I'm asking that there be a space where families can go and ask these questions without having to worry about the 2-minute timeline. And that there be a space, that there be some back and forth engagement between families and the district. I have appreciated the listening sessions on compacted math. I appreciated the board members offering up the listening sessions. Those have all, I think, contributed to an increased sense of community understanding and being listened to. I would ask that our district staff be available as well to hold some of those listening sessions and create space so that some of these logistical questions, that there's a space that families can go to, that they don't feel like they have to come to a board meeting to get answers to those questions, and that it be an ongoing communication process. So things like the slides, I looked yesterday afternoon, I couldn't find the update on in-person learning. So making slides available within a reasonable amount of time, making sure that our that everyone in the community is able to access the district, the staff, and the board in a way that works for them. So again, I am very grateful to the listening sessions that have been happening recently, and I'm asking for more of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcella. Next, we have Suzanne. Suzanne, go ahead.
Hi, yeah, thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak here. I just wanted to put it out there that I have called the special education office because I have a child with an IEP. And for some reason, their message says that they are working from home and they will call me back within a week. The first time I called them, they called me back, an admin called me a month later with no answer. When I called last week, 8 days ago, I have not been called back. So I'm wondering at this point in the pandemic, why we don't have a system that is a little bit more responsive to needs of these children. He has an IEP and you're legally obligated to fulfill those requirements. So I'm just asking whoever it may be in the district to kind of approach these things. And if there's a voicemail that's supposed to be capturing them, that somebody is actually checking those and returning those calls. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Next, we have Jamie. Jamie, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. As we are thinking about the educational, social, and emotional needs of kids in the coming year, I wanted to urge that we include in these plans how educators, students, and families will be supported in the context of our country's reckoning with historic and ongoing racism, including hate crimes and police violence targeting people of color. At least according to my child, none of the recent events, including the insurrection, the anti-Asian hate crimes, police killings, have been acknowledged in the classroom. And the history materials that I see coming home look not unlike the whitewashed version of history that I learned growing up. And I think we have to recognize that kids notice what is not being said, what topics are not being discussed at school. And the silence about topics that are so detrimental to our society and to individuals, it sends a powerful message that race and racism are not important, or that these are things that individuals and families should be left to deal with on their own at home. When in reality, the work of anti-racism falls on all of us and all of our societal institutions, including our schools. Based on my own experience as a parent, learning how to address these subjects with my kids, I suspect that educators may have similar discomfort about addressing these topics in a developmentally appropriate manner, and they may also need some coaching or resources. And so my question for the board and the district is this: beyond the emails, excuse me, the much appreciated emails, I should say, denouncing hate crimes and police violence, what is happening in the classroom to acknowledge and educate about our country's racist history and current events in a manner that is developmentally appropriate and supportive of kids' emotional needs? And can the board hold the district accountable to ensure that school sites and educators have a plan for this and are provided with whatever resources, training, and support is needed to ensure that we're addressing these topics and including an anti-racist lens? And I just quickly, this is also something for the sites to consider as they're preparing their site plans for next year. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jamie. Next, we have Daniela. Daniela, go ahead.
Hi, I just have a question that is pretty quickly a topic that I think we need to start discussing soon. And sadly, it's about gun violence and what's happening lately in our country. And I know that this is a topic that we have been discussing for the past years, but unfortunately now we're seeing, I don't know if it's a surge or if it's just like a new normalcy or what's happening. And I just want to know what the district is doing to keep our kids safe, keep our staff safe, keep our school safe. And I think it's a topic that we need to start discussing and just like be aware that this is probably a new reality beyond the pandemic and everything's reopening. And unfortunately, this is happening a lot lately. And I just wanna be aware of what are the plans or what are the things we're doing in order to be safe in schools and for us to be okay with sending our kids back despite the pandemic, just sending them back to a place where they will be safe. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. Okay, President Chin, we have no other hands for public comment on this item at this time.
Great, thank you, Peter, and thank you to everyone who's provided their public comments to us. For those who had questions, feel free to reach out to us by email or calling us, and we will make sure that we will send the information over to Dr. Roses, which I'm getting used to actually just looking at her this way. And we can get your questions answered. So with that, I'm going to move on, but before we move on to the next agenda item, I always do this and jump in really quickly. Trustee Corzo, would you mind doing the translation services announcement, please?
Sí, bienvenidos a todos. Solo queremos recordarles que sí hay traducción en español disponible. Si lo ocupa, por favor, levante la mano y también puede empujar el botón en su pantalla de un mundo y ahí pueden cambiar la idioma a español. Gracias.
Thank you, Trustee Corzo. I will make sure that I keep trying to do that earlier in the agenda every single meeting. 4.2, agenda item 4.2, public statements related to agenda items. Persons will be called on at the appropriate time. So when we actually call that agenda item, we will have public comment for that time. Agenda item 4.3, foundation and community reports, committee reports. Would anyone like to start?
I'm happy to start. The Equity Task Force had a meeting on Tuesday, and the PAN team, so Dr. Noguera's team, conducted a hour engagement with the Equity Task Force around the North Central School. We were not a part of that, and they were keeping senior management and the board out of those sessions, so we were not in attendance. And so I don't know what came of that, but they did that. And then during the kind of last part of that time, the task force is still thinking about governance and kind of what term limits are going to look like, and sort of just kind of reviewing some of those pieces. What are the best structures in terms of continuing to move the work forward and be able to integrate some of the things that are coming up in real time with the board, and also establish the leadership team once again. So there was a leadership team that had been working together to be able to kind of respond to things as they were coming up in a more timely way. And so a new team, because there has been some recent turnover, and there will be some more turnover coming up because folks are at their 2 years. And so that's what that transition. So yeah, some governance work. And then the individual kind of subcommittees didn't actually have a time to move forward, to continue working this time, but that will be on the agenda for next time. I think that's all I have for foundation or committee reports.
I'll just add to that. Basically, kind of the same for the Sanctuary Task Force. They also had PAN, join the meeting and get feedback about the North Central School, and so I was not a part of today's meeting, but I do know that that is what happened during the meeting. Last week, let's see, in the Sanctuary Task Force, we did some work on developing a new strategic plan and kind of reviewing it, because it has been, I believe, almost 3 years or possibly the full 3 years since the first strategic plan was created. And so there was feedback from the group in terms of what that should look like, possible changes, what work should continue, and also some discussion about some of the topics that we have been discussing in our board meetings related to equity and academics. So yeah, I don't know if you want to add anything, Lisa, to that piece.
I think you've covered everything. You can hear me? Okay. Or am I frozen?
We hear you.
Okay, thanks. My internet is doing funky things right now, so I apologize. I did attend the CDAC on Monday or Tuesday, excuse me. And there we started going over LCAP, and they will be having a speaker coming to the meeting in May to talk about dyslexia and kind of help parents understand that a little bit more and understand the services that they can obtain for their child.
I can provide an update on some of the meetings I attended. Actually, I checked in with the DLAC meeting. They also had their PAN engagement session, so I stepped out of that where they discussed the North Central School. I attended the Ed Foundation meeting. Some interesting things coming out of there. There's going to be a website revamp, so stay tuned to see a new website. And also they're planning a meet and greet for people that are interested in joining the board or becoming a volunteer. So also look for some more information about that. And then lastly, I attended LMI, and it was lots of topics were discussed, including the middle school math topic, an update on the superintendent search, briefly discussed a little bit about AB 86 and the potential for what those funds might be able to be used for. Reopening, and really just everything that we're going to be talking about tonight. So that is my update.
Thank you, trustees. I do have a couple other updates, but as we try to get used to being back in the boardroom again, it's interesting that we do find that there's an audio delay as we all talk here in the boardroom. So just a couple of updates from my end. Right after our last board meeting, Trustee Watkins and I did attend a City of San Mateo liaison meeting. So we met with our two liaisons, Councilwoman Emerance Lee and Councilwoman Diane Pappen, and we updated them not only on reopening, but also our Measure X projects, specifically the gyms that were completed and are done at both at Borel and at Abbott. So we're very excited about those, and we can't wait to actually have some sort of community opening for that. Additionally, I attended a communications meeting that was, I think, last week or so, where we updated, where the committee talked about updating the website and a number of other updates, general updates as well. As we talked about, the superintendent search was mentioned. Just to give everybody an update, we are meeting again tomorrow in closed session to review resumes and select candidates for interviewing. And the interviews are scheduled for, again, May 7th and May 8th in a couple of weeks. So we are making progress in that. Other than that, I think that is the foundation and committee reports. Next up is announcements. Does anyone have any announcements that they'd like to make? I'll make one announcement. I am happy to say that as we continue to kind of come to the end of the COVID tunnel, we have now moved past, what I think we're at, like it's 65% in terms of adults or 16 and up in San Mateo County who've been vaccinated. We are 0.1 away from being in the yellow, and there is some county leadership that expects us to be in the yellow tier either next week or the following week afterwards, if everything goes as well. So I think it's great strides. I was reminiscing on the fact that a year ago today or so, we were all in sheltering in place, and we were looking for hand sanitizer and wipes and toilet paper. And that's what we were doing a year ago today. So I think we've come a long way. I think we've done a lot of progress, and I hope that everyone continues to wear masks, socially distance themselves, and adheres to the county rules, because it'll take all of us to continue to get out of this COVID situation that we're in, but the light is at the end of the tunnel. So I think that's very positive, and I just wanted to make that announcement. Okay, there's no other announcements. Anyone? No? All right, we're moving on to agenda item 4.5, the superintendent report. Dr. Roses.
I know you have a very busy meeting this evening, so I just wanted to make one quick announcement, and that was a congratulations to the Sanctuary Task Force for their Kent Award. The San Mateo County School Boards Association annually awards school districts for special programs that make a difference for students and their families. And our Sanctuary Task Force was awarded this Kent Award this year. So just wanted to say congratulations to the team.
Absolutely, very well deserved. Sorry, Trustee Corso.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Trustee.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that in addition to, the Sanctuary Task Force having won the Kent Award, part of what's so exciting about it is that Dale Rogers, our amazing English language coordinator, has also basically created a roadmap for other districts to also create Sanctuary Task Forces in their own districts, and so that will be shared at the award ceremony with the entire county. So
Absolutely fantastic. Congratulations to all. It's well deserved. So we are moving on to the proposed consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered by the board to be routine and will be enacted by the board in one motion in the form listed below. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be removed and discussed from the consent agenda. The superintendent and staff recommend approval of all consent items. Movement of any recommended consent items is appropriate at this time. Does anybody want to modify the consent agenda? No. Peter, would you mind asking for a public comment or request?
Not a problem, President Chin. For those in the audience, the consent agenda includes, multiple different contracts, things like that are available on our website. If anybody would like one of these items to be pulled and to make a comment about it, please use your raise your hand functionality in Zoom now, and then I'll ask you to which agenda item you would like to make comment. President Chin, I see no hands to pull any items for consent.
Great, thank you, Peter. At this time, I would entertain a motion for the approval of the consent agenda.
I motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Trustee Corzo. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Proctor. Roll call vote, Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
Thank you, Trustee Warren. Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. Thank you. The consent agenda has been approved. And we are now moving on to item 6.1, Special Education Program Update and CDAC update.
Good evening, Board, Board President Chin, Dr. Rosas, and trustees. I'm Sarah Drinkwater with Student Services, and Peter will be assisting in pulling forward Alma Ellis and Amy Fickinger for the presentation with me. Thank you very much, Peter. And I believe you are also assisting with the slide deck for us. Thank you. And as was mentioned, we are sharing with you today about our special education program, as well as our CDAC work that we have accomplished this year. So what we will be focusing on this evening is our special education plan, or SEP for short. And this plan focuses on state and federal compliance. And there are 5 areas of focus for us, and that's participation of students with disabilities who have IEPs and statewide assessments, student achievement in English language arts and math, suspension and expulsion of students with disabilities, least restrictive environment, so participation of students with disabilities with their general ed peers, and then disproportional representation, and that will be familiar to you related to our CCEIS plan. The second topic we will be talking about and sharing with you is the development of our special education strategic plan, which is an outgrowth, if you will, of the audit findings from the 2 outside consultants that we used a couple of years ago. And the areas that make up that strategic plan: staff qualification, expertise, looking at the staff that we have, effective education practices with students, the education opportunities and learning environment for our students with disabilities, teamwork and collaboration, and school and community partnerships. Next slide. The third area is the Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervening Services Plan. We call that CSACE or CCEIS for short. And our focus, as you know, is on disproportionality. And we'll be going over the 3 outcomes in that plan and work that has happened to date. And then there will be a CDAC update provided to you by Amy Fickinger, the chair of CDAC. Next slide. So I will start out sharing information about the special education plan and then transition with Alma as we move through the special education plan and development of the strategic plan for the department. So as I mentioned just briefly in the agenda, the special education plan focuses on state and federal compliance. And so there are federal indicators that reflect both performance goals for districts and compliance goals. An example of a performance goal would be a student achievement on statewide assessment. And compliance goals, an example of that would be the completion of assessments within the appropriate timeline so that IEPs, annual IEPs are conducted on time. So the indicators are either performance or compliance. In total, there are 17 indicators for school districts, though some of them, like graduation rates, are only relevant to high school. So for our district, 14 apply to San Mateo Foster City School District. And districts are rated each year on the indicators within an annual performance report, or APR. And the APR is a review of previous year's ratings, typically a 2 to 3 year comparison, along with the year that is of focus. And then a special ed plan is developed to address those areas identified as not meeting the target goal, the performance goal, or the compliance goal. And the areas that we will be focusing on are participation in statewide assessment, achievement in ELA and math, suspensions, least restrictive environment, and disproportional representation. Next slide. So I want to share some data with you related to participation of students with IEPs in statewide assessment for 3 years. In working with this data, it's typical that we are about 2 years behind when we are working with our SELPA on the data. It isn't the most recent year prior, it's usually 2 years ago. And so you see the 3 most recent years that we have data. And so the target for students with disabilities to participate in statewide assessment is 95%. And you can see in both ELA and math that we have met that goal in 2016-17 and 17-18, slightly over 95%. And then in 2018-19, we were below 95% at 94 and almost a half in ELA and a little bit lower at 93% in math. And so the goal overall is 95% in those 2 areas. Next slide. Then the next area to share data with you is achievement, the indicator related to achievement in those 2 content areas. And you can see in front of you the data from the past 3 years that we're referencing, 2016-17, 17-18, and 18-19. And there are targets that are increasing over those 3 years in both language arts and math. And we have also increased, at least in language arts, and have fluctuated and increasing in math as well. So in 2016, you can see we were at 11.2% achievement, and that is looking at proficiency, the rating of proficiency on the statewide assessment. And then 2018-19, we were up to 14.8. And then in math, you can see the progression there. In 2016-17, we were actually above the target. And then made a dip and then rebounded actually by 4.5 percentage points there in 2018-19, but not as a straight increase year to year. So a little up and down there. Next slide, please. So this indicator is a little bit tricky to understand. It's easy to understand about students with disabilities spending time in general education. But this particular indicator is focused on the students who spend the least amount of time or almost the least amount of time in general ed. When data is provided to the state, students are, based on the number of minutes they're in general ed, are put into a particular category. Are they a student who is spending 80% or more of their time in general ed? There's also a middle group that is between 41% and up to 80% or 79%. So there's a middle group. And then the third group is those that spend 40% or less of their day in general education. And so the indicator is focused on that group of students to decrease the number of students in that group. And by decreasing the number of students in that group, the students that spend 40% or less of their time in general education, by reducing that number, you are increasing their percentage of time in general education. Because if they're not in that group, that means that they're above 40% in general education and have increased their time. So you can see the targets in 2016, 17, 17, 18, and 18, 19. We're looking for decreasing the number of students in that group. And we have not met the target, but we have decreased that number. And so therefore, those students in that group, there are students who then have moved into the middle group of spending more time, more of their school time in general education. So we have decreased that number from 27.8 to 24.2. And so progress has been made there. You can see in terms of the comparison with the target. So I hope explaining those groups of students and how the indicator is related to least restricted environment, depending on the percentage. Next slide, please. So this indicator is looking at suspensions and expulsions. And for our district, we have had no expulsions. And in the year 2016-17, there was no data, meaning data, it's not that we didn't have data for suspensions, but the SELPA did not calculate data for us in 16-17. So we have 2 years to show here. And the goal is to decrease the percentage of students with disabilities who are suspended within 1 school year. So you can see in 2017, 2018, we met the target, meaning that the 4.7% was a decrease in the number of students with disabilities who were suspended. And in 2018-19, we did not meet the target. You can see there's an increase of 0.8 and over those 2 years. But I will share that over those 2 years' time, our district had no expulsions of students from our district. Next slide, please. Then this last indicator that we're sharing with you, and I mentioned earlier, is related to our CCEIS plan. And this is looking at disproportional representation by disability. In an earlier board presentation in December, we had shared more specifics about the plan itself. But what disproportional representation is showing is the risk that a student who is within the Hispanic ethnic category, the risk they have of being identified as a student with learning disabilities. And so the risk ratio that we're trying to meet is not greater than 3%. And for this particular indicator, if a district is over the target for 3 years in a row, that then propels that district to develop a plan, a CCEIS plan, to try and address this particular issue. So the goal is to decrease the number of students, again, of a certain racial or ethnic group being identified under a specific disability category. And for our district, the racial ethnic group is Hispanic and the disability category is SLD. Next slide, please. So I will transition to Alma to share with you about the special ed timeline and work that has occurred and will be occurring.
Thank you, Dr. Drinkwater. Board President Chin, Dr. Rosas, Board of Trustees and Community, good evening. Presented before you is the SEP or Special Education Timeline. So we started way back in October. We formed the implementation team, and the required members are one SELPA representative, an administrator from special education, an administrator from general education, a special education teacher, and a general education teacher. The SEP improvement team did data review and analysis in October, and then in November, we engaged in a root cause analysis and identified improvement strategies. In December, the SEP was presented to the special education leadership team and department, and then the special education plan was submitted to CDE. While waiting for CDE approval, we thought we will engage in some proactive efforts. We started implementing some of the improvement strategies outlined in the plan, and we also started documenting our progress.
Excuse me, Alma. Alma, would you mind getting a little bit closer to the mic, please? Thank you. I just want to make sure that we can all hear you well. Thank you.
In March, we received approval from CDE, and internally, we reviewed our progress on the strategic activities. And then next slide, please. In May, the improvement team will reconvene to review progress and evidence of implementation. And in June, progress report is due to CDE. It will be important for us to note that our special education local plan area provided guidance and support in the development and implementation of the special education plan. They review compliance documents before they are submitted to CDE. They also participate in the data review, root cause analysis, and review of progress meetings. Next slide, please. In addition to the special education plan and CSA's plan, special education is also working on a strategic plan towards a high quality special education program. The development of the strategic plan is an outcome of the audit, as mentioned by Dr. Drinkwater earlier in the presentation, from the outside consultants. And the essential components actually align with the quality for 5 essential components of a high quality special education program listed on the slide. We are using a survey tool called Assessing and Improving Special Education, developed by the Center of School Turnaround at West Ed. We are in the process of completing the administration of the survey tool to include all stakeholders. The tool identifies 16 features considered to be essential to a high quality special education program. And it also includes description of practices that demonstrate the highest standard. I think that is in the next slide, Peter. So the rubric that we are using in using the tool are highest quality standard, acceptable quality standard, and unacceptable quality standard. Slide 14, please. While work is in progress on the survey on the quality of special education program and services in our district, we have already started some work on the 5 essential components of high quality special education program identified in the audit. Highlights on the work in progress under staff qualification and expertise. We collaborated with our human resources department in hiring more district staff to replace agency hires. We have engaged in collaborative professional learning with general education. There's a regular schedule of professional learning offered throughout the school year, and there are also ongoing site-specific professional learning that are being provided by our program specialists. Under effective education practices, we have increased the access given to educational specialists and paraeducators to the general education curriculum. We also increased resources for special education teachers and staff through online resources and updates provided weekly by our program specialists. Under education opportunities and learning environment, there's continued provision of TOSA support at the 3 elementary schools, ongoing school site-driven implementation of inclusive practices, and socio-emotional learning support is also being provided and facilitated by school psychologists in collaboration with the school counselors. Under teamwork and collaboration, we have mentioned the reinstatement of the special education leadership team. We developed a shared communication tool where our different cohorts or staff members can provide input to the agenda for the meetings. And regular monthly cohort meetings are also being held. Under school community and partnership, there's increased CDAC presence in meetings. I know Amy will provide more updates for us later on in the presentation. CDAC also has started their involvement in the County Advisory Council, and we have provided parent offerings, parent education offerings through CDAC. Slide 15 through 17 is pretty much the timeline for the development of the strategic plan. In October, we have identified the survey tool and the program components have been identified. We did a trial survey for the special education and some special education cohorts in November. There was a trial survey administered to the SPED leadership team in December. Based on the input provided during those trial surveys, or in those trial surveys, we revised the tool in January, and we introduced the tool at the SPED department meeting in February. Next slide, please. In March, we administered the tool to the rest of the special education staff. We are in the process of also administering the tools to the rest of the stakeholders that will include administrators. In May, we intend to do a data presentation to all stakeholders, and in June, a presentation to the board. In July, we plan to engage in stakeholders' strategic planning session. And next slide, please. In August, we intend to actually finalize the strategic plan and to start implementation in September. We will continue the process by progress monitoring in October, in November, and provide the board strategic plan implementation update in December. Next slide, please. This is just the highlights of the work that we have done so far on the CSACE plan. We turned in our progress report to CDE in April, and the highlights of the work under outcome 1 include MTSS study sessions that have been held with the steering committee, and our steering committee is actually composed of executive cabinet and cabinet level administrators and staff from student services and educational services. We determined the team leads for each of the outcome. We also draft the MTSS lead position description. As part of the CSACE plan is hiring an MTSS lead who will guide and support the MTSS work. The MTSS work with student services and ed services is part of the plan to address disproportional representation of Hispanic or Latinx ethnicity under the specific learning disability category. And one of the CSACE implementation team members facilitates one of the equity task force subgroups, David Chambliss. He facilitates the academic subcommittee, and this committee recommended the implementation of the MTSS framework to address equity in learning, and David has shared the CSACE plan to the equity task force subgroup with an initial overview, just to show you the overlap in the MTSS work. For outcome 2, as mentioned earlier on by Trustee Corzo, the English Learner Roadmap is underway. There are ongoing professional learning opportunities for administrators and teachers on robust curricular implementation and support that address the unique language and literacy needs of English learners by typology. And that means we are addressing newcomers, long-term English learners, students at risk of becoming long-term English learners, as well as students who are progressing. Under outcome 3, we have engaged in calibration session on the referral process for special education eligibility determination. And as a cohort, the psychologists engage in discussions that involve the pre-referral process that is being implemented at the school sites that they support. Focus group sessions will be scheduled by the outcome 3 implementation team to facilitate discussions on the necessary educational data that needs to be collected before a referral for special education services is initiated. The next CSACE progress report is due to CDE in July. Next slide, please. And I'm turning over the presentation to Amy.
Hello, I'm Amy Fickenshire, the CDAC chair and parent to 2 children receiving special ed services. I am happy to be here tonight to share information with you all about the Special Education District Advisory Committee. CDAC meetings have continued this year to be held via Zoom, allowing for many families to access the meetings. Attendance has varied quite a lot, ranging from 30 to 130 attendees, depending on the meeting and the topic. We focused this year on providing parent education opportunities and continuing to serve as a communication channel and resource for families in the district. Meetings this year have included presentations from the Office of Clients' Rights Advocacy, which is a part of Disability Rights California. And the Office of Client Rights Advocacy provides free legal services for clients of the Golden Gate Regional Center, with a focus on eligibility for ongoing clients of the Regional Center so that families can receive access to resources such as Medi-Cal, respite care, and medical supplies. We also had 3 different IEP training opportunities, a 2-part presentation from Karen Breslow at the San Mateo County SELPA, focusing on understanding IEP documents and services, and also an IEP training from the parent perspective presented by Ability Paths Family Resource Center. That presentation focused on the initial IEP process and the transition from regional center services to school district services. We also had a presentation from an attorney at Disability Rights California called Special Education in the Time of COVID. For this presentation, there was first a listening session to help the presenter get an idea of what's been working and what's not been working for families of students receiving services. And then a presentation that included information on special education law, assessment timelines, distance learning IEP plans, and relevant case law. We've also had a presentation from the district's inclusion cohort about the work they've been doing this year, including their vision and mission and the introduction of the 2 inclusion TOSAs that were mentioned earlier in this presentation. On April 20th, so just this week, the district used the CDAC meeting time to reach families of students receiving special services for the LCAP engagement and to start the conversation and feedback gathering on the Assembly Bill 86 accelerated learning plans. As mentioned in the committee updates, our upcoming May 25th meeting will be a presentation called Understanding Dyslexia. The speaker, Emma Elizalde, is an expert in the field and the past president of the International Dyslexia Association. The link for the presentation will be shared with all families in the district via email, typically the Friday before. And I encourage anyone interested in finding out more about reading challenges, and dyslexia to attend. Moving on to our focus areas for the 2021-2022 school year, the challenges of distance learning and the clear need for families to better understand the IEP process shifted our focus a bit for this school year. And as such, one of our goals for the 2021-2022 school year is to really move this committee more into the role of a district advisory committee. We will report out to the board 3 times a year along with the special education department, and are working to create a strategic plan for the CDAC using the audit recommendations to guide our work and provide information to the board. Each district in the San Mateo SELPA is to have 2 representatives serve on the SELPA's CAC, and we hope to come back to the board by the end of this school year or early in the fall for approval of 2 new representatives from our district. I've attended the last 2 meetings of this school year just as an attendee, and it will be really valuable for us to have actual members appointed to that board or to that committee. Next year, we'll also continue to provide parent education opportunities and resources, including partnering with the special education department to create an onboarding type of training for families new to special education in our district. And of course, we will continue our outreach efforts to reach more families. The CDAC has selected 2 areas from the special ed audit in which to focus our work, and those areas are inclusion and IEP compliance. We plan to connect with the district's inclusion cohort to collaborate on the desires of the district and of families in terms of inclusion, and to come to the board with recommendations for increasing inclusive practices throughout the district. We'll work with data regarding IEP compliance in 2 different ways. The first being compliance and IEP documentation, and the second compliance and IEP implementation. So we'll work with the special ed administration to gather data, survey families, and provide information back to the board. And to the next slide, please. Thank you. So here are our meeting dates for the next school year. Our first meeting will be Tuesday, August 31st, and we plan to resume in-person meetings as allowed, but maintain a video conference option as well as Spanish translation to maximize access for all of our families. Thank you for your time tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you, Alma and Amy. Appreciate our collaboration on the presentation. And as Amy just mentioned, we're happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Fantastic presentation. I'm going to open up to the board for any clarifying questions, if anybody has any. And just one note, if we could take off the PowerPoint or the presentation so we can see the rest of the board items. Thank you. Yes, so opening up to the rest of the board for any clarifying questions before we get to public comment.
I have a couple questions. Thank you all for the update and presentation. For the suspension data that you shared, I'm wondering and if you have insight into or off the top of your heads how the SPED suspension percentages compare to Gen Ed.
We do have little bit of information about that. We were able to meet with SELPA and get some additional information. So the goal is looking at that the target and the data that's on the spreadsheet is, or on the table, is related to students with disabilities, and looking at those same 2 years related to general ed, the percentage for general ed students who are suspended is somewhere in the 1 to 2% range.
Okay, so there's definitely a difference there.
Yes.
Okay. I have another question around just in general. I guess I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about kind of how it seems like there's multiple streams of work happening, and I didn't really hear a lot of how that kind of all intersects. So you talk about the SCP and that plan and the strategic plan. And then, obviously there's work happening with the CDAC. I know, for example, the Equity Task Force is working on MTSS. How does that all work together, right? Because I guess I'll try not to comment. That's just a question. Can you talk about how those things intersect?
That's a good question, because within special ed, as you know, there's so many facets, and some of the plans that we shared with you today, like the SEP plan, is a specific plan that needs to be developed if indicator targets or goals, the performance goals, are not met. And so that's a yearly event, depending on what information or what data indicates that certain work needs to be completed. So in essence, that's kind of a yearly activity that occurs. Sometimes the indicator work changes depending on the data from the district. Related to the strategic plan and then some of the audit work, as well as CCEIS, those very much tie together, because it's looking at the whole department and work and supporting students and families. We did the initial audit with the outside consultants just to get some information and pulse about good things and things we needed to work on that were happening in the special education department and services, what was happening in the district. And their audit also recommended looking long-term for a strategic plan. How are we going to make those changes and sustain those changes that need to happen? And that's where a strategic plan and its framework becomes very helpful to be able to do that and look down the road of where we want to go to and in what areas. And with CCEIS, what that has brought forward is collaboration and aligned work with our colleagues in Ed Services to serve all students. And the MTSS framework is a framework to support the involvement, inclusion, and achievement of all students. Yes, students with disabilities, but all students. And as you can see by the outcomes that we have identified related to our data, we are working with students where English is a second language, our EL students and our colleagues who work in that area. And then the referral process is looking at the supports that students receive in Tier 1 or in general education, and to solidify that work prior to identifying a student for referral for special education, to know that they've received the education support that they need before making a referral. So I hope that's helped answer that for you.
Yeah.
If you have anything else.
Yeah, no, I think it's helpful. I have kind of a comment about that piece, but I'll save that for comments. And then I guess one more question. I'm curious if you can share, I have this question about a few pieces, but I'll focus on just one. When you think about kind of, because inclusion, least restrictive environment is definitely you know, a big piece of many aspects of kind of the work that's happening. I'm curious if you could talk a little bit, when you think about the implementation of that, what does that look like? Does that mean we have a vision for reducing SDC classrooms? Does that mean we have, like, what are some of the components that we, I guess, envision that actually looking like in practice in our district?
Alma, do you want to go first and I can add?
The main vision is actually for us to depart from having a conversation about inclusion, because it means that we are already including our students. It's embedded in the culture, and it's embedded in the day-to-day practices. So that's pretty much is a simple version of the vision of inclusion. It is a process, and we are fortunate that there are certain schools that have already started or are more aggressive in implementing inclusive practices. But we are looking into a strategy on how students with IEPs can spend more time in general education by changing the mindset of our district as far as special education as a service and not a placement.
I would also add to that in looking at the inclusion group's mission and vision, it is looking at that all students belong. So it's not inclusion just only for students with disabilities, but all students and how they feel and belong in a school community. And it is something that occurs, and the work is done at the school site. And you asked about, would there be a decrease in self-contained classrooms? Yes, that could be an outcome of that. We also know in special ed, we always have to be able to offer the continuum of options because we have to be able to serve the needs of students. But an outcome of that would be of inclusion is that students are served in their neighborhood schools, their school of assignment, and are able to receive the services that they need there at that school.
Thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Any other trustee clarifying questions before we move on to public comment?
Yeah, I do. First off, I just want to say I love the work that the CDAC is doing. I think it's an amazing step beyond what we used to have in the Special Education PTA Committee. I feel that there are definitely more parent education, really pertinent parent education opportunities that are happening and occurring, especially for those parents who it's their first IEP. I still remember walking into my first IEP, shaking in my shoes and not sure what was going to happen. So I can only imagine that multiplied even further amongst all of our special education families. The questions that and also Alma, I'm really happy to hear that there is more of a plan in place than I've seen since I've been in this district when, what was it, 2017. So kudos to you and your group, Alma, for starting to just get things in place. And I want you to know that I think that's great. Some of the questions I have involves around inclusion. And, I think we are on the right track to starting to have more inclusion, but where can we look at including more? And then what part of the day are students included in the general education? Because I know in some instances, the IEP says, we need to include the child and they get included for art or recess or PE, which, I mean, that doesn't really mean a whole lot to me. You know, I would love to see more, you know, engagement and inclusion into math or English or, you know, some sort of classroom-based activity. So I would love to know a bit more about that first.
Trustee Warren, it's hard for me to answer like when are students included in the day because of all the different IEPs and decisions are made, whether it be more, like you said, is it PE or art versus academic subject like reading and math. We know that students are included in all of those, but I don't know specifically how many of you know, one or another. So I'm not able to answer that right now. And your initial question was, or your first question, I think, before that was wanting to include more. And I might have missed a little bit about what your first question was, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Again.
Of course. Just basically, you know, it's great that we're starting to get more kids included for more time during the day. So at this point, how can we work towards including or making inclusion more hours of the day or more minutes of the day? And I understand, yes, IEPs, they're individualized and that's going to be different for every student, but I'm just thinking in terms of generalities.
Okay. And I think Alma touched upon that a little bit when she was talking about inclusion, that it's a mindset and starting with the school community and what their mindset is about supporting all students, you know, in their learning community and providing those supports in general education classrooms. It also means that special educators or ed specialists would also step forward and assist colleagues in learning some of the skill sets that they have and going into general ed classrooms as well to model, show, be supportive of students that are in the classroom. So it's a two-way street. We know one of the, or all three of them, but I know that the TOSA work, the inclusion TOSA work has really focused on increasing the skill level of paraeducators and providing them with professional opportunities so that they can easily move in and out of environments, whether it be a special ed classroom or a general ed classroom, and be seen as just a support, not a support for a particular student or, you know, only the students in the special education classroom. So.
And I would like to add to Dr. Drinkwater's response. The IEP meeting is always a vehicle to actually collaborate in terms of finding opportunities, more opportunities for a particular student to have access or more access and engage with typically developing peers. So thank you, Trustee Warren, for acknowledging that it is actually a case on a case-by-case basis, and it's actually really individualized to a student's ability levels and the support that the student would require, you know, in order to have meaningful access to the general education environment. I also would like to, you know, more on give an example to where we really want to achieve. And I would like to start by saying in the use of assistive technology, our goal is not only for a student with IEP to be able to navigate through a communication device. Our goal is for a general education student to be able to share that communication device with the student with IEP and engage in learning experiences. So that is actually one of our inclusion vision. It's just hard for us to actually just respond because we have a lot of plans. We have a lot of, discussions regarding how to improve inclusive practices. But the most current encouragement is for our related services providers to actually engage in more inclusive practices. And it actually happened while we were in shelter in place and providing virtual instruction, where our APE teachers collaborated with ed specialists, general education teachers in conducting their sessions. Our speech and language pathologists also engage in co-teaching activities with ed specialists and some of our general education teachers. So I just
Thank you.
Yeah, we're
And
doing.
actually, hold on one moment. I think Sue had something she wanted to add.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, the work in the district of including all of our children, especially students with disabilities, is not just the job of the special ed department. In negotiations, the district and SMETA spent some significant time in the last round of the negotiations really looking at this article and really trying to include language that really provides for more inclusion. And so we did negotiate things that, like, for example, the special education staff and the general education staff would have time to collaborate before transitioning a student into the general ed classroom. We also negotiated the fact that if a student is included in the classroom, they're included in the class count, and that they're part of the class, and that teachers who when students are included in classes, for example, language arts or math or science and social studies, that the students would be included in the class count in order to help to keep the class sizes lower. And so that the teacher can support students. So we're, like I said, we did spend time in negotiations. This is important. We appreciated the collaboration with SMETA to do our part in terms of providing greater inclusion opportunities for our students.
Wonderful. But ultimately, it sounds like part of what has to happen, or like it just depends upon the particular site's culture. Is that what I'm understanding you're saying, Dr. Drinkwater, in terms of how inclusion is carried out?
Actually, I'd like to answer that. We have 4 programs of 4 schools right now who have piloted and are pretty far down the road with inclusion work. And we are in the process of determining how to replicate that work and move it out to each school so that we have it throughout the entire district. So it will not, it will build, and it will not be just up to individual schools. So we have some schools that are models now, work that has been done, and work that can be then replicated.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Rosas. Just another question.
Sorry, Trustee Warren, I just want to interject. It sounds like we're getting a lot more into discussion items. I just wanted to make sure that we're doing quick clarifying questions so we can get to public comment, and then we can go ahead and do our board discussion. So Trustee Warren.
I'm sorry about that. Inclusion, it's great. Child Find, how successful are we so far in Child Find? Do we have numbers to speak to? Do we not? I'm just curious to know a little bit more.
That would, the specific numbers about Child Find, I'd have to get for you later.
Sure.
But we have a responsibility for Child Find in preschool up through the 8th grade. Child Find is what happens in schools when students are referred to special education. So I'm not sure what numbers you might be looking for, preschool referrals. And so if happy to help and get more information if that's what you would like.
Certainly, we can take this offline as well, Dr. Drinkwater, and have a nice little discussion, nice robust discussion about IDEA and all that. Thank you.
Great. Any other trustee clarifying questions?
Yeah, I just had a question. In terms of so I see that in, so I actually was opening this assessing and improving special education tool, and it kind of triggered this question for me because I feel like what's been typically looked at in terms of disparity data is, the over-identification of certain student groups, but I feel like we still, please correct me if I'm wrong, okay, how do I word this? One piece of data that I feel like would be really important to integrate into this is, so my question is, do we have disparity data for students with similar disabilities that that kind of demonstrates this student with these different abilities typically have these services, and how that looks differently for students just in that specific group? Does that make sense? I'm sorry. I know it's kind of confusing.
I think I'm understanding what you're asking, that if students with perhaps similar disabilities or similar needs, what is their IEP and what their services are, or what they received. And we do not have that comparative, or as you said, the looking at trying to match a student and see if there's similarity there. We do not have that data and that robust kind of data system to do that.
Okay. And is there currently, other than the yearly district engagement around parent feedback for special education, are there other ways that parents are able to provide more timely feedback of how what their experience is of their students' IEPs, and yeah, just more timely feedback?
In terms of actually, because of the LCAP work that we have done over the last couple of years, and including what happened this week, we are able to ask more specific questions of families in order to find out how they're experiencing special ed services. And some of those questions, similar to what you just shared, were asked on Tuesday within the LCAP. We're looking at calling out a specific goal for special education. It will also be integrated in the LCAP work to address some of those concerns that families had about how they're experiencing special education in the district.
I would like to add also that under our special education leadership subcommittee, we have identified a community partnership subcommittee that will work directly with CDAC, so that we will be more collaborative in eliciting parent feedback and in planning improvement strategies.
Thank you. That's it for right now.
Great, thank you, trustees. Any other trustee comments? Look to my left. Thank you, everybody. So Peter, would you mind opening up public comment, please?
Okay, those who would like to make public comment on this particular agenda item, the Special Education Program Update and CDAC Update, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, so first we have Lori, then after Lori will be Tara. Lori? Lori, are you there? You may need to unmute in order to address the board. Lori, are you there? Okay, we'll try again with Lori shortly. All right, how about Tara? And then after Tara, Moraghan. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, but first we'll have Tara. Tara, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to thank the district, the board, and especially CDAC and Amy for bringing us this information. I'd also like to acknowledge that as a special education parent, I've been attending the education provided by CDAC, and I have found it to be very beneficial. I also want to thank Amy for the countless hours she has volunteered to bring that to parents in our district. She's not just serving her own kids, but she's serving our whole SPED community. So thank you, board, thank you, district, and thank you, Amy.
Thank you, Tara. Again, sorry if I'm mispronouncing. Moragan, and then after Moragan will be Jennifer.
Hi, it's Morgan.
Morgan, sorry.
No, that's okay.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening. I am the parent of an incoming TK student at Sunnybrae this fall. My child has an IEP with the school district and has been receiving services virtually since spring 2020. First off, I want to thank CDAC for the parent education that they've been doing recently, and Amy for what you've brought. I've participated in a bunch of it and look forward to more in the future. It's really enlightening, and I hope that all SPED parents can participate because it's really great for all of us. I have to give really big kudos to our specific speech therapist for establishing rapport with my then 3-year-old. She never met him. They've been working together for over a year now, only virtually. You can imagine what that's like with a 3 and now 4-year-old, getting him to attend 30-minute speech sessions at a time. I literally have him strapped into a booster seat to get him to participate. It's really, really tough. Facilitating these services has been the most challenging thing I've ever done as a parent. It has been relayed to us by our speech therapist that pre-K SPED services will remain virtual through the end of this school year. And I want to ask the board, where is the equity in that? Why is it that my child cannot receive one-on-one in-person services now, right now? There are other kids in classrooms. You guys are working hard for all those kids. For those that are unfamiliar that are also listening to this meeting, an IEP meeting, when you're there, everybody discusses that eligible and appropriate services are offered and provided to your child so they have the least restrictive access to their education. Providing SPED services virtually is restrictive to begin with. Keeping these services virtual any longer is just going to cement the damage and learning loss this past year has created. Everybody, all of these kids are entitled to a free and appropriate public education. We don't want to widen this equity gap anymore. And I ask the board to push for all pre-K services to be in person now. And thanks for your time.
Thank you, Morgan. Next, we have Jennifer. Jennifer, go ahead.
Yes, this is actually Frederick Grimm, who's the husband of Jennifer Mayman. I guess I want to back up because I kind of stopped listening after the third slide. The first 2 slides, or 2 or 3 slides you presented, the target for kids to be proficient was 15%. And you weren't meeting that. And not only that, it's disproportionately Black and brown kids. If you had a gen ed population that you had a 15% proficiency rate, the board would be firing everybody in the district involved. And if they weren't, they would be getting recalled. That is like, it's like unbelievable that that slide went through and people they didn't stop everything cold right at that moment. It's grotesque. It's racist. I mean, I kind of want to get to the fact that you're kicking kids out at 4 to 5 times the rate. But honestly, like, I can't get past the fact that your target, people should finish stating that target and resign in disgrace immediately. And nobody did even that. I don't have anything more to say, but it's really hard. It's really hard to hear that as a parent in the district and frankly, as a human being. It's grotesque, and it's a grotesque failure by everybody involved.
Thank you, Frederick. Okay. President Chin, we have, we have one more hand. Fernando, go ahead.
Hi, I would like to counter about what some people might be saying. I would like to understand what an educator's perspective would be with regards to returning to in-person, because it is quite a heavy statement to require all teachers to go back to in-person, especially for those who are of color. As one may know, a majority of people who choose to return to in-person learning are significantly white. And the majority of non-white people, Asian Americans, Blacks, and other minorities, a majority of them choose to stay home. And a lot of this still continues to be because of this racial tension and a lot of this bias that many parents
excuse me, Fernando, this item is on the special education and CDAC update. There is an
yeah, so
update
it relates
agenda
to
item
the
later
special
on.
education as well, because so it's not only brings in that, but also because in terms of special education, likewise, a parent has mentioned it was very hard to restrain like the children to be at a certain location. What would it be like for a teacher? The teacher would not be able to really physically restrain a person. So I would like to really get a perspective on what how educators would be able to overcome this as well. Because it's not like you can simply shift the problem from the parent to the teacher either. As a matter of fact, it would be more difficult if a teacher were to do this. But it's just my opinion. I would just like more information about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Okay, Chelsea, go ahead.
Hello, board. This is Chelsea Bonini, and I just wanted to say a couple things. First, thank you for, well, first, thank you to Amy and Jennifer for their work on the CAC, excuse me, on the CDAC. And also for Amy, and I think Jennifer's also been attending the CAC meetings for the SELPA. It's really important that you all move forward with pointing to the CAC, but I am so thrilled to hear that this is, I see it here on the agenda. It's so much more present than it was in the past. So I'm just want to express my gratitude for that. I also want to express my gratitude for the return to school for the middle school that's just in place this week. My son, who is now in the 7th grade, he's a perfect case study for inclusion, right? He was placed in the non-public school setting during part of 4th grade, all of 5th grade. And we had a lot of discussions about him coming back in 6th grade. And it wasn't something that was normal to happen, but I want to raise it because he was doing so well last year, and he went from being 0% included in general education to 98% or almost 100%. It can be really successful, and taking that leap of faith is something that I, again, appreciate the staff and everybody who worked to make that happen and our amazing team. So I just want to make sure that that is a model that you're jumping into, and it sounds like it is. And lastly, in my last couple of seconds, I just wanted to point out, I hope that you might consider as a board supporting Assembly Bill 692, which would place the least restrictive environment data onto the state dashboard. And that is all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chelsea. Okay. I'm sorry, President Chin, I think we have no other hands for public comment at this time.
Thank you,
I
Peter,
see.
and thank you to everyone who, sorry, Trustee
Sorry,
Corzo.
I see Amy has her hand up, but I don't know if she was. Yeah.
Oh, my
So,
apologies.
Pan-
I'm looking for the
Yeah.
list of attendees and not the
Yeah,
panelists. My apologies.
that's it. So before we get to the panel, I'm going to officially close public comment and the comment period. Or Amy, are you actually providing comments under public comment? Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Amy.
No problem. Thank you. I wasn't sure how that piece would work. Switch to the panelist view. So thank you. I was glad to hear that SMETA has been discussing things to move these inclusive practices forward. And I think all the talk about mindset and like these long-term big picture things is really great. And I do wonder though, if considering really providing district or board guidance and directive regarding increasing integrated classrooms and reducing class sizes, piloting co-teaching and differentiation of instruction within those models could be something to really help drive this initiative. It's great that the models of what are currently happening will be extended to other schools, but I think that there's still so much more that can happen. And I think across the board, there are a lot of things moving in a really great direction, and there's not always communication and transparency about those things that are happening that as parents, we want to know about. We want to be excited about those things and help drive those. So I would just ask for more understanding of timelines in these sorts of things moving forward, because I think parents want to help and we want what's best for all kids, and we know that inclusion works and is good for everyone. So any way that we can help, we want to. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. It looks like we have one more in the attendees. Robin, go ahead. Robin,
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Robin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Hi.
go ahead, Robin.
Thank you. I had a few comments about what's been said tonight. One is I want to second what the couple parents before said about not continuing virtual services for things like speech and RSP and our OT. It's just not normal for kids, and it is not inclusive. It's not the least restrictive, and it needs to stop right away. I also want to just comment about what the presentation made that piggybacks on Miss Drinkwater and Trustees Warren and Watkins' comments about expanding inclusion, because I'm wondering if the state audit also focused on the really excessive number of kids that have been placed out of our school district and out of their neighborhood schools into non-public schools. I just did a quick search during the meeting, and there was a comment at an October 2019 meeting where $2.5 million were spent and allocated the past 3 meetings alone, averaging $100,000 per student. I mean, you can look it up on Google, but I was blown away by that number and how amazing and inclusive our schools could be with that money spent in-house, and where all children could be educated in their own school district. I think those of us who know the special ed community realize there may be hopefully a small handful of children that are sent out of the district, but the preponderance and overwhelming majority of them should be kept in-house, and our district has failed those kids. And I don't know why that's not being mentioned in the presentation of the audit. It's fiscally irresponsible, and it is not in keeping with the district's stated goals of continuum services, keeping our students in-house, co-teaching classes. So I hope that's addressed.
Thank you, Robin. Okay. Just as a reminder to all the attendees, everybody has an opportunity to address the board for the 2 minutes, but only one time. So if you've already addressed the board, I'm sorry. Okay, President Chen, we have no other hands for public comment at this time.
Okay, I'm going to officially close public comment for this item, and we are going to move to board discussion and or direction. Does anyone want to go ahead and start?
I can kick us off. Well, I guess I kicked off questions, but oh well, we'll keep with the trend for this item. I want to just kind of, again, just thanking everyone for your work on this. I know that there's been a lot of work by all members and, CDAC and parents' involvement in the district. I did want to share about, we talk as a board, we've talked a lot about equity as a board and addressing systems that are not working for all of our students. And I do want to acknowledge that this is one of those systems, or looking at a lot of data that shows inequity and shows disproportionality and shows students that we are not servicing as well as we need to be. And so, there's work happening to do that, but it is definitely, I just think that that's, something that we need to continue to keep a really tight focus on, and to address that's the reality. I had kind of as a follow-up to that, I think I was asking questions about kind of the integration and all of the pieces fitting together, because as I was kind of listening to and reviewing the presentation, I think that there are a lot of great things happening, but I have some concern around how it seems like, I think, Sarah, you were mentioning, it seems like maybe for you guys, it fits really tightly together in your minds. I don't know if at least to me, I don't see as much of that kind of in the way that it's being presented. And I don't know how much that's kind of transferring over to the public. I feel like, and the other kind of question that emerged for me is it too many things that we're trying to do? I know that the audit raised a lot of things. I know that there's things that are coming out in terms of things we have to focus on, based on state requirements and disproportionality and those sorts of things. But sometimes I feel like when you tackle multiple things at once, you don't do any of them as well as you might if you were picking one or two things to really hone in on and drive in. And so I'm just thinking about the alignment between all of the requirements and the audit and the work of the CDAC, and is it going to be more impactful for the team to think about, like, what are the two things that we're going to, and maybe this is what's coming from the strategic plan and something that we'll get as that kind of builds out. But I don't know. I was just, I know that everyone is wanting to row in the same direction, and that everyone is wanting to address all of the data that we see, the inequities that we see, the disproportionality that we see. That's the goal, and that's what all of the teams are working on. I just want to make sure that actually happens, right? That when we're in 2 years, we're not having this exact same conversation, looking at this exact same data. And so how do we make sure that that's not where we are in 2 years, right? That all of this work and effort and energy yields actual results and outcomes for our kids in our schools. And we're here to support however all of the stakeholders involved in this work feel is best to do that. But I kind of just wanted to share that from my perspective, I'm not seeing maybe as tight of alignment as I think maybe we could. I apologize for my baby screaming in the background. Also wanted to, the other piece, I guess, in that is that I feel like one of the things I think might be helpful to see is, a little bit more specificity around, I don't know, in my mind, like when we're sharing kind of some of the things that we're focused on, I'm thinking about, is there a way to share kind of, here was our goal, we invested in inclusion TOSAs. This is what we expected would happen as a result of the investment in inclusion TOSAs. This is how much we spent on inclusion TOSAs. This is what we saw after a year, right? Are our investments yielding the results that we want to see? And how do we track that better as a board? My assumption is that's something that's being tracked by in the special education department. But is there a way to kind of to make that a little bit more clear, so that we're seeing the through line between, what we're saying we're going to do, what does that actually mean in terms of what's going to be implemented? That's kind of a follow-up question to what I asked before, in terms of what does this actually mean when we talk about least restrictive environment and inclusion? What does that actually mean for implementation? And I have that question about a couple of the things that were shared, and I know that you have an implementation plan, but kind of having that spelled out a little bit how much are we spending on it? What do we want to see? And then are we seeing that? And if not, how do we need to pivot? So if we can include, it doesn't have to be that exact format, that's just kind of how I'm thinking about it, but some format that has some of those components would be really helpful to see as we move forward in these presentations. And then we can kind of keep coming back to that so that it doesn't feel like in the same way that we want to see the through line between all of the different work that we're doing, the through line from meeting to meeting would be really helpful too, as we're kind of continuing to follow the same arc of the work that's happening. And then the last thing, I was going to say this for reopening, but I know there were some public comments on it. I do want to, for us to think about ways that we can have related services back in person. Are there ways that we can provide those supports? Because I totally am, as a former special education teacher, I mean, I know how challenging that must be. And again, that's definitely an equity issue in terms of being access to, it's not a privilege to have those services, right? It's a right. And so how do we ensure that our kids are getting that in the way that's most accessible to them, I think is really important. So I'd love to hear if there are any ways for us to do that, would be really helpful. So thank you.
I'm happy to go next. Okay, let's see. So I wanted to kind of elaborate a little bit on my previous question about breaking down the data in terms of students with similar needs. And I think, I'm wondering, like, does our state do that? I know that the goals that were presented are goals that the state creates, and then our data is a reflection of that. But I do think that, I want to create some space to one of the speakers in our public comment section, and recognize that, if you're coming to a meeting and hearing this type of data presented, maybe for the first time, it can be really upsetting. And I think that, presenting data a little differently and more broken down into, right, like, do you have a child with like an intellectual disability? Is it is it a severe intellectual disability? Is it, GGRC, sorry, so many places I've worked for start with a G. GGRC, we kind of, we break down some of our disparity data in that way, and it's helpful. But just, like, are there ways that we can, those numbers can seem really, really negative, but if they're broken down a little differently, I think there are better stories that can be told with data in that way. Let's see, what else? Sorry, I was looking, so I'm looking at the timeline for the strategic plan again, and I'm just wondering, so I know there will be an update at the end of the year, but I'm wondering if the strategic plan it's a yearly plan with then an update and then a revision, or is it a 3-year plan? You may have said that, and I kind of lost it so I'm wondering about that, but I should have asked this in the clarifying question, sorry. But let me just continue.
Well, can someone answer that? Is it a single year or 3-year?
3-year plan.
Yeah, it's a multi-year plan, and so we're just at the beginning of it. And so in terms of it's a new strategic plan, there hasn't been a strategic plan in its place, and so it would be more longitudinal over 3 years.
Okay, thank you. I also just wanted to also thank our CDAC and Amy and Jennifer and for working on that and leading that. But I want to make sure that that we're not overburdening our volunteers, and so just hoping that, like, we as they do amazing work, that work is then kind of folded into our district, and in terms of, like, leading and sustaining that. so that it becomes part of the systemic change in the strategic plan. And it sounds like that is happening, but I just wanted to kind of emphasize that a little bit more. And let's see. Sorry, let me see one more thing. Yeah, I also so we would be having essentially, can you just remind me again how often we're going to be getting updates? Because one thing that I want to make sure that our board is doing is like really, you know, holding the ownership of moving this work forward and not leaving that on our CDAC or on other folks in our district. So in terms of just, you know, I'm wondering what the frequency will be of updates. And
so Ken and I worked on your board agenda builder and we put them in quarterly.
Perfect, thank you. Let's see. Yeah, oh, and I just wanted to share another idea. And I think this also kind of piggybacks on one of my questions. I'm just envisioning, like, I'm like trying to put myself in a parent's shoes, right? Who is having to navigate an IEP, and especially for incoming, you know, students and what those services look like and what that first onboarding and that first IEP, you know, how that works. I just wanted to clarify. So there is a handbook that's given to parents coming into the, I remember there was a handbook. I'm wondering if that is still the case.
Go ahead, Alma.
It is my understanding that we have to update that handbook.
Alma, you're going to have to speak up. We're not really hearing you. They're asking about the special education handbook.
It's my understanding that we have to update that handbook.
So we have to update it, or it's been updated? Sorry, I didn't hear very well.
We have to update it.
Okay. Okay. Well, I would just, you know, that I feel like that needs to happen before we have, you know, a new school year beginning, and so that is available to families. And I'm just wondering if there's a way, because I know that there's like, when we have engagements in person, which we haven't had in over a year, there is funding allocated to, you know, fund for childcare, for food, for those meetings, and for that, and for you know, to increase like engagement and participation. And I'm wondering if there are ways that we can still use that funding to increase parent participation and parent feedback. So maybe, like, would it be possible to you know, have parents get like a gift card or something for filling out a survey about, you know, their experience with their child's IEP, or their experience with the services that they're receiving, you know, or have received throughout the year. Because I feel really strongly that, you know, our special needs students and our special needs families and our community in general, like, you know, the more feedback that we get, the more we understand what the needs are in terms of educating our parent community about not just their rights, but you know, about the services that their child has a right to, or that they are able to request. And I think that's what's best for kids, and it's kind of a piece of the puzzle. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you.
Hi, I'd like to build on what Trustee Corzo said, because I think a lot of those were great ideas, and definitely things that are very pertinent to special education families. Now, I'm going to take the same issue, but I'm going to address it from the standpoint of being a special education parent. And understand, you have just found out your child has some sort of intellectual disability, some sort of learning disability, something that is going to impede their ability to achieve their education, live their life, as you expected, as you would expect anybody to go through that trajectory of childhood to adulthood. As a parent, it's devastating. And suddenly you're thrown into this whole new world of like, okay, I've got to organize services. I've got to organize school. I've got to organize school services, and I've got to quickly get up to speed on, okay, what are the timeframes? What are the laws according to this? You hope to God that whoever you're interfacing with, especially the school districts, know and follow like IDEA 2004 intimately, and that you don't have to be the one that's on top of the services and basically playing case manager. And then, you know, your medical services don't talk to your educational services because that's not covered by insurance. And so then you end up being the messenger between the school therapists or the school services and the services you're getting outside of school. So it's overwhelming. It's incredibly overwhelming when you're a brand new special ed family. And I think it would be great, and I think it would help with engagement in terms of special education parents from the get-go. If, and I'm just throwing ideas out, but what about a parent mentor? What about adding some sort of mentorship? Somebody who has been in the program for a while and knows the lingo and knows, you know, a little bit about the system. I really think that would speak volumes of, one, how much our school district really cares about not just the student, but the whole family, because it is the whole family that's affected. Whether it's autism, whether it's a physical disability, whether it's, you know, something that just even needs just a 504 and an accommodation. So yeah, I think we need to come up with ideas and come up with ways to strategically come alongside parents and come alongside families as they navigate. You know, procedural safeguards are great, but you're handed those at your first IEP and you're like, what are these and why do I need them? Oh, you know, you're like, okay, well, let's see. The attorney tells me that I have to take everything. So at least I look like I know what I'm doing. And, you know, there's YouTube videos out there on how to manage an IEP meeting from a parental standpoint. And you watch some of those and they're scary. You know, I remember walking into my first IEP meeting totally panicked that I wasn't going to get services. And I knew my kid needed services because that was the only guide that I had to what an IEP meeting was going to look like. So I think, you know, demystifying that process a bit would be helpful to incoming families to special education and set the tone that, you know, it's not an us versus them all the time. Although there's plenty of times where, quite frankly, it does feel that way. But, you know, it's a let's, you know, we're all on the same team and we're on the team of helping this child, you know, be the best version of themselves that they can be. Because ultimately that's what we're here for. Correct? I mean, and we're not here for that just for special education, but we're here that way for all kids that we're educating. One other point that I would like to bring up, I know we keep talking about students with IEPs, and then the very next thing that we're saying is special day class. Okay, not all students with IEPs are in special day class. Some students that are special or served by special ed, you know, my son has an IEP and he's 100% in gen ed with pull-out service or push-in services, excuse me, and some pull-out. You know, there's kids with 504 accommodations. They're not in a special day class either. So I really think that, you know, it's easy for us to say IEP equals SDC, but I really would ask that our special education department includes the IEP students with gen ed and just not, you know, immediately make that assumption or come across as if all students with IEPs are in the special education class. it was great to hear that despite the fact that we've had a history of losing providers, that we are working towards gaining some of our own. And I hope that continues. I also believe that, well, okay, I don't know who has ever tried doing Zoom OT, but let me tell you, I mean, like, that's rough on everybody. You're trying to navigate the iPad so that the therapist can see their hands as they're trying to cut or hold the pencil. And it's like, oh, can you just lower it a little bit or raise it? It's so you spend half your time trying to figure out how to get everything aligned so that they can see the task that the child is trying to do. So clearly that does not work. Speech therapy works a bit, but not for everybody. Not every child has the ability to sit in front of a screen all for however long their service lasts. And yes, those things can go from a 15-minute all the way up to an hour, depending upon the child and depending upon their IEP. So while I do understand it is a negotiated topic with SMETA, and I do appreciate that, I would love to see even if it was like an individual basis based upon the IEP, that we are able to get the kids in for some in-person services. Because, I mean, low quality, we're doing the best we can in terms of services is just as good as no services at all. And that from my own experience and the experiences that I've heard from other people who have emailed me. I'm also hopeful that teachers are starting to be listened to more when they ask for SSTs. And, those meetings should be held in parallel with an assessment, any assessment that's done. It's really important to remember with any, especially with a developmental disability or a mental health issue, early intervention is 100% the key. If you want to make a change, if you want to make a difference, you need to intervene as early as possible. And I just want to make sure that, we have a culture where the teachers who have been with these children quite a few hours a day for many, many days, especially at this point in the year, they do get listened to and their assessments are taken truthfully and seriously. And then also teachers need to be educated as far as what sort of assessment they can ask for. Does the child need an ERMS assessment, which is a mental health assessment for those in the audience? Do they need a different type of service assessment? I feel like if everybody on the potential team, gen ed teachers included, are on that IEP team or 504 team, then you know what? They should, their feedback is just as important as anybody else who would be part of that team. And then I also want to address Frederick's comment about our target data for achievement. And honestly, I feel like I must apologize for not being the first red flag in my head. I think, unfortunately, we've just kind of grown up with this culture of having low expectations of our special education community. And as we learn more and as we see more of what our children are capable of, our expectations need to rise with that. So I know, Sarah, you were mentioning that this is part of a multi-year plan. And I'm hopeful that as the years go by, we will start to see maybe a 20% target, a 40 or a 30% target, something closer to the targets that we have or where basic proficiency is for the rest of the.
Can I bring up something on the targets? Those are not our targets. We don't set those.
So where are the targets coming from then?
They're the requirements.
Okay.
So we can have a target that's way above that, which obviously we would, but those are targets that we must meet related to these plans. So, I think we need to clarify that in our slides, that this is the target that we're required to meet. We would clearly like to beat it.
Yes. So then what I'm understanding you saying, Dr. Rosas, is these are targets given to us from the state.
Yes, we're supposed to meet those targets. Well, and so we can set our own targets as high as we want.
And I think that would be amazing.
Sure.
And
I agree.
Totally appropriate. And especially as we do get more kids, more inclusion time. And then exclusion and SDC classes become, just the same service as RSP and pull out RSP and whatnot. And that becomes more the exception than the norm. So.
I just had a couple comments, and I don't know what's happening with my camera, so hopefully it's not dying, but sorry that I'm looking weird. I just had a few comments. One is being when we look at the data for like the various metrics that were shown, I'm wondering if going forward, since that's 2 years back, and I know that that's the data we're supposed to show, if we could also get a little bit of an update on how those metrics might be changing with time, maybe some more recent information just going forward, because it would be interesting to know rather than waiting 2 years later to find out how we're doing there.
Well, and let's talk about that for a quick sec too, because you'll remember we don't have any standardized testing that was last year's.
Yeah, I guess maybe just in a normal year, if there's any like red flags or like we're doing so much better, we should know about that kind of a thing. So when we get back to normal times. And then in terms of the audit was something that when I first joined the board that we talked about. And so I'm always just curious and hearing more specifics about how we're doing and some of the to-dos that we had on our list. So if we could get more into some of the specifics, I think that would be helpful just to get an update. And then also there was a public comment earlier just about turnaround time and getting information. And I know that that was something, responding to parents was something that was part of the audit. And so I don't know if you have any updates about how long people can expect to wait to get a response from the special ed department, but it would be nice to get back on track with that. And lastly, I just want to thank Amy and the leadership team with the CDAC. I think the information that you're providing to families, I hope that everybody's finding it worthwhile, and it sounds really great, the work that you're doing. And so just thank you so much to everybody that's contributing to this. So thank you so much.
Great, everyone. Thank you for your comments. Just to finalize with this item, presentation was great. I think Trustee Corzo did ask about the frequency of the updates. Dr. Rosas, just to reiterate, Dr. Rosas and I met over spring break, and we did set it up so that we will be having updates on this topic every quarter. So we will continue this conversation. I think it's important to note that where we have come from, like especially what Trustee Proctor mentioned when she joined the board. When I joined the board, special ed really wasn't necessarily talked about in a lot of frequency. And so I think the idea is we've gone through and we've done the audit. We have a lot of recommendations and we are making progress on the audit. I think the CDAC with the membership at the county is also really good. I think we're making strides. I think these updates are really great. I think we are all chipping away at this topic, and I think we are moving forward. And so what I look forward to is how do we continue to proceed and make progress. And so this way we can all move forward and have every child in our district succeed. So thank you, Alma. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Sarah, and everyone who's participated in this. It was a great update. And I look forward to the next quarter's update as well and to hear more progress as we move forward. So With that, we are going to move on to our next topic, next agenda item, which I believe is math. And I lost my agenda. So I know what agenda item number it is. 6.2. 6.2. Thank you. Thank you. It is helpful to be in the boardroom for this situation. So moving on to 6.2, the sixth grade math update. David, please take it away.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Board of Trustees and community. Peter, if you would both elevate Pam to a panelist and set up the slide deck, would appreciate it. All right, we are back to you as a board to present additional information to you and return to the proposal that we shared with you on March 25th regarding our middle school math pathways. Again, what you see on this slide is a graphic that represents the current state of our math pathway programs, which indicates that we teach both a Math 6 and a Math 6 7A compacted class in sixth grade. On the 25th of March, we proposed to you that we would like to change that configuration in sixth grade and create a single heterogeneous Math 6 course, and then continue to provide pathways in seventh and eighth grade that would give students, and ideally as a result of these proposed changes, more students access to algebra in eighth grade. Again, our proposal here, to be very clear, because when we were with you back in March, we acknowledge it was very late at night, and the late hour certainly contributed to a lot of confusion about exactly what the district was proposing. Again, we're focused on two pieces with two goals. One is the creation of the heterogeneous Math 6 course, and our goal for that for doing that is to improve the quality and rigor of grade 6 math learning for all students, and to continue, emphasis on continue, to provide pathways in 7th and 8th to algebra, with the goal of providing access, more access in fact, for as many interested, prepared, and diverse students as possible. Go ahead, Peter. What that means, just to be clear, is that we are not, repeat, not eliminating the compacted 6-8 math pathway. Yes, we are proposing the change in sixth grade. It's important to note that will take effect for the students who are currently fifth graders. This does not represent any change in the math pathways for our current sixth and seventh graders. And yes, it does mean we would have to adjust the current pathways that we have in seventh and eighth to lead to eighth grade algebra, and that those pathways would be adjusted starting fall 2022. Importantly, as a result of the conversations that we have begun, we started a while ago with our site leaders and teachers, and began with our families, and that those engagements with our stakeholders would continue probably through December, given that the season to do the master scheduling for fall 2022 really begins in January 2022. Go ahead, Peter. As we've had this discussion, we've identified several metrics that we've been paying attention to, and we are focused on improving as a result of the proposed changes. Right now, we have approximately 21% of our eighth graders who are taking algebra. Our goal is to see that percentage rise, ideally dramatically. The other metric that we have been concerned about is the disproportional enrollment we see across our various racial and ethnic groups in 8th grade algebra. A key goal of this work would, of course, be to see greater and greater proportional enrollment. We've also been looking at data from our high schools, where we note that 71% of our former San Mateo Foster City students recently are satisfying the so-called C requirement that relates to UC-CSU eligibility. We consider that percentage too low and want to see that, ideally rise as high as 100%. And then we also have been tracking the disproportion in the percentage of students who are currently meeting that C requirement, and would expect, as a result of the changes we are proposing, to see a more proportional representative set of students satisfying that C requirement. Go ahead, Peter. So acknowledge that the presentation on March 25th raised a lot of concerns in our community. And so we did a number of things to try to clarify what we had presented on the 25th and to listen and learn and address the concerns that we were hearing from our community. You can see there we convened 3 community engagements, which included approximately 400 participants, posted FAQs, Q&As, and additional guidance materials on our website. We met with elementary and middle school teachers to update and share information, screencastify, et cetera, to make sure folks were really clear about our proposal. We appreciate the role that our SMETA leadership colleagues took in also using one of their town halls to update their the teachers of our proposal. We met with site leaders, and of course, you and we answered a lot of emails and phone calls about the family concerns. Go ahead, Peter. So what we discussed in and laid out in all of that work, starting with the board presentation on the 25th of March, was that there are essentially 3 drivers for these proposed changes. Yes, we have a circumstance with the last year, the pandemic, that there is notable uncertainty about how many of our 5th graders are actually ready for compacted math in 6th grade, and that presented a problem in both assessment as well as teacher recommendation. There could be students who are ready that we might miss, and students who aren't ready that we might recommend. And we found that uncertainty built on what we'd already been discussing as a second driver, which is in general the challenges of making a decision about compacted math for most of our students in 5th grade when they have not yet experienced the learning conditions in middle school, nor spent time with our credentialed mathematics middle school teachers. And so the pandemic issues lay on top of ongoing concerns that we had a system that that was faulty and was contributing to the concerns about the metrics that I mentioned previously. So that third being the inequitable outcomes that we were seeing. So we talked about that in the many engagements and communications. We again looked at achievement and enrollment data. We spent a lot of time talking about the shifts in content standards. Algebra 1 today or algebra concepts that we learned when we were in school actually now are taught beginning in Math 6 and throughout Math 7 and 8, and really trying to build an understanding of how the content standards and the various courses really prepare our students for success in the current form of Algebra 1. And we talked about the curriculum shifts that are happening that make it possible for a more heterogeneous group of students to learn and work together with so-called low floor, high ceiling math tasks. And a lot of debates and discussion about the research and what the research shows about math education. Go ahead, Peter. So after all of that work, though, we need to acknowledge that objections and concerns about this proposal, even after all of that clarification, persist. And so the important thing we're asking ourselves is, of course, why is that so? What is it that we are learning from our families about their concerns, and how can we better and more precisely respond to those? And there are a lot of variety to those concerns, but we've attempted here to synthesize them into sort of 4 domains. One is the set of concerns about heterogeneous math experiences that students have in elementary school, and the belief that if we're going to make changes to improve outcomes, we should begin our work there. A second is that then by proposing this Math 6 shift, the concerns that families have about elementary math learning are now being brought into middle school. The third is just the general disagreement that heterogeneous Math 6 actually can be challenging for higher performing students. And a fourth, that the belief that the fact that we presented a set of options for the 7th and 8th grade math pathways was a problem. And in fact, we shouldn't be launching a change in Math 6 until we know and have specific pathways decided on for 7th and 8th. So what I'd like to do is to take the next few minutes to talk through these sort of sets or buckets of concerns, and speaking to you certainly as board and to our community that's present tonight, try to bring some clarity about those. It is important that we acknowledge we are still back to you with the recommendation we made on March 25th, and we don't want that to any way indicate that we haven't been listening or we haven't been learning. I think you'll see some additional focus and clarity to the information we'll share with you in the next few slides. Go ahead, Peter. So let's take the first concern, set of concerns about heterogeneous math experiences in elementary, and the belief that our improvement work should begin there. One of the things that happens when you're focusing on a proposal that's about middle school is we did not necessarily spend a lot of time talking about what it is that we've been doing in elementary math. And so, we wanted to be clear that there has been considerable work going on in our elementary schools. You'll note there around grade level math planning teams that have been working together, most notably in the last year, curating curriculum lessons, math routines and assessments, which is bringing a higher level of quality and standardization of that quality or consistency of that quality across our elementary classrooms. We've increased the amount of site and central professional learning time for teachers. We've mentioned before this Abbott complex demonstration where we've been able to lean into, what's the best way to support instructional shifts and teams and provide coaching support. And ongoing for the last several years, we've been doing work with our county colleagues around counting collections, which is a pre-K to 3 strategy to develop student number sense. So we do want to emphasize that there has been considerable work done and continues to be done, and of course can be strengthened going forward. And so it would be our argument that improvement can't just start in elementary school. that we need to work as we are in elementary and middle school. That you know, the improvement model should not be one where we begin just at one level. I do want to note that as we've been engaging, of course, so much of this conversation and the debate is shaped by the beliefs each of us has about higher and lower performing students and their needs, what gaps they do or do not have, and the possibility of accelerating together. You know, we're encountering, you know, there's sort of description of students who have an innate knack for the nuances of math, which we've read in a local newspaper, which is, you know, challenged by considerable research that shows how math expertise is constructed, and that the notion that students who are high performing don't have gaps, and that therefore we can ignore that because they zoom along and we're not worried about those. And similarly, on the other side, that students may struggle with some basic math facts, but does that not mean they can still engage in deep math learning around you know, more complicated concepts? So again, these are all beliefs we share that are shaped both by our experiences and other factors. And so we want to acknowledge that we've got a lot of learning to do together to think about those beliefs. And I would just add, you know, for you as a board and for ourselves as district leaders and staff, we have to check our beliefs against our vision. That is an important role that we play and is one of the reasons why we are here with the presentation and proposal to you tonight. Go ahead, Peter. So to the second point, that again, you know, if we have parents who have a lot of concerns about the heterogeneous experience they've had in elementary school, and then we say, well, we're going to ask you to experience that for one more year, this is clearly, you know, fueling the anxiety and concern that we're hearing. And this is partly because we as a system, I would lay this at our doorstep, have taught that, well, compacting means going faster, which means more rigor, and therefore you are meeting the needs of my child. And that if we propose, as we're doing that, we would take away 1 year of compacting, that somehow automatically means that we're not meeting the needs of students, even if we all agree that this program or these proposals still end in this at the same spot, that we want to make sure that students are accessing algebra in 8th grade. Making a shift just in 6th grade somehow means we're not meeting students' needs. So, you know, that just tells us, of course, that we have to do more to build shared understanding, that going faster means going faster. It does not necessarily mean more rigor. In fact, can often mean creating gaps. And that when we want to think about more rigor, we actually need to be focusing more on going deeper. And that related to that is the time that's necessary to go deeper. And again, you know, a lot of the energy around our conversation right now is we know how critical math is as a college gatekeeper. You know, our argument is it's so important, we actually need to pause for a minute and think about how we are actually giving our students time to be ready to walk through that gate. Peter, if you would. Then there's the third point where, and that, you know, the idea that a heterogeneous Math 6 class cannot be challenging for higher performing students. And I want to spend a few minutes talking about the ways in which we actually achieve rigor for students in the classroom. And there's 4 ways that I'm going to talk through here. Peter, go ahead. So the first is rigor achieved through, you know, challenging curriculum tasks. Peter, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. You please go back to the curriculum task. Yeah, there we are. Thank you. The idea that we've mentioned in presentations, since the 25th, of course, is around this idea of low floor, high ceiling tasks that will allow students to enter into content at their level, and even the highest performing student will have an opportunity to deepen their understanding. A lot of need to continue to talk about what this is and help folks understand how we're attempting to implement these kinds of tasks into the daily work that students are engaged in. And so just to acknowledge that, that a heterogeneous class can be rigorous for even the highest performing student when we have curriculum tasks that do place challenge of moving to high levels of conceptual understanding. Okay, Peter, go ahead. Also, of course, we need to talk about the kinds of instruction that ensure rigor for diverse learners. It's been heart-wrenching, frankly, to hear the number of parents that have shared experiences of their higher performing student and the ways in which either that high-performing student was turned into the service of other students in the class by asking them to teach students or given independent work and set off to the side. And these are not examples of how we would expect instruction to occur in heterogeneous classrooms. And it's not the case in many of our classrooms. We would see students working in randomized groups on tasks where they're asked to generate multiple representations of the answer, explain and justify those answers. This is, again, that low floor, high ceiling strategy in groups where, again, students who have different levels of performance can contribute mightily to rigorous understanding. We would also but see in our classrooms students having think time and working in flexible strategic groups if needed to strengthen or address certain gaps or to extend understanding. We would also see teachers working as facilitators, as we do in many of our math classes, as much as being providers of information, but supporting students with their sense making of mathematical concepts. And we would see the class working on the mathematical mindset and invite folks to understand more about the math practices that are linked there, which together set the expectation of strong performance from all learners. So we are committed to that kind of classroom. We have those kinds of classrooms in many of our elementary and middle schools. And that's the model we're talking about when we say that we know heterogeneous classes can meet the needs of the needs for challenge of even the most high performing student. Peter, go ahead. We would also add that it's critical that we continue to provide and expand the supports for teachers and students to ensure rigor. That would include summer learning opportunities, especially for our rising sixth graders after this year of challenge through the pandemic. That we're implementing extended math learning opportunities during the school year. This is just a question of more time to support intervention for students who may be struggling in a Math 6 class, but also to provide enrichment for students who have already mastered the standard and are ready to take on more challenging work. That we, for example, offer math workshop classes or math foundations, as we call it, and even consider expanding electives. That for teachers, we continue to build the opportunities we've launched around team teaching and collaboration, and that teachers have summer and site-based learning opportunities, for example, lesson study and coaching support. You'll see later on, we'll note that most of our teachers are very supportive of this proposal, and they're right to say, and we need continued and expanded supports to make that proposal successful. And so we are committed to doing that in these ways. Peter, go ahead. And of course, we've got to make sure we have assessment and monitoring that ensures rigor for diverse learners in the middle school math classrooms. So, you know, continuing with the curriculum embedded work, we have launched and piloted MARS tasks, as well as, you know, the continued use of the SBAC as evidence of how our students are performing. We would continue, we'd already shared some examples of some surveying. We've been reporting to you about focus groups. We would, you know, continue those and ask our students about, you know, their sense of their own efficacy and confidence in math, around the math practices, and what is their experience in class, including this heterogeneous Math 6 class that we're proposing. We'll continue to look at our math pathways enrollment and grade data. And of course, we'll continue to look at the so-called C math requirement that, that comes up at the high school level. Go ahead, Peter. So taking those four as addressing, we think the evidence that you can provide a challenge to higher performing students in a heterogeneous class. Let me now address this last concern or belief that the 7th and 8th grade pathways should be decided before we launch this new Math 6 proposal. I want to emphasize again, there is no debate or suggestion of change in our commitment to providing 8th grade algebra. Our goal, in fact, is to expand and see more interested, prepared, and diverse students enrolled in it. One of the reasons we are proposing options right now and not saying we think it should be exactly this way is we really want to tackle this question of if students are doing 4 years of math, don't they deserve 4 courses of math? And so you'll see in the options that Pam is going to remind you of in a little bit that that's one of the serious things that we're looking at, and that requires the engagement with, of course, not only our math teachers, but our teachers of other content and our site leaders to determine how we make that possible. So again, we're proposing to you tonight a very specific plan to take from now until December to look at these options that we are sharing with you, and of course entertain others that might be more effective that we haven't seen yet, and that we would work through the issues folks have raised about the Math 7-8 options and prepare to implement them in fall of 2022. All right, so I'm going to hand it off to Pam Bartlett, our director, to talk through again these pathways that are under discussion.
Thank you, David. Good evening, board. So the next few slides will show some examples of models to ensure that our current 5th graders have access to algebra by 8th grade. Our process to determine the model, as David shared, would be to engage with our middle school site principals and leaders, teachers, parents, and students from now until December. This process of engagement will help us determine which pathway is most effective to ensure not only greater access to algebra, but really to also ensure that we have deep math thinking for all of our students. So the 4 models I'm going to show you is just initial thinking from our middle school math leadership team. That includes our math TOSAs and middle school teacher leaders. We plan to dig into these with our stakeholders again from now until December, so we can continue to provide strong math pathway options for all of our middle schoolers. So David mentioned in the earlier slide, one of the things that we want to think about is 4 math classes and 4 math courses. And so you'll see in a couple of these, it doesn't necessarily work out that way. That's why I want to have some of those options, but I want to take you through the initial thinking. So this first one for our current 5th graders, they would start in the heterogeneous 6th grade class together next school year. And then we could look at creating a supported bridge study program. The bridge study program is currently something that we have in place, right? And we've had this for a few years now. The bridge that we have now is more of a self-study guide. But if this is an option that our community thinks is best after a heterogeneous 6, we would want to expand the bridge program so it's not a self-study and students are doing it on their own. So after the bridge, if students want to enter the pathway, they would take what we call the 7B, which is the second half of 7th grade and 8th grade in their 7th grade year, and then they would take algebra in 8th grade. But I also want you to know in all of these slides that a pathway that is appropriate for many students and works well for students is Math 6, Math 7, and Math 8 as well. So this is one example. And the next slide. So this one looks a little, oh, one back. They look similar. They're similar, but different. So this one, this other pathway, again, students or current 5th graders would start 6th grade in a heterogeneous class. We would look at some placement criteria, and then students would that want to enter the pathway would take 7th and 8th grade math together in one course, and then again 8th grade algebra. So this is not necessarily 2 courses in 2 periods. This would be 2 courses in 1 period. And now the next one. So this third one looks a little bit different, and this more alludes to what David was sharing around, do we need more time for mathematics if we're compacting? And so this, again, our current 5th graders would take 6th grade math together in their 6th grade year with some placement criteria. Students could take 7th and 8th grade math, but this would be in a double block. So it would be 2 periods of mathematics in 7th grade. And then students would that enter that pathway would take algebra in 8th grade. And just to be clear, and you'll see this in the next slide as well, a double block doesn't necessarily mean that a student would take 7th period math the first period and 8th period math the second period. Obviously, we'd be looking at the scope and sequence of the mathematics, and it would look more like 7th grade math in the first semester, and then 8th grade math possibly in the second semester. But again, really looking at that scope and sequence of those 2 math years. And then the fourth one, so this one's a little bit different. So again, current 5th graders would start Math 6 together in their 6th grade year. This pathway has students staying together in a heterogeneous class in 7th grade with some placement criteria, again, having a double block in 8th grade where students would take Math 8 and Algebra 1 in their 8th grade year, but with more time. And next slide. Thank you. So, so those, again, those are initial thinking. That's not the only thing that's out there, but that's some of the things that our math leadership team started thinking about after a heterogeneous 6th grade class together. Some of the things, and David shared this before, that we've really learned from our teachers in these discussions is that, you know, with this model, we want to see increased and expanded support of our math programs, definitely in our middle schools, but also in our elementary schools as well. We do have strong elementary and middle school teacher support for a proposal of a heterogeneous 6th grade class with options for compacting after 6th grade. We've also heard from our high school teachers at our feeder high schools have also expressed strong support for the proposal of a heterogeneous and just having students accelerate a little bit later in the middle school years. Next slide. Again, just to reiterate, our goal here is outcomes. Our goal here is to increase outcomes for all of our students. We want to see more students enter algebra if that's the path that is best for them. We want to make sure that our algebra and all of our compacted math classes look like the diversity of our school district. We want that to match our students and our student population. We also want to make sure not only do we have all of our students absolutely meeting C requirement and making sure that's proportionally representative of the students in our district, but we want to see all of our students graduate with the math requirements to be UC and CSU eligible. Next slide. So one of the things that is really critical that our district does is really align our pathways with our high school feeder districts. We do this by working and meeting with our high schools, and we do this by ensuring that we understand their pathways. One thing to note, and we'll see in the high school pathway slides next, that whether a student leaves our system taking Algebra 1 or Math 8, they do have access to high-level mathematics in all of our feeder high school districts. And so I'll take you through those. Thank you, Peter. So the first, one of the first slides here is Aragon High School, which many of our students feed into. What you'll see here is the pathway if a student starts in Algebra 1. So if a student starts in Algebra 1, that means they took Math 8 in our school district. And you can see here, if you started in Algebra 1 in 9th grade, you can take geometry, or there's an option for compressed math in both 10th and 11th grade. And then students can take in 12th grade any of the courses that are there. If a student takes Algebra 1 in our district in 8th grade, they would not take that again in 9th grade. They would start in geometry or would have access to the compressed math pathways to take the highest level math that the schools offer. Next slide. Hillsdale High School is another one of our feeder high schools. Now, what they're doing a little bit differently next year, so this is new for Hillsdale, is they're having all students start in a heterogeneous geometry class in 9th grade. And so if you take algebra in 8th grade here, you would still take geometry in 9th grade, and you wouldn't take algebra 1 again, you would go to algebra 2. If you take 8th grade math in our district, you would start in geometry with all the students in 9th grade, and then you would take algebra 1. They're still working on some of the ways that they're going to be accelerating students, but as you can see, regardless of which path you take, you have access to the AP courses, you have access to a lot of the courses in the 12th grade. And then our final feeder school was San Mateo High School. Again, you'll see here, if students take Math 8 in our district, they could start 9th grade in Algebra 1. And with all the lovely arrows, you see lots of different opportunities for students to accelerate in San Mateo High School, so they can access AP. Also, if, again, you take algebra in 8th grade in our district, you don't take it again in 9th grade, but you can start in geometry. San Mateo High does have a summer geometry course, but they don't offer that until after 9th grade.
All right, thank you, Pam. I'll jump back in here. So just really to sum things up, that we are returning to you this evening with a proposal to you for approval to offer all students that heterogeneous Math 6 course with a pathway to algebra by 8th grade. And then the commitment to continue our engagements with our stakeholders to finalize the choice around the 7th and 8th grade pathways for fall 2022. So we hand it back to you for any clarifying questions.
Thank you, David and Pam. Peter, if you can take off the slide presentation, please. Great, thank you. All right, so we're going to open this up to some quick clarifying questions. We'll move to public comment, and then we'll have our discussion after that. So who would like to go first if you have any clarifying questions? Please jump in. Nothing from Trustee Corzo, nothing from Trustee Proctor, nothing from Trustee Watkins. Trustee Warren, you're up.
Yeah, I was just wondering, I know that we're in the process of sorting out AB 80. Can you hear me now that my video stopped?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, we hear you much better. Thank you.
You gotta love San Mateo Park neighborhood and their accessibility issues that they have. So anyway, my curiosity is around AB 86 funds and how much of that will be allotted to making this plan work and all the supports around that.
So there's a lot of moving pieces with AB 86 right now. I just want to acknowledge that we're building a sort of a variety of summer programs. The cost for that we're very quickly trying to assess. So just to say, I cannot give you this evening a specific amount that we would be allocating toward this math work. But I would refer you back to the slides where we described the kinds of supports that we would be investing in. So again, the support for summer learning, the opportunities for students to experience additional extended time, whether it's after school or during school, the opportunity for teachers both during the summer and during the school year to have additional time for learning, as well as coaching support, and the opportunity to do more team teaching. So those AB 86 funds that you're calling on will certainly make a lot of that possible, really in an expanded way. I mean, we've been doing this work, as I mentioned in the demonstration, in the Abbott complex. So the AB 86 is going to afford us the opportunity. Plus, I would add the ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funds for the next couple of years.
So I just want to interrupt and say that we are still in process of gathering the stakeholders' interests in how to use AB 86 this summer, next year, and next summer. So we're getting some feedback from our families and our staff about what they would like to see to help the children, and we're costing that out. But there's different ways to support math. It doesn't have to just be AB 86.
Certainly. I just wanted to make sure if we were going to talk about changes or make changes that it could be long lasting and not just short term based upon limited time funding. Thank you.
And you're right, AB 86 would be short term.
Great, thank you. Any other clarifying questions for staff? No, okay. We are going to move on to public comment. Peter, if you take away, but before let's see how many we have. We have, Peter, do you have a number here?
At current, we have 22 and rising. 22
and rising, okay. So we will stick to be consistent with the 2 minutes, but just bear in mind that I know what you all want to hear is probably our discussion and deliberation on this, and I fully expect us to have a healthy discussion about this after public comment. We have received a ton of email and listened and a ton of petitions as well about this topic. We have read them all. We might not have been able to respond to them all in a timely fashion, but we have received a lot. If you happen to not want to use all your time, please don't use all your time, because at the moment we will probably not get to our discussion until maybe 10:30 at night. So let's, Peter, please start.
Okay, so first we have Naomi, then after Naomi will be Julie. Naomi, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead, Naomi.
Great, thank you. Hello, my name is Naomi Goodman and I work at Abbott. I have worked at Abbott for 6 years and have taught 6th grade math, 6th grade math foundations, 6th grade compacted math, 7th grade math, and 7th grade compacted math. One of my biggest frustrations as the main 7th grade math teacher at Abbott is working with students who could take algebra at their 8th grade year, but are barred from it because there is no transferring between pathways once you get to 7th grade. Why did these students not pursue the bridge program to take compacted math in 7th grade? I don't know, but there are several possible good reasons. The part of the human brain that processes logic and reasoning doesn't finish developing in most people until they are around 25 years old. This is the same part of the brain that is responsible for abstract mathematical thinking. Even just one more year of development, that 7th grade year, can make the difference between a student being ready to take on the challenge of algebra and a student not being there quite yet. It's also possible these students, who do well in regular 7th grade math and demonstrate sufficient understanding to push further, wouldn't have kept up in a compacted course. As the 6th grade compacted teacher and a former teacher of 7th grade compacted, I can unequivocally say that we go very fast. A student who could excel in regular math might fall behind in this kind of class. This is why I am so strongly for the idea of doing away with our current math pathway and creating a more accessible 8th grade block program. Students would have that extra year to develop their mathematical mindset. Students would not need to worry about being able to rush their math thinking in order to access higher levels of mathematics. The 8th grade block program would allow anyone to learn all our math curriculum at the pace it is designed to be taught and still go beyond. Please do not continue with our current math pathway. It is unfair to my 7th graders, current and future. They deserve to have access without having to rush. Sorry.
Thank you, Naomi. Okay, next we have Julie, then after Julie will be Sibby. Julie?
Good evening, everyone. I would like to bring to the board's attention that SMETA had the opportunity to hold a meeting with our teachers, and we had the fabulous Amy Burke and Laura Evans explain to us the current math pathways and the need to shift into a heterogeneous math group versus the compacted math track we have at the moment. I would like to share with the board that at that meeting, the overwhelming sentiment was that a heterogeneous 6th grade math was the way to go. We followed that up with a survey, and I would like to share with the board that of the teachers who responded to the survey, well over 80% of them agreed with the district's plan for going forward. I think it's also worth noting that while I understand the community has a stake in this, it's really important that we value what our educators are seeing on the ground in the classrooms as the need for our students. We cannot continue to look at equity as something that's important until something that we like gets taken away. We have to continue to look at equity as how do we meet the needs of all of our learners. I can also share as a 5th grade teacher, I think it's crucial that we stop asking 5th grade teachers to evaluate the readiness of 6th grade compacted math students when elementary math is very different than middle school math. It makes much more sense to me to let middle school teachers evaluate who should be accelerated versus who needs a more heterogeneous approach. Finally, I would like to say that having had the opportunity to work with both Laura Evans and Amy Burke, I can share with you that they are top-notch educators, and I think the board can feel confident in trusting their professional judgment as educators. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Next, we have Sibby, and then after Sibby will be Daniel. Sibby?
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. I have a 7th grader and a rising 6th grader, and I feel strongly that our public schools must provide curriculum that enables all students to reach their highest potential. And there is no doubt that the standard math path needs to be elevated. This should be a top priority, absolutely. But it is not a zero-sum game. Elevating students in non-advanced level classes doesn't mean we need to put a ceiling on the kids who need more stimulation and advancement. Abolishing 6th grade compacted math starts a domino effect that impacts all students and ultimately creates greater inequity. Students with resources get the advanced learning elsewhere through outside tutors and classes, or they leave the public school system altogether. And with their departure, the public school system loses important advocacy and funding that benefits all students. Students who rely solely on public school for their enrichment and whose families can't support 0-hour or summer school attendance are left with limited or no options for advanced math learning. Their academic growth is stunted and the learning gap widens. The proposed plan hurts most the very students it aims to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Sibby. Next, we have Daniel, then after Daniel will be Kim. Daniel?
Hi, good evening. My name is Dan Wexelgreen. I'm the San Mateo Union District Math Coordinator. I've taught math for over 20 years. The California framework is written with the expectation that most students take Algebra 1 in 9th grade, and our district is committed to ensuring that those who follow this trajectory have access to advanced math in high school. I'm just here to confirm that all students who start in Algebra 1 in 9th grade no matter what high school they go to, will have a pathway to AP Calc by 12th grade. The particular pathway depends on the site. It might include summer work or compacted courses or doubling up during the school year. But these pathways have been in place for several years, and there's no plan or desire to end that practice. I also want to note that 87% of the high school teachers who responded to a recent survey from Aragon, Hillsdale, and San Mateo support the proposal to implement a heterogeneous Math 6 course with the understanding that there's a pathway to algebra in 8th grade for those who are interested. Personally, I'm very much in favor of heterogeneous classes, assuming that the teachers are properly trained and supported. There's a significant amount of research that indicates that all students can learn better in high-functioning heterogeneous classrooms, both the students who have struggled in the past as well as the students who have been advanced in math. It's not about certain students always being responsible for teaching other students. Really, it's that there's a larger diversity of opinion and experiences in the room, and through proper instructional practices, students really learn to value each other and appreciate each other's abilities. In this environment, students can and will learn from each other, often in unexpected and surprising ways. And the mathematical discourse in the class can reach much greater depths. So that's pretty much what I had to say, and thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Next, we have Kim. Then after Kim will be Michelle. Kim?
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Chin, members of the board, Superintendent Rosas. My name is Kim Bambao, and I serve as the coordinator at the coordinator for mathematics at the San Mateo County Office of Education. I am here tonight representing County Superintendent McGee and the Curriculum and Instruction Services Program with our support for all students in San Mateo County. We believe all students are capable of learning mathematics with a depth of understanding and with a joy of learning. We know that learning mathematics at the highest level is not dependent on a person's race, socioeconomic status, or language proficiency. All students should be supported to reach their math objectives, objectives in math, career, and life. We believe that in order for all students to have access to the math pathways that support their math goal, acceleration points are best delayed until high school to reduce and remove racialized outcomes of student groups being denied access to and successfully completing high school math courses. The middle school Common Core math standards were expanded with content from prior standards in grades 6, 7, 8, Algebra 1, and Geometry, with additions in probability and statistics. These additions to the breadth and depth of the middle school content provide the critical foundation required to be successful in high school math courses, including advanced courses, science courses, and future studies. Having all students supported with a great foundation in 6th grade math topics is the correct choice to support each student's future goals, whether that future includes advanced placement coursework, career technical coursework, or any other path. Other districts around the state who have delayed math acceleration to higher grades have reported improvements in the number of students participating in higher level math and science courses and positive student attitudes towards math. Currently, the San Mateo County Office of Ed has been assisting our districts across the county by providing research, facilitating collaboration, bringing subject area expertise, and supporting leadership, improving pathways available to all students in mathematics. Additionally,
hey Kim, my apologies for interrupting you, but your time has elapsed. If you could quickly wrap up your thoughts.
Yeah, I'll just quickly say that we also, the California Mathematics Project, which is a statewide organization administered by the University of California, also courageously supports your stance that you're considering in eliminating tracking in 6th grade math, and that an important element of doing this work is, of course, your support as more equitable systems are built. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Next, we have Michelle. Then after Michelle will be Danny. Michelle? Michelle, are you there?
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Rosas. My name is Gabriele, and I am a 7th grader at Abbott Middle School. This is my 2nd year in compacted math, and I would like to tell you about my experience. Compacted math has really helped me. When I was in elementary school, I would get bored in normal math and was beginning to lose interest. But when I entered 6th grade compacted math, I really felt like the other students were as interested in math as me, and the teacher wasn't afraid to challenge us. It's not always easy, but I don't mind being challenged. Now, in 7th grade, my teacher and the other students are able to really delve deeper, and it is fun. If I did not have the opportunity to learn in this way, I'm not sure that I would have continued to be interested in math at all. Also, the other students are comfortable with the same learning pace as I am, and we keep each other motivated. Math is fun now, and I know many of my classmates would agree. I know I'm going to need to be really good at math for the jobs I want to have. I hope that students who come after me will have the same opportunity to succeed. Thank you for your attention.
And thank you, Gabriella. Next, we have Danny. Then after Danny will be Daphne. Danny?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to talk with you. I'm really happy that you're addressing the gaps that are with the math program currently, and you're thinking how to make it better. What my opinion is, my son is currently in the compacted math program. He's in 8th grade in Bayside, and he's also into the GATE program. So what I've seen, it's been really difficult for him when he started in 6th grade. So I think what the board can think is how to make assessment even earlier, not later. So I think students should receive support when they're in elementary school, because when they're in 7th grade, it's gonna be too late to get the support that they needed. So I really hope that you can think of that. And my other advice or something that I wanted to share with you is that you can think of like the assessment, and also I think it should be a parent decision. Parents should has their they should be heard if their child should participate or not into a compacted math. So this way more kids will have access. So I think from one perspective, you can look at the child performance, and then parent can also, so the other thing I was thinking, I'm really sorry that you eliminated geometry, and I hope you can continue the GATE program. So I hope that you have testing for compacted math and GATE program. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Danny. Next, we have Daphne. Then after Daphne will be Jean. Daphne? Daphne, are you there? Daphne, you may need to unmute your microphone. Okay, we'll leave Daphne's hand raised and try to come back. Jean, and then after Jean will be Cara. Jean?
Hi, thank you. I have an undergraduate degree in engineering and a master's degree in education. I believe we can get to a situation where all 8th graders take algebra. To do that, we need a plan. We have hope and aspiration. We hear desires from the district about how they'd like it to work and how the teachers should do it, but we actually have no idea what will happen. We don't have a plan. The school in Long Island, where the reference study was done, had a plan, a multi-year plan, a plan built on community trust, and a plan that accelerated math for all students. I hear none of that here. We are rushing into this with too many unanswered questions. What will the 6th grade curriculum be? What will 7th or 8th grade math be? To reach algebra in grade 8, will students have to go to summer school? That isn't equitable. Will students have to double up and take 2 math classes in 7th and 8th grade? What will be taken out of their schedule to make that happen? Why is that equitable? Why have you not even done the basics to go see what Palo Alto does for their heterogeneous sixth grade math? Instead, you cite 20-year-old studies from New York that don't even match what you were proposing. The district should go do their homework. How do we close the gap before sixth grade? How do we think about learning rate between third and fourth and fifth grades? It's a huge part of the discussion not even mentioned here. In math, we learn not only about position, where kids are at some point in time, but its first derivative, velocity, rate of learning. Again, we can get there, we should get there, but we can't do it without community support. We can't do it without a plan. Please vote no on this proposal.
Thank you, Gene. Next, we have Cara. Then after Cara will be Dana. Cara.
Hi, my name is Karish Bisner. I am a teacher at Lead. I had intended to make a statement about reopening elementary for 5 days, but I am going to need to go to bed soon since I have to teach tomorrow. So I've modified my comment slightly to make it more relevant for this agenda item, and I plan on emailing my original statement to the board. I'm not here to speak for myself or on behalf of other teachers. I'm here to raise the voices of the many families you've not been hearing from. It's frustrating and saddening that I have to speak on their behalf because sufficient action is not being taken to ensure all voices in our district are heard. For example, according to Ed Data, around 30% of students in our district are English learners, and yet I've listened to almost every board meeting since June and have heard only one statement in a language other than English. This should be a huge red flag that should make you stop and think, why aren't we hearing from all of our families, and what can we do to change that? This is just one example that demonstrates that the voices you hear at these meetings are not representative of the entire district, and yet we're making decisions for the whole based on the voices of the few. When I saw the slide summarizing family feedback about heterogeneous math in sixth grade, I saw concerns that reflected a very specific population. I'm grateful that the district is keeping equity in mind by continuing to recommend a heterogeneous sixth grade math program, which will open pathways that would otherwise not be available to our most vulnerable students. To the board, please do not wait for our most vulnerable families to come to you. It is your job to make sure their voices are being heard. As you continue to listen to public comments about this item and others, please think about the large portion of our district who are silenced by the current avenues of communication with the board and district, who we know are primarily our families of color. Please consider why you are not hearing these voices, and please consider how you can change the systems in place to ensure that you are able to hear these silenced voices in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Next, we have Dana, and then after Dana will be Archana. I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly, but maybe not. Dana, you first.
Hi there. My name is Dana Peedy. I'm a math teacher and department chair at Bayside. This is my 7th year in the district, and I have taught Math 6, Math 7, compacted 6th grade math, and the foundation support class. I've been attending a lot of the meetings in the past month about this topic, and something I've noticed is that we all seem to agree on a statement. We as a district really should be providing every interested student with the opportunity to take algebra in 8th grade. I couldn't agree more, which is why I'm so excited about this proposal from the district. At Bayside, I have taught hundreds of students in general 6th and 7th grade math who grew to be creative and flexible math thinkers who would excel in a double block of Math 8 and algebra. But the reason that they became such flexible and deep thinkers is because they had the time to chew on concepts deeply in grade 6 and 7. If they'd begun middle school with the compacted 6, 7, 8 class, they would not have had that chew time to develop their rich and deeply connected ways of thinking. The students who take the current pathways can only keep up with the pace if they think quickly and can rely on memory. But in fact, many of my most brilliant and powerful math moments have actually come from that foundations course, where students have the time and support to think deeply and connect ideas through multiple representations and low floor, high ceiling tasks. Folks may label these students as struggling, but actually foundation students brought these skills to their grade level math classes, where they regularly generated interesting and creative ideas that blew their classmates out of the water. Those skills were developed because students had the time to think deeply. The current pathways sacrifice opportunities to think deep in order to cover topics faster. And to offer the system to incoming sixth graders without robust data or with open enrollment would be setting up even more students to fail. Even some of the students who have satisfied placement criteria in previous years still struggle to develop deep understandings and end up with holes in their content knowledge. It would be professionally irresponsible for us to cause this harm to even more students. So to wrap up, I please encourage you all to support the district proposal for Math 6 for All and develop a new pathway to algebra that really will provide all students with the opportunity to think deep and develop strong understandings. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dana. Next, we have Archana, and then after Archana will be Jingran. Archana.
Hi, my name is Janik Buta, and I'm a 8th grader at Bowditch Middle School, currently taking Algebra 1. As I see it, the options are to simply have to work harder in later high school in all these compacted courses when things will already be stressful. Math has been super easy for me, and I'm not sure why I have to work harder later by taking compacted math courses in high school and or in middle school when I like math and have been easily able to handle the compacted math course in 6th and 7th grade. Why are we constantly making it harder for students to excel? I'm taking geometry right now through an online course in addition to my 8th grade algebra course, as are most of my friends, and we all find it super easy. Most of us are able to get through sections in days or a week, so why are people telling me I am not developmentally ready? Isn't that for me to decide? It seems like you are trying to make things equal by stifling my intelligence. Why would you do that? Why not ask us to help other students come up to a higher level instead of preventing us from learning what we can naturally learn? I like to help people. Why not help other students by giving them free access or school pays for Kumon and other programs that I've done that have really helped me in my development? I think your options will hurt me, my younger brother, and all of my peers a lot in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next, we have Jingran, and then after Jingran will be Elena. Jingran.
Hey, this is Jingran. Good evening. So I want to share my experience. My son, he is currently 9th grader in San Mateo High School. So he took the, compacted pathway in Bowditch, and also he took the geometry. So he really enjoyed it. It really, math is, a subject he's good at. Maybe he's not good at some other subject, but it's what he's good at. So it really helped him, helped his self-esteem, and help him in high school. So he wanted his sister to also have the same opportunity. Right. So he's really sad to hear that. So he wanted me to talk about it. And myself, I have a PhD in statistics. I used to teach undergraduate math and statistics. So I do have some understanding of, of math education as well. The presentation was good. So thanks, David and Pam. But I'm not convinced that, this is a good proposal. So for example, the 100% to algebra in 8th grade, I don't know whether this is a sincere or, realistic goal. So right now you're talking about 20% qualified to go to 6th grade compact math. Like magically now you think like just by 7th grade and 8th grade, there's 100% students will be ready for algebra in 8th grade. I just don't see this as logical. And also, I know there's a lot of, objections and anxieties over this plan. I feel this is really rushed. I see there's like over 1,200 parents sign up to object to this proposal. I think there was not enough discussion. There's not enough planning for this. I think the intention is good. I do think, the earlier comments were good that we should start this earlier, not late. This is just too late. I think we should start in elementary school. We really need to help all our kids with their math. Thank you.
Thank you, Jingran. Next, we have Elena. Then after Elena will be Eric. Elena.
Hi, can you all hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Awesome, thank you. So my name is Elena Winberry, and I am a 6th and 7th grade teacher at Bayside Academy, and I have been with the district for 3 years. I am sharing now to show my support for the implementation of a heterogeneous 6 math course, as I believe this change is what is best for all students. I'm going to tell a personal story. So when I was in elementary school, I loved math, and I strongly identified with being a math learner. When the time came to track in middle school, I was put in the accelerated track, but looking back on the experience, I do not believe I was ready for algebra in 8th grade. I took notes, memorized the formulas that my teachers taught me, paid attention in class, and got good grades on my tests. I was taught to memorize and think fast rather than flexibly and deeply. Those behaviors got me into the accelerated pathway, but they were not enough to sustain my confidence in myself as a math learner. Thinking quickly rather than deeply did not support conceptual understanding, and as I moved through geometry, algebra 2, and into calculus, the idea of get the right answer and if you struggle, you're not smart grew stronger in my mind, and my perception of myself as a strong math learner dwindled. I am a prime example of why moving faster through math classes is not better. And because of this experience, I am also against opening up our current pathway to anyone who is interested. If I had been a rising 6th grader in our district for this upcoming school year and was given the option to join the compacted course, I would have, and I probably would have done fine in the moment. But doing fine can lead to gaps in understanding and to the slow deterioration of math confidence over time. And whether those effects are immediate or not, I believe that if we open up the compacted track to anyone who wants it, this could be the result for many kids, which is not right or fair. The way that the current system is set up, students are not given enough time to go deeper into the math concepts. This can lead to them relying too much on memorization, which in turn will set students down the path that I went. All students who want algebra in 8th grade deserve to have more time to get there, and I believe the double block of Math 8 and algebra will be the best option for all students going forward. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Elena. Next, we have Eric. Then after Eric will be Bay. Eric?
Excellent. Can you hear me now?
We can. Go ahead.
All right. So good evening, everybody. My name is Eric Mangold, and I've been teaching mathematics at Bayside for the past 7 years. During that time, I have also taught many years of 6th grade compacted math, at least 5 years. I'm very excited to hear that our district may finally be getting rid of compacted math in 6th grade. The compacted pathways, especially in 6th grade, have been, and if not canceled, will continue to be a huge disservice to the vast majority of students in our school district. When you separate students into 2 classrooms, example, regular math and compacted math, regardless of your purpose, students will interpret it as good at and not good at. So if you can imagine that first day in middle school, you're basically categorizing students before they have even had a chance to step foot on campus and prove themselves. To those students that have been categorized as not good at, you're giving the instructors yet another barrier to cross with students when trying to encourage math confidence. Why is it better for all students to mix all populations? Plain and simple, students learn the most from each other. Research does show that when 2 students work together on a task, for example, a student feeling confident with material and a student that begins the task feeling less confident with material, both students learn more upon completion of that task. The benefits to the less confident student is very easy to understand. However, benefits to the confident student can be even greater. This is because the confident student has to demonstrate their ideas. In doing so, they are often asked questions that can be difficult to explain. They may even have to use a different approach in order to help the other student understand. Their discussion allows the more confident
Eric, my apologies for interrupting, but your time has elapsed. If you could please quickly wrap up your thoughts.
Yes, just wrapping up. We need to create a culture of education among all students among San Mateo Foster City School District. Compacted math creates separation amongst our student body and does not allow a culture of education to be distributed evenly without within our school. I know you're going to hear a lot of squeaky wheels to keep compacted going. I urge you and encourage you to listen to the research instead of the loudest voice. Thank you for your time. Please think about those students that are not represented here. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it. Next, we have Bay, and then after Bay will be Mia. Bay, and I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Yes, correct.
Thank you,
Good
Bay. Go
evening,
ahead.
everyone. I'm a parent of a rising sixth grader. This is my first time attending a school district meeting. The diversity of the topics, the depth of the discussion, and the length of the meeting are all very overwhelming. Thank you all the trustees for working so hard serving this community, trying to get our district to provide better education for all students. But here I want to express my strong opposition to the proposal to cancel the sixth grade compact math program. I applaud the intentions and all the goals that the proposal mentioned, but I don't see any evidence to support the claims that this proposal will achieve those goals. Actually, I can provide one evidence to show that this proposal will not help these goals at all. So one of the reasons cited for the proposal is the disproportionate enrollment to the compact math program. So we see that in the past enrollment data, and those results are at the end of elementary school. So it has nothing to do with middle school program. And we know that all students in elementary schools, they are in heterogeneous classes. After elementary school, we see this gap. How can we expect that the heterogeneous classes will magically solve this gap in just 1 year in middle school? That's just unreasonable and unlogic. Based on the reason alone, I would say please veto this proposal. And also, the high school math path that's mentioned in the proposal will not help college education at all. If you only take AP calculus in 12th grade, it won't show up in your application, and you won't have the opportunity to take other AP classes, such as AP Physics. And those classes are really important for college students in STEM areas. You know, even if you can get your kids into college, if they're not ready, they cannot finish the college education. So to consider the benefit of all the students, please veto this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Bay. Next, we have Mia. Then after Mia will be Aaron. Mia?
Good evening. My name is Mia Bennett, and I'm a language and literacy specialist at Abbott and a member of the Sanctuary Task Force. On behalf of the Sanctuary Task Force, we share this statement tonight in support of the heterogeneous sixth grade math proposal. The San Mateo Foster City School District Sanctuary Task Force is committed to ensuring that all students and families in SMFCSD are safe, supported, celebrated, inclusive of all birthplaces and immigration status, allowing all students to pursue a rigorous, high quality, and equitable education. Our English learners and immigrant origin students bring tremendous assets to our schools and communities, and when we ensure an evidence-based, intellectually rigorous education for our English learners through equitable educational practices, we provide access to their brilliant thinking and global perspectives, supporting the growth and development of all of our students. We are excited by the possibility that our district will move from only 20% of students having access to algebra to all students having access to algebra by their 8th grade year, and know that all students can and will thrive in a heterogeneous 6th grade classroom with the right support. We'll leave you with a quote from an elementary math teacher who didn't feel comfortable to speak here tonight. Quote, "It's my firm belief that there are many, many students in our district who would thrive in an algebra-bound math pathway and are not provided access in the current course configuration." Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. Next, we have Aaron. Then after Aaron will be Christina. Aaron.
Hi, good evening. I was looking at the slides and I'm hoping that if you choose one of these new pathways, can you please choose one that doesn't result in the necessity of a double block for math? I mean, a double block of math, it sounds like definitely fun and awesome, and I'm not being flipped when I say that. but it would be at the expense of some other important and interesting class, like maybe band or a language. And I don't think we should make kids have to choose. I think having the teacher identify kids is the best option. So many middle school teachers have been calling in tonight. I've been fascinated to hear them speak. I think they will do the best job to, help like kids choose and put them into the pathway, and just have it be that combined 7B8 choice. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Erin. Next, we have Christina. Then after Christina will be Jan. Christina?
Hi, yes, thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to, I'm Christina, I'm a mother of a 5th grader and a 2nd grader. And I'd like to strongly discourage the board from moving forward with the proposal that's on the table tonight. There's been specific mention of the need to ensure that the teachers are trained and supported in order to move forward with this type of program. However, with only 2 months left of the school year, I'm really concerned as to whether or not they'll have time to be able to have that training and support that's needed. As well as I'd like to make sure that as we're thinking about doing this, that we really think about whether or not the class sizes are also being reduced in order to accomplish this. Today, when we have heterogeneous math at the elementary school level, many of the students are getting bored, as we heard from others. Others are looking to supplement with things like Russian math or private tutors. And this isn't necessarily fair to the full population as well. And so I just encourage you to think through all of these potential pieces, as well as the last piece, which is this mention of summer. There's a real, summer is not necessarily just the time for additional learning. It should also be an opportunity for students to gain other skills and to have that break to really allow them to refresh and regroup for the year ahead. So thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Next, we have Jan, and then after Jan will be Larry. Jan?
Hi, thank you for allowing the time to speak. I come to you as a parent of a 6th grader and an 8th grader, the 8th grader who has come through the compacted math program and is currently in Algebra 1. I come to you with multiple requests, one being to reject the current plan because it is a partial plan, and a partial plan serves no one. It serves no one, and my 8th grader would speak to that if she were still awake, because she lost the opportunity to take geometry in 8th grade because it was taken from her as a plan that would be absorbed later on, and it was not. The high schools were not prepared to absorb that change, and the students lost the opportunity. So the partial plan of removing geometry in 0 period from the 8th graders this year was not absorbed anywhere. They just lost it. It's a gap year for those students. And I worry for the 6th graders coming in, more so for the 7th graders next year, that could happen again, and that's not okay. Come up with a full plan, bring a full plan to the board and vote on that. I do offer complete support for allowing homogeneous math in 6th grade. I think it's a fabulous idea, and I really do think it will greatly expand the access to the higher level maths in middle school. I'm fully supportive of that, but make it a plan, make it a full plan, and then vote on it. Coming with this plan is partial and embarrassing. I also wonder, why not both? Why can't you allow the people that do feel that they're ready, the people in 5th grade right now, such as some of the students you heard from tonight, who are eager to take more math? Why don't you allow one class of compacted 6th grade math at every class, at every middle school in your district, and then allow the bridge pathway that you're still working on for other students? Why not both? Why does it have to exclude anything until you have a fully baked plan? So again, I offer reject the partial, insist on a full plan, because that's how this board should operate. You should have fully baked plans in place. And if you can't do that, if you feel really strongly that this homogeneous math must be in place by next year because of COVID or whatever, existential circumstances, then why not offer both? Do both for next year and then come up with a fully baked plan for next. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Next, we have Larry. Then after Larry will be Andrew. Larry?
Hello. Thank you for letting me speak. I think the previous speaker had some very interesting points. I do think that a lot of the complaints about this current system have to do, as the very first speaker pointed out, not with what's going on in 6th grade, but by the current lack of the ability for people to differentiate to an accelerated pathway later. So the problem that exists is not necessarily that people can differentiate earlier. It's that in the current system, they can't differentiate later. So to me, this sort of sounds like a false choice. There are some people who might be able to differentiate earlier, and other people who might be able to differentiate to an accelerated pathway later. Why can't we allow both of these things to happen? So I think a good plan, which would be a comprehensive plan, might allow for that, and would take away some of the stigma of that some of the teachers are pointing out for people who are in 6th grade not being in the quote accelerated path. So overall, the current proposal strikes me as a piecemeal approach, and I just want to say to the board members that might be, still deciding what to do on this, that the board has the opportunity to demand that the staff come back with a more comprehensive solution. If you vote this down, it doesn't mean the end of this particular pathway if you're really on board with it. But if you're going to sell it to the parents, and I think that's important, it would be good to have a comprehensive plan that solves more problems than it creates. And merely putting pressure on the later grades is not really going to be much of a solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Larry. Next, we have Andrew. Then after Andrew will be Raina. Andrew?
Hi, I guess I'll start by saying that where I went to school, we had heterogeneous 6th grade math, and it was great. I did fine. I enjoyed math. I went on to be a math major. I love math. I have no problem with that. I have some problems with this plan, and I'm going to break them down pretty quickly because I don't have a lot of time. The first is that the plan is super expensive. The second is that the plan is going to increase inequity. It's not going to reduce inequity. The third is that it's likely to create a second lost year after a pandemic year. And the third is that we do need change, and I want to make sure that we are driving towards that. The plan as it's laid out requires us to train teachers, identify and resource and deploy a brand new curriculum all over a very short period of time. That is going to increase the chances that students who are in this new curriculum next year are going to lose ground even further. As teachers who have not mastered the curriculum are trying to teach students who have fallen behind over the last year, there's going to be this double cut to their ability to learn. Students who are recovering from a pandemic gap should not be forced to be guinea pigs for a brand new curriculum. They should be catching up with a curriculum that the educators we have right now have already mastered. The plan also increases inequity. Not all students can or will be able to double up on math. Not all students can or will be able to take summer school. The best way to increase equity is to let students move up or down as the needs dictate. If a student is performing at a level where they should be moved up, they should be moved up immediately or at the next sensible point. They shouldn't be held back for 3 years because they didn't happen to be put in compacted math in 6th grade. And lastly, I want to emphasize we do need change. We have an inequitable and inflexible system, and we are currently underperforming our potential. I'm all for change. We need a plan that will affect that change and achieve all of those goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Next, we have Raina. Then after Raina will be Bahua. Raina?
Yeah, hi, this is Rena Korb. I just want to say, you presented a plan at the last board meeting. It lacked details, it lacked plans. Then you hosted chats. and listened or said you were listening to parents, but you came back with the exact same plan, just with extra details, but none that really explained to the parents how this new program would work. We had, you called out 4 concerns that parents shared with you, and they were not alleviated by your new set of slides. This was a foreseeable problem, this lack of knowing who was going to be in compacted math. I don't understand why this was not addressed and really figured out sooner. It's not okay to take away a math program and have no plan. The only way this would work is if we trusted you, if we parents trusted you. You have said over and over again in this horrific pandemic year, we need to earn your trust. You have to trust us. You would not need to keep saying that if we trusted you. You need to tell the parents the plan, the details, the costs, how the teachers are going to get trained on time. This is around the corner. I just feel that you really need to earn the parents' trust. We actually do matter in this whole situation. We are stakeholders, and you really think you can shunt us off to the side, and it's not right, and we will not accept it. Thank you.
Thank you, Raina. Okay, if I'm mispronouncing it, my apologies. Bahua, and then afterwards will be Stephen. Bahua. Bahua, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Ah, there you are. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, the Board of Trustees. I really urge you to reconsider this proposal. I wholeheartedly support your goal of getting more students into Algebra 1 in the 8th grade, but I'm concerned that the plan is not there. There's really no concrete plan. I'm concerned that if this proposal is approved now without a plan, it's going to hurt the entire community and all the students. That's all.
Thank you, Bahua. Next, we have Stephen. Then after Stephen will be Amit. Stephen?
Hello, hi. Yes, thank you for the opportunity. I'm the parents of an incoming 6th grader, so I haven't followed this until recently because I heard from other parents, there's gonna some change to the math program, especially for 6th graders. That's why I attend this meeting first time. First of all, thank you all, the board members stay late to have this discussion. So to me, I totally agree with the previous several speakers that it's very premature to make the change because to me that I'm not clear about what's the new plan. What's the advantage the new plan bring compared to the current program, right? The only premises we heard is that, we're gonna for all students, but we know from our experience that the one size does not fit all, right? We want to provide all the students with opportunities. So we need to give them more options, but not less a few options. I think to me that it's better to have a current program as it is, but in the meantime, we can think about other programs, how we add to the math curriculum, so can help some of the underserved students, so they get the education deserved. In the meantime, we don't want, limit the opportunity to other students who can thrive in a more challenging, curriculum. So I just urge the board member to really consider this before making the premature decisions, because that's gonna hurt everybody here. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Next, we have Amit, and then after Amit will be Svetlana. Amit.
Good evening, board and trustees. My name is Amit Saini. I'm a resident of Foster City. I'm the parent of a child in kindergarten, so I'm really not affected by this decision and hoping to provide you with some unbiased views. First of all, I believe your intentions are very noble, so a huge kudos. But based on what I've seen, what you have in front of you is an idea. It's a good idea, but to call it a plan would be a stretch. There's no scope, schedule, budget, timing, identification of risks. So I urge you to delineate between, yes, my love, I urge you to delineate between what's an idea and what's a plan. And secondly, I would have loved to hear about more emphasis in the elementary grade. This has somehow become a discussion about 6th grade. I believe the divergence really starts much early on and must be addressed in elementary grades. Those are the only 2 comments I wanted to make. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Amit. Next, we have Svetlana. Then after Svetlana will be Amy. Svetlana, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Svetlana. I'm a parent of 7th grader and a 4th grader. And I was looking for the documents that was provided to us, including frequently asked questions. And it is said in there, it's a quote, that San Mateo School District and Hillsborough are the only one districts in the county that continue to offer compacted math in 6th grade. And I did my research and it isn't true. The Belmont district, they provide Algebra 1 in 7th grade and geometry in 8th grade. And Menlo Park start compacted math in 5th grade with possible Algebra 2 in 8th grade. So I'm trying to understand where this information coming from about San Mateo being the only district. And maybe we should look at other districts to figure out how they can do it and we can't for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Svetlana. Next, we have Amy. Then after Amy will be Rich. Amy? Amy, are you there? Amy, you may need to unmute. Okay, possible technical difficulties. We'll go on to the next one. We'll keep our hand up. Rich, go ahead, Rich, and then after Rich will be Ali. Rich?
Hi, thanks so much. I think so far there are a couple of things that are pretty clear. One is that we need some sort of change. And I think that, 30 countries are ahead of the United States. We're about in the middle with 8 other countries, and 30 countries are behind us in math achievement. But even within our country, middle of the pack, we're 43rd in California out of 52 states and territories. So I definitely agree that, some change is needed. So I'm definitely not in favor of keeping the status quo. However, I think, there's a lot of reasons to think that this is not a plan that we should vote yes on. I think there's way too many open questions. I'm not going to repeat all the, comments made by everyone else, but I think they brought up some really good points. I think, we do have a heterogeneous classroom in math from kindergarten to 5th grade, and it has resulted in a lot of inequity. It has resulted in about a 3-year gap in achievement from one group to another. So I think it is unrealistic to think that, in 6th grade, a heterogeneous classroom is going to sort of magically solve our problems. Now, at the last board meeting, the main study that was used in support of this plan was by Burris. And, there's some interesting things there. And I think that in the long run, replicating something like that would be worthwhile. But this plan is not that. This plan is almost the opposite, actually. In that study, they actually kept the most accelerated track and they gradually phased out the less advanced ones. But the way that they did that was with intensive workshops, 4 days a week. A lot of the children who were underperforming stayed after and were able to make up for it. So I think, this thinking fast versus thinking deep, it's a false dichotomy. We have students who right now think about math all day. They think about it when they go home. So they're thinking, they don't have to choose to think fast. They're thinking all day about it and they're thinking deeply. So I do think there's a lot of students who are ready for the compacted math. I think we should keep that in place and make some of the other changes that have been proposed to the general math curriculum in the meantime, and then come up with a fully baked plan, not during a pandemic year, and move forward when there's a full plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Next, we have Ali. Then after Ali will be Tor. Ali?
Thank you. Good evening. I'm the mother of 3 students in San Mateo Foster City School District, 5th grade, 3rd grade, and kindergarten. It is clear that the current math pathways are not working for all students, and it is essential that we focus on improving outcomes and access for all students. However, compacted math is working for many students and should remain an option for those students. Why hasn't the district shared data on the huge number of students who are developing a deep and lasting understanding of math concepts through the compacted program? Or the 2E, twice exceptional students who have found participation in the compacted program essential to their emotional well-being? Many students thrive in the compacted program and should not be denied the opportunity to continue it. There is no reason that it needs to be eliminated in order for the new pathway you are proposing to be implemented. It is wonderful that you are considering a plan that will allow more students to access algebra in 8th grade. However, you have not explained why this new pathway cannot exist in parallel with the existing compacted pathway. According to the definition adopted by the district's own equity task force, educational equity means that each student receives what they need to develop their full academic and social emotional potential as measured through multiple data metrics. Working toward equity involves discovering and cultivating the unique gifts, talents, and interests that every human possesses. Advanced learners are stakeholders in this district too, and their needs also matter. I urge the board to retain the compacted pathway for next year's 6th graders to work to ensure that the needs of all of the district students are met. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. Next, we have Tor, and then after Tor will be Stephen. Tor. Tor, are you there? You may need to unmute your microphone in order to address the board.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can now. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Tor Schoenmeier. I'm the father of a 3rd grader and a 5th grader. I work in a technology company and have a PhD in a technical field. This is my first time joining a board meeting. During the academic year, our school participated in an online mathematics competition called Math Madness, and I served as one of the coaches for my elementary school. And I'm here to report we had a huge interest. I think almost half the school signed up. And many students did really well and expressed their excitement of getting into more challenging topics. And I would say, based on my experience as a coach for this competition, it's my belief that many students are ready and would benefit from a compacted option. And I also share the concern mentioned by some of the previous callers that if the compacted option is not offered by the district, then many of the parents with the means to do so will seek out options elsewhere. So in summary, I ask the board members to vote no for this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Tor. Next, we have Stephen. Then after Stephen will be Uday. Stephen.
Hey, thanks, board. I'm a parent in the district, and I'm also a STEM professor, and I'm passionate about math education. I thought it was really inspiring to hear so many teachers from the district tonight speaking to how powerful a heterogeneous math class would be for math learning. I think it makes so much sense to perform this assessment in middle school instead of in elementary school. I trust these educators. I really appreciate our teachers, and I'm excited that this accelerated math program will continue to provide identical 8th grade options for all students through the plans discussed. And also note that changes to this plan could be made in the future. And I was excited to hear from many educators that all learners could excel in this environment. Our district is large and diverse. We heard data earlier just tonight that our district also disproportionately identified Hispanic students as having learning disabilities for the past 3 years in a row. We know educational disparities exist at the K-5 level within and between schools. We know these disparities have gotten worse because of COVID. We heard from teachers tonight, many of them, the union middle school teachers, longtime teachers that have taught many different math classes, that this heterogeneous math program can help with these disparities and enable all students to excel. And so to me, this is 100% a yes and and I'm very excited to explore these possibilities. So I ask you tonight to please enact the heterogeneous math program to prevent locking in these learning disparities that exist in K-5 and in COVID times, to enable advanced math access for all math students. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stephen. Next, we have Uday, and then after Uday will be Grayson. Uday?
Hi, I'm the parent of a rising sixth grader and have volunteered at the Foster City Elementary School for running the Math Olympiad program since these kids were in fourth grade. And over the last 2 years, I've seen a lot of growth in these kids over the last 2 years and feel that the new proposal misses out on the golden opportunity for such kids that are ready to be challenged as they enter middle school, and also puts a lot of burden on math teachers to fulfill the promises of the new proposal. I have 3 things to say about this proposal: the good, the bad, and the ugly. The good is the focus and rigor on the math instruction at 6th grade. While this action is certainly welcome, the type of instruction is desirable to be done at elementary grade levels. The bad is the removal of the action for option for compacted math in 6th grade. Families that do understand importance of rigorous instruction at an early age, and communities that have supported them by way of math enrichment programs like the Math Olympiad, feel like this is a shutting of a door when you got to the front of the line. The ugly is the absence of a real plan, what to do after these kids are in the 6th grade. The options presented in the community sessions earlier are scary to say the least. One of them asks us to work ask the kids to work in summer, and the other two have double blocks of periods of math, which will cause burnout for our kids, even the more brighter kids who are ready to be challenged in math. So in summary, I would ask us to keep the good, remove the bad, and work on the ugly. Let's work on a proposal that we all can agree on. And I urge the members to please consider this.
Thank you, Uday. Next, we have Grayson, and then after Grayson will be C-Sun. Grayson?
Thank you for your time. I actually was really reticent to speak today, but I have to speak up because I'm really tired of attending these meetings and having the Asian community be marginalized and excluded as a minority group. I am an English second learner. I come from a family and I am an immigrant family member. I didn't come from money. I didn't come from opportunities. Opportunities were not given to me. And when I hear teachers and people in positions of power like you, as the staff members, as the trustees, make statements continuously in these meetings, excluding the Asian community members as minorities, it's insulting, it's degrading, it is absolutely further perpetuating stereotypes that perpetuate racism against another minority group. It is not okay. And it is time and time again that I hear this happening in these meetings. And it stems from the leadership in this group. You need to really look upon yourself and really, really look at how you use your words and how these words impact the community and impact the families in your school districts. We teach our children that words have power to harm and that it also has the power to help and bring up and bring together. Stop promoting continued racism and perpetuating these statements by excluding us as not being minorities. I am a person of color. Do not exclude my voice and do not exclude my feedback. And other families that have spoken up that are of minority that you exclude in that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Grayson. Next, we have C-Sun, and then after C-Sun will be Kaligi. C-Sun?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Chen Su. First of all, following that speech, and I want to say I'm also a person of color, and I think some teachers said earlier that the person of color are not represented here, and I am one of them. So First, I want to speak from personal experience. So when I first came to this country as a young middle schooler, I didn't speak, English fluently. Yet my math teacher at the time recommended me skipping to AP Math because he understood me and he understood my ability, and he understood that there is not one path for all students. And then for some students, the accelerated, math path may be the best path. And that was the best path for me. So he recommended me skipping, even, at the time I wasn't even speaking, English fluently. So, and then to this day, I'm still grateful to him because he boosted my confidence as a young, new immigrant. So I found it actually very difficult to believe that all teachers in our school district support this proposal if they truly care about, all students, because that's not, what my math teacher did. So I challenged the school board or the district actually to come up with a tailored plan or the tailored path to Algebra 1. So more students can access to Algebra 1, but then at the same time, do not cut off the best path that may be for some students. So for that reason, I, asked for the board to reject the proposal because there isn't one path, for everyone. And this current path, is the best path for some students, and then that should continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Chensu. Next, we have Kaligi, and then after Kaligi will be Kathy. Kaligi?
Hello, board members. Thank you for giving me opportunity to speak today. I am a mother of a rising sixth grader and a rising third grader. First of all, what I would like to do is I really want to thank all the board of trustees here to put a lot of personal time during this pandemic to work through so many unknown issues. Kudos to you guys. But when it comes to the math and particular this issue, I do think that board members should look at, the petition, which has 1,100 plus signatures. I am one of the, I signed the petition, and I'm encouraging you to reject the proposal for now, and the ask education services and the district for having a plan. When we fail to plan, we are basically planning to fail. So having a proper plan with the cost, the training, the extensive timelines, have a data from a pilot study program, even in our district, that would be the right path to do. This issue was introduced just in March for a very short period of time to turn around and have a change. Is basically we are setting ourselves to fail, and we're setting ourselves to fail this whole generation. So my urge is just have a right plan, and the district will be with you. But at this point of time, I think we have 1,000 plus families which are urging you to not make a mistake of not having enough plan. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Kaligi. Next, we have Kathy, and then after Kathy, we have Mike. Kathy, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can't hear you, Kathy. Go ahead.
Okay, hi. This is Kathy. I'm a mom with 2 kids who attend the San Mateo and the First City School District. This is my first time to enter this kind of meeting because I'm really worried about the reputation of our school district, and kind of like don't understand why the board have this kind of proposal in such a short period. So as a mom, currently we have kids who enrolled in this compact PASS program, and we really appreciate that the teacher and the school provide this kind of program, get the kids prepared. They can achieve those algebra. Used to be have another geometry in the 8th grade, but last year the school district just suddenly canceled the geometry without any public hearing. So that's another story. So now the proposal just want to cancel another current compact math in 6th grade. And I fully agree. We want to achieve the goal to get all the students be ready for Algebra 1 in 8th grade. But based on the proposal now, we can't see any concrete plan. And also, we really don't want to hear anything combined race in those math subjects. I think if that math is like, it's just a math, it's subject. We should focus on the overall success rate, how our school district prepare for kids when they graduate from the middle school, they're ready for those advanced math program in the high school. It's not just a focus on those different number for the race. I feel like that is not how to say, it's another kind of like a political sense. Don't mess it with our math project. That's my strong opinion. I holding the strong opinion to no for canceling those compact math program. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Next, we have Mike. Then after Mike will be Gail. Mike?
Hi, I'm a parent of a 4th grader and a 9th grader. I support trying to get more kids into algebra by 8th grade, but I think you do need to recognize that this proposal takes away opportunities from higher achieving students. I heard a statement made that with the proposed pathways, the kids will end up in the same place, but that's not true. My son took compacted math in 6th grade, and as a result of that, he was able to take both algebra and geometry in 8th grade. And now in high school, he's on an advanced path and he is excelling. My daughter, who's in 4th grade, would not have that same opportunity under the current plan, because if the compacting is shifted from 6th grade to the later years of middle school, I don't see how it would be possible for her to take 8th grade math, algebra, and geometry all during her 8th grade year. It would just be too much as a practical matter to do 3 years of math in a single year. I heard from other parents that geometry, I guess, may already be gone. So maybe she already won't have the same opportunities as my son. But I think you should really see it as a problem that within just a few years, one sibling could have fewer opportunities than another one. It just seems like that's taking the district in the wrong direction. And so I would urge you to vote no on this proposal. And for that matter, I would also urge you to bring back geometry in 8th grade. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Next, we have Gail. Then after Gail will be Julian. Gail?
Hello, good evening. You know, there have been a lot of people on this call saying that they are speaking on behalf of certain community members who haven't shown up tonight, but those are misleading statements. I am an Hispanic immigrant. I came to this country in the middle of 7th grade, and I have spoken to many people in my community. I have reviewed the names and comments on a petition that has gathered over 1,100 signatures. And the Hispanic community is not a monolithic group with a single opinion on this plan. We have diverse opinions about this plan. I, as a Latina, as an immigrant, and a significant part of my community members vehemently oppose adoption of this plan. It is incomplete. It does not solve problems. And I know I have a huge amount of support when I say this. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Next, we have Julian. Julian, go ahead. Julian?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can't hear you now. Go ahead.
Sorry, it's actually my son's Zoom name. So my name is Richard Sa. I'm a father of 3. I have 3 kids. First one is a 7th grader at Bowditch. He's a beneficiary of compacted math. I have twins, 4th grade, so they will be going to Bowditch. I think providing equity is a very important topic to give each student the fullest opportunity available to them with accessibility and support in place. But canceling compact math for 6th grade, I believe that is a wrong approach to reach equity. Imagine if everybody is in the heterogeneous class in 6th grade, then they have to take the pathway in the 7th grade to place into the compacted math. Imagine family with money and resources. They will go out and hire tutors, lessons to make sure their kids get in. And the families don't have those resources, they will be left behind. So in a way, it is actually counterproductive to the goal that we're trying to achieve. And also due to the pandemic, we understand the school doesn't have the opportunity to assess the students. So rather than suppressing the compact math program, why don't we consider offering compact math program to all the incoming 6th grader as an opt-in option? If they're interested in math, why not reject them? Give them the equity to learn more advanced math. And rather than suppressing, the higher learning, why don't we provide more resources to help those people? That's raise the bar, but not lower the bar to meet our requirement. And I just believe this is a very short-sighted decision without a concrete plan. And we have 1,100 family members petition. And I hope you guys really listen because parents do matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Okay, President Chen, we have no other hands for public comment at this time.
Great. Thank you, everybody, for providing your comments and submitting your emails and calling and really reaching out to us. So we are going to open up to board comments and deliberation. If I can make one suggestion to us, to the board, is that in really so the people who are the first timers here at the on the school board meeting, is that this is really the only time for us to deliberate amongst ourselves, the 5 of us, without violating the Brown Act. So I would really love to hear what everyone's sort of opinion is about the topic prior to sort of telling us how you want to vote, because I'd love to hear everybody before we actually get to sort of a motion or vote. I do think that there's going to be a healthy discussion here, and it'd be great for us to discuss this item. So with that, I will open it up to board discussion.
I can go first. Let me just pull up my notes because I took lots of notes. Okay. So I wanted to first thank the team for the tremendous amount of work on the proposed plan for middle school math. I also want to thank everyone for the community engagement sessions and responding to the community questions. I think that we clearly need to do better in math. Seeing that almost 30% of students are not meeting 8th grade math standards is alarming, and we must make a change. I'm not opposed to a 6th grade heterogeneous math class that improves the quality and rigor of math learning for all students. And I certainly support continuing to provide opportunities for as many prepared students to take algebra in 8th grade as possible. I want our students to be well prepared for high school and set up for success. I want our classes to provide our students with endless possibilities and do not want them to be limited in their options going forward. I think it's really important that as a community, we trust our educators and empower them to make decisions that are going to make our schools better, improve outcomes, and set all of our students up for success. I do feel, however, that as a school district, the planning and communication around this has left a lot of the community members feeling unease. There were some communications to 5th grade parents this school year about the 6th grade compacted math program and that information would be forthcoming. Those emails didn't indicate that there was a possibility that 6th grade compacted math wouldn't happen. And now to some parents, this is feeling rushed and it's creating mistrust. I'm concerned that we've gone through a year of pandemic related chaos where the trust in our school district feels low and anxiety feels high. In addition to the lack of a solid plan is also giving me pause as a decision maker. I feel most comfortable if I have details. And so there are things that I would like to know. As much as I support this, I have questions that I think would help me understand better that this is the right plan. So, you know, I want to know, what does the future look like when 6th grade compacted math is eliminated? For example, what's our district's specific pathway to algebra for 6th graders? What are the supports that we plan to implement to achieve our goals? How will we measure whether we are on track with the plan? And what are the budget impacts? For example, how much does it cost to provide adequate additional professional learning for teachers? How much does it cost to add additional classroom support, summer learning, extended math learning opportunities during the school year, math workshops, etc.? And if the plan is to use AB 86 funds for this, what happens when the money runs dry? After the summer of 2022, will we have set ourselves up to continue providing the necessary support for math learners without those funds? And how exactly are we allocating the AB 86 funds? There's so many ways to use the money, and I know that we have a stakeholder committee that is also looking at how these funds could be spent. Wouldn't it be a prudent course of action to understand exactly how much of those funds would go towards math support before moving forward? The communication I've had with the community members that have engaged with me on this is that they want more information. I do not want to contribute to the perpetuation of inequitable practices in our school district, but when these community members come to me and say that they do not trust that their children are going to benefit from this plan, then I have to push back on the school district to say that we have some more work to do around communicating and educating our communities and building trust. I really want our students to thrive. I consider myself a math person, and I want all kids to feel confident in math and to reach their highest potential. Frankly, I would want the San Mateo and Foster City kids to show up to 9th grade and really knock the socks off their high school teachers. I know that won't happen if we just continue down the same path that we've been on for years. So I am in full support of doing what it takes to improve outcomes. I want to support our education experts in our school district, but I feel like we need to present a solid plan to the community that shows that how this plan is going to work and how it's going to meet the needs of all of our students to build trust and community support. I believe in our mission, which is to provide rigorous, high quality, and equitable education for all of our students to achieve their full academic, social, and emotional potential. But there's a piece in there that says we will do this while partnering with our families and our community. So while I support this, and while I really appreciate all of the educators that spoke tonight, and I really want to get there, I'm feeling that we need to build some additional trust and provide some additional information to parents and to families. So that is what I have to say.
I'm happy to jump in next. Thanks for sharing, Trustee Proctor. I agree. Community engagement is, you know, a great thing, and so I'm happy and grateful to everyone for reaching out and for all the conversations, you know, individual conversations, group conversations that, you know, I've had around this issue that have raised a lot of important considerations for our district. I really am appreciative to district staff for all the time and effort put into this, for responding to community input and concerns and feedback, and engaging in those community listening sessions, et cetera. You know, I think that in a lot of ways, there is quite a bit of alignment on the overall goal, that as a whole, we all want highly rigorous and engaging math instruction for all students in our district. I think the majority of our community, all stakeholders, believe that. And sometimes that's the hardest thing to agree on. And there are many possible paths for achieving that goal. And I know, as David shared in the presentation, right, there are different philosophies and beliefs and experiences about which path is going to be best, which path is the most rigorous, which path is the most equitable. It's okay to have different perspectives on that. And these are the kinds of conversations I think that are crucial for us to have as a board, as a district, as a community, if we hope to build a district that does not predict success based on your socioeconomic status, your race, ethnicity, language. So I'm glad that we're having a conversation. For me, a big part of this is about challenging a system. This is a system that has worked for some people for a really long time. It's also a system that has not worked for others for a really long time. And the students that this has not worked for, you know, when we talk about, we've got some emails that talked a little bit about, right, Black Lives Matter living in practice, not just on signs, right? That has to matter in policy and in practice. It has to matter here. It has to matter now. These changes, I believe, are challenging a system, which is part of what makes these conversations so difficult. It challenges the cementing. Think of one public comment shared around cementing educational inequity in 6th grade. It challenges that system in our district. It challenges a notion of saying in 6th grade who is smart and who isn't, who is capable of achieving and who isn't. These things don't just matter other places, they matter here in our system, in our district, even when it means that our kid might have a different experience than we expected. And so I say that just to say, I think sometimes it becomes, and I get it, right? Everyone sitting up here on the board is also a parent. So we absolutely understand advocating for your child and what you believe is best for them. But I do want to push us all to think about, because I think every time that we have challenged a system, we had very similar, these issues always become really big when we're pushing on systems. The same thing happened when we passed our resolution around school to prison pipeline, right? These are the kinds of conversations that we get a lot of community engagement, a lot of community input, because we're changing something that for a lot of people has worked. I do want to comment a little bit on process, because I know that there's been a lot of public comment around the process not being something that people support. And I think, you know, I've been thinking a lot about that, because I feel like, right, as a board, it's our job to make policy decisions. As a district, it's their job to implement those. So we have to decide what's best policy based on stakeholder input and engagement and data and our experiences and perspective, right? And then the district needs to implement that with stakeholder input and engagement and data, right? All of the things. And so with that, I kind of, you know, when I think about this issue, which is a policy issue, I see 3 potential processes for how this could have happened, right? Any policy issue, right? So one is you get board approval for a policy, and then you engage the community on how that policy gets implemented. That's the current proposal by the district. Another option is you engage the community on an implementation and plan, and then you get board approval for the policy and the plan. You also have one where the district just creates a plan and you get board approval for the policy and plan, and then you work on engaging the community. For the second 2 pieces, the district proposals get at board approval for the policy and then engage the community on implementation. The second one is, you know, you engage the community on the implementation and plan. My hesitation with that sort of plan is that, you know, you spend a lot of time engaging people, say a year, right, on a plan, and you have authentic community stakeholder engagement, and then you bring it to the board, and then the board doesn't approve it, right? And so you've invested all of this time and energy on something that you don't even know if it's a policy that the board or community, you know, that is in support of. I think there are challenges with that, right? There's also a challenge with the district creating a plan, bringing it to us, a fully baked plan that the district has created. We approve that as you know, a plan and a policy, and then ask for kind of inauthentic stakeholder engagement because the plan is already really baked and you kind of just want somebody to like rubber stamp it a little bit, right? And so, you know, when we think about kind of the breakdown between board's role and community or the district's role, to me, I actually feel like this process is the correct process. We are approving a policy. That is our role as a board. And I think it is imperative that the district engages the community around implementation and all of those components. And they have laid out a plan for doing that. And it is our job as a board to hold them accountable for doing that, right? And I trust that our district is going to do that. I hear that there is not community trust. And so, you know, that's where, you know, I mean, I'm committing to kind of to that accountability plan. I know, Trustee Proctor echoed some of that, and you know, we're always here, and there's always public comment if that's not happening, right? And so, and then I want to kind of end with just a few more thoughts, and I know I'm talking a lot. You know, I know that there's a perception that everyone feels the same way. And I do have to push on that a little bit. You know, that's almost never the case, right? In our meetings, the majority of the time, people speak up when they disagree with something. And we might then make a different decision. This actually emerged with reopening, right? There was a lot of public comment about wanting to reopen more, et cetera. And now that we're moving to a different model, there's a lot of comments and emails around, actually, we don't want that. That's not best for my family, right? And we didn't hear those voices at the time advocating for keeping things as they were because it was working. And so almost always it's not just one perspective. And we have received a lot of communication from a lot of different stakeholders, and there's been some this evening, but a lot of emails and other communication from people that you know, are in support of the plan and have specifically expressed being uncomfortable sharing their perspective publicly. And so, you know, it's our job as a board to share the perspectives and to represent all stakeholder groups. And so I did just kind of want to push on, yes, there are a lot of people that have signed this petition in opposition. There are also a lot of people that have reached out in support of, and, you know, a major stakeholder group, in addition to parents, of course, are educators. And I just, I'll end with this piece, but, you know, I feel like, you know, I know that for a lot of the year, we have educators have been asked to trust experts as it pertains to science, and all of that is true, right? Our teachers are our experts as it pertains to educating our kids. And you heard unanimous support for that this evening. We have only received unanimous support for that via email. And I think when we say we value teachers and we trust them to be professionals and experts, that has to be more than just what we say. That has to be what we then believe and what we do. And I think that this is it's been a particularly hard year for everyone, but I do feel like for our educators, there has been consistent undervaluing them as professionals and experts. And I think that is continuing with this conversation. That's and I just want to I know that must feel that must be challenging, and I believe that our educators and our district staff, as it pertains to this conversation, are the experts. And one last thing, I just want to say, despite what happens this evening in terms of how, you know, the board votes on this, I hope that people stay engaged. I hope that we rally not only around something that we feel might be impacting our students, but that we rally around this disproportionate data that we see, right? Let's rally and get engaged and get involved and organize community town halls, and let's figure out how we in this community support all of our kids to get where we're all saying we believe they should get and where we know they can. How do we have this level of engagement and activism around that when it's not just our kid, when it's all of the kids that we're saying right now, we support this in theory. We need to actually act on that. And we stop saying that this can't work, right? If this passes, we can't say, well, this can't work. This isn't going to work. We have to start saying, how can we all be involved to make sure that it does, right? What are the ways that we're going to make sure that it does work? Because that really then lives up to this value of we believe that this should happen. Even if we don't agree that this is the right path, we believe it should happen. So we're going to rally together to make it happen. I don't know. Those are my initial thoughts.
All right, I was pausing. Wow, sorry. It's just, even when you know that these difficult issues are, we've been hearing about this for a while now, and we've all been reading all of the emails and having meetings with people and holding coffee chats and listening to the different engagements in the community. I'm still, to be honest, like, I'm getting a little shaky right now because I feel like, I'll just kind of highlight some of the things that stood out to me during public comment. And actually, let me backtrack. I want to just address a little bit our presentation by our district staff, and the way, like, I really admire that our district staff are, holding the line and being courageous and bold with what they know is going to help all of our kids, even the kids that are in compacted mass now. And that's been very clear. We heard today and I was actually really surprised by this, but we heard today from a representative of our superintendent from our county Office of Education, and that is not something that is very common. We have had Superintendent McGee attend one of our meetings, to kind of go over reopening a couple of months ago, but the statement that was shared today, like, I just kind of want to give a second to highlight that, like, that doesn't happen very often. It was a very clear message. I know that our county as a whole, and when we think about all of the districts and in our county, and the goal for our community, our larger community in this county, there is definitely a move towards being more equity focused and putting that work into practice, and not just having all of these nice words being thrown around with very little action behind them. And this is the beginning of my 4th year, or no, not the beginning. We're past the middle mark now, kind of. No, it is the beginning. Sorry, it all gets blurry. But I feel like, I've put in years on this board, and I've been patient. I've been patient. I have sat here and I have worked well with others, and I have put my head down and done the work. And, I heard someone also speak today, right, in public comment about, being Latina, being an immigrant, and, not accepting that we're a monolithic community. And it's true, we're not all gonna think the same way, but we also heard today from a representative of our Sanctuary Task Force, and that is a group that I am a part of, that, they do the work. We do the work for equity in our school district, and, put those words into action. And you heard support for this district, proposal for our kids. And I just want everybody to really like take a second to think about that. This is the work that I feel like I was elected to do. You know, these are the votes and the real work of addressing a system that has been okay with leaving you know, a certain groups of kids behind and looking the other way. And when I look at the past 3 years and I recognize, you know, all of the work that's been done, you know, I'm proud, but I'm also frustrated because it's not enough. It wasn't enough. This is the work now. This is the work that's gonna like interrupt those systems of predictability and I, you know, to be honest, like I'm nervous. I don't know how we're all gonna vote tonight, and I kind of want to cry because I didn't think that I would feel this nervous. I will say that you know, I think Shara made this point, and she made it a lot more elegant than I'll probably say it now, and that's okay. But so many times, you know, we've heard people even in this call, right, say that, you know, you mean well, but you don't really know, but this isn't really going to be more equitable. You're actually going to create less opportunity. You know, families are going to go get tutoring. Guess what? They're already doing that. Families that have the resources to, you know, to put their kids in you know, private tutoring and all of these other things, they are already doing those things, and they will continue to do those things. And families that, you know, decide that they want to go to private school, they're going to decide that anyway. And families have left our district, you know, for many reasons that have nothing to do with this change. But people will lead you to believe that, you know, we're going to see this mass exodus of families and resources taken away from our school district. And you know, I'm not for the gaslighting, to be honest with you. I'm not for it. I don't take it well. I think it's honestly super condescending to tell people that like are steeped in real equity work that they mean well, but they don't know what they're talking about. You know, we even heard the representative of Superintendent McGee, you know, reference that, I can't remember what university it was, right? But like these changes, like they're not being pulled out of thin air. Like they are well-founded, you know, like they're proven to work. And, you know, maybe we don't have a full plan and everything set in stone, but, you know, Shar did a great job of describing, you know, the different ways that we, you know, as a board, you know, lead change and that our district, you know, works on getting community input and you know, works on community engagement and the different ways that can work. And you know, I understand that there may be some mistrust, but you know, what about the mistrust of the kids and the families that have been, you know, left behind by our school district for decades, for years? You know, but just because they're not on this call, you know, talking about how they don't trust our district doesn't mean that their lives weren't significantly impacted. And when you look at just the, you know, when you consider the way that people can be impacted and that kids, right? We're talking about kids and their education and their futures. You know, what do kids who, you know, who would have, and first of all, only 20% of kids are impacted in 6th grade math anyways, right? Like, think about that small number. And you know, if we can have all kids have access to algebra by 8th grade, which we will, because we will find the way, we will decide at a later date with community input. We will decide together as a community, you know, what that path is going to look like exactly. But, you know, giving that gift of opportunity and you know, it's not even a gift, it's a right. Giving that right to kids who would not have had it because they don't have the resources to get tutors and do these other programs. They have so much to gain. We can impact the life outcomes of kids in the future. And the kids who, they're going to be learning. The kids who are excelling already, they will be okay. They will still be successful. They will still get to their, to the most advanced classes in high school. And I'm sure they will still, if they love math, they will continue their studies in college and they will excel and they will be fine. But someone wrote in an email, and I was trying to find it. I couldn't pull it. I couldn't find it, but I hope it kind of stands out to everybody because it stood out to me after I read it. When we essentially, if we don't support this proposal, we're supporting the continuation of tracking in 6th grade math, right? They're still tracking in other ways in our system, and we can't solve it all in one moment right now. But when you track kids in school, you teach kids lessons about who is smart and who's not smart. And those lessons, they're not good for any of our kids. They're not. And I hope that that we can all agree that all kids can be successful in math and in every subject when they're given the right tools and the right support. So I really hope we can all kind of dig deep, and I'm going to end it there.
Okay, so David, I just want to clarify and just double check. I know what we're being asked to vote on. So we're being asked to vote on whether to have heterogeneous math 6 start in the fall versus having heterogeneous math start in fall of 2022 after more community engagement. Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct. The plan is to start heterogeneous math 6 fall 2021, this coming fall, and do the planning through this upcoming year to set in place the 7th and 8th grade pathways that those 6th grade students would then, be able to follow.
Okay. So I know we talk a lot about equity. And we use that as a lens through making a lot of our decisions. And I know we're aiming to use that, as a lens to make all of our decisions. And through my time of watching the board meetings, as well as now participating in them, we've gotten much better, I think, than from 2017 when I first started following the school board. Some of the concerns I have with the program as it stands, as it's proposed, is going into, like, if we were to vote yes on having a heterogeneous math 6 tonight, I am concerned that if by August, when we return back to school for our fall semester, are all of our teachers going to be adequately prepared? Are we going to be able to have the support staff hired and trained as we would need them to be? I feel that, I've engaged with teachers and I've engaged with community members, and I've asked questions such as, what does compacted math look like now? How does one test into compacted math? Because that seems to be somewhat of a mystery to many people. And I learned a lot. So I appreciate everybody who contributed to my better understanding of this issue. I do see equity issues with the program as it stands. You know, people with funds available to them and can afford things such as Russian math, by all means. I mean, what are parents' jobs to do? Parents are going to go for whatever they can do to make the best opportunity for their child. They are going to do whatever they can. And by all means, if I had an extra, fund that I could fund my child going through compacted or Russian math or some other sort of math tutoring type thing, you better believe I would have signed up yesterday. I don't have those funds. I can't do that for my kids personally, but I would try to figure out a way to supplement that. I see that with the students and the families I've interacted with in my children's elementary school, which is Park. And that's a Title I school, and you're not a Title I school, without, by, having a high socioeconomic status. And yet parents are engaged there, and all parents are trying to do the best by their children. So I feel the biggest, most important thing we need to consider as a district is to create a culture, one of expecting nothing less than a child's best. And we need to really keep the rigor going. We need to create a culture where math is just as important as drama, as music, as sports. We need to create that culture that, being a nerd's kind of cool. I certainly wish I had that when I was a middle schooler, because I certainly would have fallen, right? I would have been popular at that point. But I also think, expecting students to use summer school as a method of, being able to excel at a faster rate and have that accelerated pathway is not equitable either. I mean, there's some families who, for whatever reason, maybe the student needs to be at home to babysit, while the parents go out and work because there's no childcare. There's no place to send your child during summer. So, it's difficult for some families. It's difficult because, that option's just not there. I would like to see, let's see. I think what I would like to see is our district work towards getting that community trust and support. When I hear stories of parents, hosting and being, hosting math madness, which I had never heard before now, and it sounds really cool. When I hear volunteers becoming more active on campus, that tells me that the families and the community is starting to give us some trust. And I feel like we still need to build on that. I appreciate having a more solid plan than we had 2 weeks ago, or from the 25th. But I still don't feel like it's completely there yet. And I'd like to see it just become a little bit more solid. And I'd also like to see just a little bit more of the prep work. I'd love to see first expanding opportunities such as electives, after school programs, lunchtime programs available on campus in whatever form that we can, recognizing that some kids can't stay after school for, again, various reasons. I'd love to see bringing on mentors from their society. The Society of Hispanic Engineers has a mentorship program. And I would love to see that become part of a partnership that we have within our district. And just looking over my notes, I think that's about where my concerns are at this point.
Thank you, guys. So first, I want to thank everybody who's provided public comment, whether it was verbal tonight or whether it was by email or whether it was by the community meetings that have been held. I really appreciate everyone reaching out to us and talking to us about these issues. I also want to thank our city council members for their independent opinions about our topic, because I know they also voiced their own opinions. I do want to definitely thank the staff and the district staff, David, your team, and everybody else who's worked on this. I think what you did, the community engagements and everything were great. I did attend one of them. I thought you guys did fantastic on it. I just overall the community engagement process has been great. You know, I will admit, right, we started off on the wrong foot by having a late night meeting, which we are having again tonight. But you know, through the community engagement meetings, I thought they were really good, and so I want to thank you guys for that. I also want to thank the board, because the reality is as much as I do appreciate everybody else's opinions, we're the ones who have to look at all the different angles. We have this weight on us from every single angle that's around, and in some ways only we actually see all the different angles that we have to deal with. So I appreciate you guys taking the time to actually just share your thoughts before we get to a vote and a motion on this, because really you guys are the only ones who, and maybe Dr. Rosas, who get all the emails from both sides, whether they're from, you know, parents who absolutely, through the petition or through the individual emails, who say they're absolutely against us making this change, or from parents who've actually said, you know, they've had kids who have tried to get into compact math and couldn't, and they've tested and tested with 6th grade and 7th grade and couldn't do it. We also have heard from teachers, and so I think we hear from both internally and externally about, you know, how our teachers are feeling. I want to thank Julie for sharing their own teacher, Julie MacArthur sharing their own teacher survey. That was, what was it, 87%? No, 80% of their survey of the teachers supported this issue. And then also the high school district, when they came out and they did their own survey and said 87% of their teachers supported our issue. It's hard not to listen to our teachers and our educators on this issue. But, you know, honestly, ever since sort of spring break and ever since our last meeting and when we got the flood of emails, you know, this has been on my mind for the past, what, almost a month now. Constantly thinking about the different ways that we can go approach it, the different ways that people are talking about it, from going to analyzing the studies to going through and objecting to the process and feeling like we're rushing the situation. I do think that there is definitely, I agree with Trustee Proctor and definitely Trustee Warren. I think maybe Shara mentioned it as well, and maybe Noelia, about the community trust. I do feel like there's an issue there. We have gone about and tried to publicize as best we can, but you know, we've got a lot of things going on. We don't have a ton of bandwidth because, you know, we've been trying to reopen our schools. But I will say that this one issue has been sort of refreshing, because in reality, this is one of the issues that we were all elected to really dive deep into, right? Over the last year, dealing with COVID and return to school and vaccines and testing and everything else, that all came from out of left field. But this is an actual curriculum issue that we need to look at. And so I'm really actually glad that we're actually looking at this, because it's an issue that comes up all the time. And one thing I'll mention, behind us in the office building, we have our board conference room, not the board meeting room, but there's a board conference room. And in it, there's a graphical history of the school district going all the way back to 1970. And every single decade, there is math highlighted. And so the reality is that math has come up every single decade, and it's a cyclical thing. So the issue is that no matter what, as much as we talk about math and no matter what decision we make tonight, you can guarantee that it's going to come back up again in another few years because math is always changing. How we teach math is different. You know, in our last presentation on March 25th or whatever it was, all these flashbacks hit us about how we all grew up with math, you know, how we learned math. But the reality of it is that we teach math the Common Core way now. It's totally different. When I go try and help my son or my daughter with their math, sometimes I don't know how they get their answers because I think about it in a different way. And I think we have to look at it in a different way as well. So I know that we've had a lot of other former trustees reach out to us and express their opinions about math. I do respect their opinions. I respect everybody's opinions about this issue, but I do value the rest of you guys because you guys know all the different things that we're getting, all the different emails, all the different pressures that we have. We have to look at it from all these different angles, sometimes from a mental health angle to definitely an educational equity angle, you know, from a resource angle, from a cost, you know, how do we do this? There are comments about, you know, if we actually vote for this, will our teachers be ready? You know, can we actually provide the resources that we need to? And there's a lot of people who think that we can't. But if there's anything that we have done this year in COVID, you know, it shows that we can. You know, you look back to the fall and you thought about how we were going to go into distance learning, create a distance learning curriculum. What did we do? We pushed back the calendar. We provided professional development. We gave the resources and we developed a distance learning program and curriculum that was better than a lot of other people, so much that a lot of people want to stay in distance learning. You know, I think the issue is like, if we actually want to go ahead and do this, I think we can do it. We can provide the resources. We can make it happen. The question is whether or not we are going to go ahead and do that. So from where I am, I think, you know, I do look at this as an equity issue, as an educational equity issue. You know, we talk about student achievement and we talk about raising the bar. You know, when we're dealing with equity, you know, there's essentially two groups, right? There's two groups. We want to actually bring this group up, right, to make them succeed. The other option is what people think what we're doing is maybe we're actually bringing these people down, you know. But what we really want to do is we want to actually bring these people up and we want to bring everybody up. That's what educational equity, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to achieve and make student achievement at a higher level, right? The problem is what we're doing is that this group feels that we're taking something away. It's a deficit mindset. And so the issue is, how do we prove to this group that we are actually providing the resources that they will actually be able to succeed as well? So the idea is that this group doesn't come up and stop. This group doesn't come down. It's that this comes up and we all go up together. That's what we're trying to do when we deal with equity. And that's how I look at it. The other issue is what Trustee Corser raised, is that we really only have 21% of our 8th graders in algebra. You know, that's not really good. That's really not good at all. When you look at it, and I think we should probably share this data with the public, is we have what? We have 122 students at Bowditch that are in algebra, right? That's 37%. That's the highest, right? You go down to Abbott Middle School, we only have 25 students in algebra at 10% of the 8th grade population. You go further into the middle, Bayside has 16%, 40 students, and Burrell, 18%, only 63 students in algebra. And so the idea is that, you know, Burlingame decided to go a couple years ago, and every school district does this. Every school district, math is going to come up and become a big issue. Burlingame did a few years ago, and they went with algebra for all, right? Then they're trying to do that. And they have 33% or so in 8th grade now that are in algebra, right? But they're trying to get everybody into algebra. I'm for that, but I'm for algebra for all who are ready. And I'll take that because I think you can still do algebra in ninth grade. So when I look at it, and you look at it, it's only 20% of our students. It doesn't matter what ethnicity or what race you are. The issue is we're only 21%. How do we raise everybody up and give everybody the opportunity to be in algebra if they want to be? So to me, the overall idea of this and where we are, and I'll sort of land, so I'll actually start with my comments first on this, is that I am for the proposal. I'm for the proposal. I'm for it whether or not we do it this year, in this fall, or the following fall. I'm absolutely for it from an educational equity piece, from a student achievement piece, absolutely for it, right? The problem that I have is how do we get that, overcome this deficit mindset from the community that we're taking stuff away, that we're absolutely taking things away. And so what I would suggest is when we look at the resources and we look at the plan, the issue is like, what are we going to do? You know, whether we use AB 86 money, which I know, and Dr. Roses, I know we have a stakeholder group that's forming to talk about it, or whether or not, or how we set aside some money for it. But when you think about it, we can provide the professional development to the teachers who need it. We could hire additional paras or TOSAs, teachers on special assignment, to come in and maybe do small group exercises. You know, we can provide additional curriculum. We can do that. But I personally need to see that so that this group feels like they're not being things are being taken away from them. And so that we can provide more resources. So again, so that they can rise, so that everyone can rise. And that's where I'm coming from. So I'm absolutely for the proposal. It's just a matter of when. And the issue is, do we have enough time to make it happen for this fall? That would be my question to you guys. But that's where I'm sort of at. I do believe that there's a community trust issue. And I do believe that if we really take the time to say, hey, let's overcome this deficit mindset, then I think that'll help, you know, build that trust back. So that's where I'm coming from.
Thank you, Ken, for your comments. I also want to shout out our county school boards association for the amazing equity training where you learned that. So I'm glad that, you know, you support this change, and I understand that, you know, your concern is about, you know, it's a matter of when. But can I just say that, you know, this past year during this pandemic, you know, we had a lot of concern from teachers, a lot of questions, a lot of negotiations, a lot of MOUs, a lot of back and forth. And the fact that we have such strong support from our teachers, like, that is a gem. Like, there is a will. We have a path forward. Our teachers wouldn't support this if they didn't feel that they could do it. We've heard from teachers, we've heard from TOSAs, we've heard from teachers that have taught pretty much every math class that our district offers. And they can do this. They're ready. They're asking for it. And it's just, I'm just like shocked and grateful and super excited that, like, you know, that our teachers in our district, like, they're leading this. This was district and teacher led, you know, and, you know, this is equity work in action, and you know, our teachers are for it, and they're for it right now. So, yeah, I understand it. I guess I only just want to push back a little bit on, like, the, you know, it's just interesting to me how, you know, like, I recognize, right, that there's this deficit mindset, and that, you know, some of our community members feel like we're taking something away from them. But it's just it's interesting to me how, like, that you know, I don't feel like that should be the focus, you know, like something that's been, you know, working for so many people and excluding so many others, like I don't know. I kind of feel like, you know, with time, you know, that trust will be, you know, I feel like it's already well deserved right now. You know, things don't happen perfectly, but sometimes you know, you have to give, and you have to give trust, and you have to be patient, and you have to do the work. So with that, I motion to approve the proposal for heterogeneous 6th grade math.
I will second.
So before we vote, we have an opportunity through the Robert Rules of Order. Thank you for discussion before we actually vote. And I'm just going to put that on the table because I know that, you know, we have a lot of opinions here, and I think it's important to say your piece before we actually vote. So I'm going to open it up for anyone who wants to discuss it before we actually make a motion. I mean, before we actually vote on it.
Is Allison talking?
We can't hear you.
Oh. No? Oh, okay.
Yeah, can you hear me now? I'm sorry. I hit mute with my whatever. So sorry. So for me, it's more important for us that we resolve the inequities in math education in our district than to continue a system that's been this way for years and just works for a small subset of students. I am personally just still I feel a little bit conservative in the fact that I would like to see a plan, and I would like to know like that we can actually support this program for many years to come. And so I'm a little bit hung up on just the fact that we don't know how much does it cost, what does it take, how many people are we talking about that we need to hire, and so that's just kind of where I'm stuck right now. Just want to let you know.
Maybe I don't know, David, if you can respond to just like I mean, I think that there was a little bit in the presentation on that, but just next steps in terms of like date that this will come back to the board, what will be, I don't know, kind of if you maybe are able to share a little bit of that with us in the community, that might be helpful.
Sure, and Joan, please chip in as well. So Joan did point out earlier on that, of course, we're going through a stakeholder process right now, not only about AB 86, but also about our 3-year LCAP plan. So recall that we have ongoing supplemental funds that we use in the LCAP, which are being augmented over the next 2, even potentially 3 years by AB 86 for 1 year, and then the ESSER 2 and the ESSER 3. So, you know, part of our work is one to identify the priorities, and no question that, you know, in the engagement, the question of the math supports that we outlined on, and I apologize, I can't pull the slide there, but that slide that referred to those math supports are receiving, you know, a lot of input, or we're getting a lot of input on those. So to say those, you know, those clearly have priority for folks so far, and then we need to just take some final input steps. And then it is a question of identifying what resources, you know, in terms of whether, you know, we embed this in supplemental funding and AB 86 and the ESSER 2 or ESSER 3. So, Yes, so just to say, we've already called out, I think, pretty specifically some of the supports that we have and that we would continue. And we can do that through a mix of supplemental funding, which is ongoing and doesn't go away, as well as the one-time opportunities. And again, thinking about, let me just reflect for a minute what support looks like. It's not like we send a group of teachers off to get a PD. They've gotten the input and suddenly they're trained. That's not how education works. You go off and you do learn. And then what you do is you should, as a teacher, and as many of our teachers do, you engage in the ongoing inquiry with your colleagues about, we're trying this, how's it working? What adjustments do we need to make using your own evidence of practice as well as performance data. So we have been engaged in this work, and I think the fact that our teachers are so strongly supportive of this, to the point that was made earlier, suggests their readiness to take this on now. And they're saying, and we continue to expect supports from the district around this. So because they understand that this is a critical decision that needs to be implemented well. So I hope that gives you I don't know, Joan, if you feel like you want to add anything to what I've said.
Well, I think that you covered the AB 86. We're looking at that immediately, of course, and there is a stakeholder group that's working with us on that. And that would be for summer and extended learning and summer. So yes, there's that. There's the LCAP, as you said, but now you are layering in this particular plan, because you will need to, in the LCAP, specifically lay out the 3 years ahead. So if indeed we go forward, there will be stakeholder engagement that will need to start immediately to determine how we want, which pathway is the preferred pathway, and how do we make sure that it is absolutely successful. Because while math has been a cyclical subject, it wouldn't continue to come up if we were satisfied with how it is being managed. So we've had questions about this over time. So we need to really invest in moving the project forward and ensuring that we have success.
David, can I ask you a question? So I am supportive of the overall. It is a matter of when, sort of idea, and I am concerned about, again, as you know, it's sort of this deficit mindset. So to me, I would love to. I don't know if you can tonight, but I'd love to know what you can provide tonight about what else can you share about the possible resources that could be provided, the plan. I mean, the issue is that, to me, I will again state, I'm supportive of it. The problem is I need to get over that hump of what are we providing, to our community to build up further trust, to get over that deficit mindset. And I need to know that. And the issue is that and I'll be honest, if we can't do that tonight, then it's like, well, when can we do that? Is it the next board meeting? Is it the board meeting after that? Now, I'm not saying to punt it down or kick the can down the road, because I am supportive of either doing it this fall or the following fall. It's just that I need more information. So I'm going back to my previous statement at the last board meeting at 1 something in the morning, whereas I just need some more information. And I'm wondering if you could help me with that. Help me and then through the board.
So I'd like to start and just say that, number one, it is going to depend on what pathways we determine, because then you will build out your opportunity for professional development and communication and collaboration among the staff. And you will determine how many staff you need to make that successful. And there is funding available for that. And you can create that plan within your LCAP. So there's funding through various sources that David did already delineate. You've got supplemental funds that can be used for this kind of thing. And those are ongoing. And then you have AB 86 that can spearhead some of this work. Of course, those do end, but there are different opportunities for getting it started and then for continuing it. I don't know if you want to add to that, David.
Well, let's talk a little bit specifically about some of the things that teachers are asking for. And Ken, I'm a bit trapped, and we can't get ahead of the stakeholder process that inputs and approves a plan. I can't say to you until so that's just the catch-22 I'm in, that, or we're all in, that we have to follow a process, and it's affirmed by you in June, before that by the DLAC, by the stakeholder advisory group. So I just, please accept that as a caveat, that we can't be ahead of that process. But teachers are asking for additional support through ongoing professional learning. That would happen, as we modeled out in the Abbott Complex work, through a combination of time for teacher teams to do the additional planning. And I do want to be clear that we'd be working with the curriculum that we have. We're not learning a new curriculum here. It's more a question of the scope and sequence of the curriculum that we have. So there isn't that learning curve to address, but there is the work that happens as teams of teachers as they lay out their lessons and their scope, and identify where it's working and where it's not, and that kind of thing. So one is that time to support the teacher team, where possible to support those teams with additional coaching support, modeling in classrooms. So that's a second support. We have had teachers raise the question around additional teachers that could be either team teaching in the classroom or otherwise assisting with smaller class size. That has been a specific request made. So let's start with, that's the teacher supports. For student supports, I do want to clarify, right now, there's nothing in the pathways that suggests a student has to take anything in the summertime to participate in these accelerated options. So that seems to be a point of confusion that continues to come up, and that's not actually the case. I did mention summer learning in the context of supporting students to be more ready, not necessarily to qualify into the compacted pathway, but as an intervention. Certainly we could look at it as an enrichment opportunity. So summer learning is an additional support for students. The notion of, it was brought up by a speaker about math workshops. That's essentially, investing in after school supports, even potentially before school supports, to provide additional supports for students. We would continue to invest in the math foundations, which is in effect a second class that students who are struggling can take. I think we need to look at, we have these examples of enrichment opportunities that currently exist that could be supported more broadly to involve more students. The Math Madness example was one that was brought up. So all of these are strategies that we would see either on an ongoing way in the LCAP, which is a 3-year plan, has continuing funding, or as immediate, in the next 2 years, an intensive investment, for example, in supporting teacher professional learning.
sorry, I don't mean to sort of dominate this question or topic in some ways, but I want to, so I respect the fact that we're going through a stakeholder group. You know, that's what we've talked about doing. We've gone ahead and gathered the group to talk about what we're doing for next year. I do not think we should shortcut that process. We've laid that out. I think it's a really good process. The question I have then is I'm still a little stuck. I mean, the issue is when we talk about trust, it's like if we go ahead and approve this, the issue is that we are directing the staff and trusting you guys that you're going to come up with the right pathways and the right resources and everything else to make this work. And I do trust you guys. Whether that's good enough for the community, that's another story. The question is that if we know we're going down this path, or if we vote on this now, right? And we go through our stakeholder groups, at what point will the district be able to publicize to the community and said, this is what has been decided by the board. This is what through the LCAP, whatever, through the stakeholder groups, this is what we're doing. These are the whatever resources, whatever professional development days, this is what we are going to do to make sure that we can meet the needs of everybody, and especially meet the needs of that other group that's coming from that mindset that we're taking things away. You know, I want to know, like, can we do that this summer, or is this really more of, and I'm sort of leading this question because this is like how I'm going to vote. Is this really possible to do before this fall, or really is it that we need to put this off to go through a whole nother year to actually develop it and provide those resources? Because again, I'm for this, it's just a matter of when.
So, you know, affirmatively, we come to you on May 20th with AB 86 planning. That enables us to submit the plan by June 1st. The LCAP, of course, is in June. So that we can be very specific about the supports that'll be available starting this. Well, again, I want to emphasize that we have had ongoing supports, so we would be building on those, and we could affirm those that are available this summer, whether it's summer programming for students or additional professional learning opportunities for teachers. So the Math 6 supports would be clear both in that AB 86 plan and in that LCAP plan to start this fall. Again, we can be ready with the supports necessary for the fall Math 6. And then I would want to continue to honor the plan that we've laid out, which is that we want to engage our site leaders, we want to engage our teachers, we want to engage our families in the Math 7 and Math 8 pathway pieces, because you know, there's a lot of factors there. Obviously, we've presented plans that have double periods and things like that that have to be well thought out. If they are the viable option, those have to be well thought out by our staff and obviously well communicated to our families. So so May 20th, the second June date as far as the specifics for the Math 6 supports, and then you know, by December we'll have the Math 7, Math 8 pathways for you. Joan, if you want to add. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to ask one more question. I know you said that you can be ready in the fall. I'm just wondering if, like, is that the best approach? I mean, is it better to take a little bit more time and really make sure that the teachers have the supports that they need? Or, I mean, I guess you're putting this forward because you recommend that it happens this fall, but I just wanted to confirm that maybe waiting wouldn't give us a better result and be more prepared.
Well, I guess I would say our teachers are telling us they're ready.
That's right.
And would want to point that out, that's the most persuasive point from my point of view. And yeah, so I would stand on that point.
Okay. Does anybody have any more discussion or any other questions before I call for the roll call vote? Anything? Anybody? No? See, Trustee Watkins is not there. Did she have to? I'm sure Trustee Watkins is around, right? Okay. So we, yes, okay, thank you. We're going to call for a roll call vote. Trustee Corzo, it's been a few minutes since you made your motion. Would you mind making an motion again? And I know Trustee Watkins already seconded, but can you please restate your motion just so that we're all fresh in terms of what we're voting on?
Yeah, I'll restate it and I'll just clarify the timeline that I'm going to be motioning for. So I motion to support our district's recommendation for heterogeneous math for 6th grade this fall, 2021.
Great. There was a second piece though to what the district was looking for. Is that a separate motion, David, or is that all in one, or is it just a given?
I mean, I think fundamentally the approval of the Math 6 plan, obviously the second piece was, sort of your agreement that we're, as a staff, committing to an engagement process that will lead to the final 7th and 8th grade pathways by December of this year.
Okay. All right, thank you. And Trustee Watkins, I know you seconded it, so we will go for a roll call vote. Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
No.
Trustee Warren.
No.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. So the motion passes 3-2. And we will move on. Actually, prior to moving on to the next item, we're going to take a 5-minute break. So I'll put us in recess for 5 minutes. Please return at 12:09. Okay, thank you everybody for that brief break. We know it's a long meeting and it is just going to keep on going. So we are moving on. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't have my headset on. We're moving on to, and let me put my headset back in, but we're moving on to item 7.1, update on in-person learning. Please, Dr. Rosens.
Sorry, there's just too much equipment on my face and on my head here. I was asked to bring back at this meeting a plan for moving forward with 5 days a week of education at the elementary level, and that was to begin on May the 10th. And so tonight we're bringing you an update on middle school and providing you information on progress on the 5-day-a-week learning at the elementary level, targeting May 10th. And Sue Weiser is going to make this presentation. Peter Kazanis is going to show the slides.
So it's now good morning, board members and community and staff. I'm pleased tonight to provide an update on the return to school. Peter, could you please do the next slide? We're going to go ahead and start with elementary school return for 5 days a week. The board had provided direction that elementary return 5 days a week. And we have been working collaboratively with our SMETA colleagues. We did reach a tentative agreement, as Julie MacArthur reported earlier. And so at this time, the plan is to provide 5 days a week beginning on May 3rd. And everyone will be coming back. So we will collapse the cohort hybrid classes, as well as any families who selected to have to begin in person and no longer be in full-time distance learning. So the staff and students who are going to be reassigned will also be back. So everyone will be back together on May 3rd, 5 days a week. We'll increase the in-person time from 3.5 hours a day to 4 hours a day. The dismissal, therefore, will be 30 minutes later, and it will be prior to lunch, and there will be grab-and-go lunch available. And then there will be some students on campus for academic support and or enrichment after the dismissal. So the proposed daily schedule is that there will be approximately 15 minutes of ingress. There'll be a staggered entrance to school. There'll be 4 hours of in-person instruction, including a morning meeting. And then there'll be a dismiss and egress, like I said, 30 minutes later, because students will be in school for half hour longer. After dismissal, elementary school students will work with specialists as scheduled, and or complete independent work as assigned. So at this time, given the very short timeline, we are in the process of planning all the logistics related to that. We are reconfiguring classes. A survey was sent out to both staff and families. We're using that data, trying to, have the fewest disruptions possible, but there will be some changes. We will communicate reassignments to staff and families, and that will come up on the timeline. We are preparing for larger numbers of students in ingress and egress, larger numbers of students for break and recess, obviously for lunch distribution, transportation schedules, as well as setting up classrooms and spaces. So the general timeline is that we are currently reviewing all of the staffing and class assignments. So families will be notified by Tuesday, the 27th. Thursday, the 29th, and Friday, the 30th will be preparation days for full-time learning, distance learning staff that are returning in person. And so those days will be asynchronous for students. And then we will begin our in-person return 5 days a week on Monday, May 3rd. And that is the day that classes will switch. Our middle schools are currently they started April 19th. They are in person 4 days a week. And so we also signed a tentative agreement for the middle school MOU. And so we really focused on trying to provide more in-person time, just like in elementary school. So phase 1 started April 19th. They are in person for 1 period with their teacher. In phase 2, which starts this coming Monday, another class period would be added. That's period 5. May 3rd, class period will be added. That'll be period 4. And then beginning May 10th, students will be attending all of their classes, and we'll be adding periods 2, 3, 6, and 7. So they will begin in phase 4 on May 10th instead of May 17th. So that will give middle school students more time in all of their classes with their teachers. So we are retaining the current schedule, which includes Wednesdays at home. Wednesdays will continue to be asynchronous. And the reason for that is typically students would be in classes 1 through 7. And we just did not think that that was the safest plan. So they will continue to be at home on Wednesdays. Dismissal will be prior to lunch. We will retain the same schedule that they have now. And then after school, there will be some students on campus for academic support and or enrichment after dismissal. So the general timeline for the middle school return is they did return April 19th. We did reach this tentative agreement today with SMETA Phase 2 begins April 26th. Phase 3 begins May 3rd. May 5th will be asynchronous Wednesday as teachers prepare for phase 4, which is the full schedule. And then phase 4 with all students attending all their classes in person will begin on May 10th. So I just do want to thank SMETA leadership, Julie MacArthur and Lisa Fahey, for working collaboratively with the district. I think we were committed to taking the next step forward, which means having students spend more time in person on campus. And I think we've achieved that goal. We're really looking forward to having more students on campus, being able to offer more in-person time as we move forward to the fall, and hopefully we will be back to our traditional schedule. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
I did want to add one other thing too, to thank the negotiating teams that worked so hard on all of this, because this was not an easy job. And I did want to just clarify that you had specifically asked that we resurvey families who were in distance learning to determine if they wished to come back in-person learning. This plan does not bring every student back. There was someone who is in distance learning and wished to remain in distance learning and thought this plan brought everyone back. This brings those who are interested in the in-person learning back at the elementary level. So again, thank you again to the negotiating team for working so hard on this plan.
I want to echo the thanks and thank you, Dr. Roses, for that clarification. So just to reiterate, it is only for the families that are coming back to in-person learning. We're not opening up, we're not forcing everyone to come back. It's only for the families who have elected to come back. Great. Second question, the 2 asynchronous days, Sue, that you mentioned, is that for everybody, or is that only for the new, the folks that were in distance learning coming back in, or is that everybody?
No, it will be for the full-time distance learning teachers who are coming back in person.
Okay, fantastic, thank you. So it's going to be a small section of our teacher population, and so only a small section of those kids will, our students who are assigned to those teachers, will be in asynchronous on those days.
Correct.
And we will somehow communicate that out to make sure that those families know. Fantastic. Thank you. I'm sorry I jumped in with my clarifying questions. Does anybody else have any clarifying questions?
Do you happen to have the percentage of or number, like about how many folks are we talking about that opted to come back? Do you know?
I do not know, but I know that prior to reserving families, we were approximately 50%. So I think there were a little over 50% that were in full-time distance learning. Now we've got a percentage of people coming back. So it might be that we've got more than 50% back in person. But I can give you that, I can get you that information.
I'm really just trying to get a sense of, like, in general, and I'm trying not to make this well, this might kind of turn into a comment. I'm asking because I'm trying to get a sense of, like, how much disruption this is, you know, kind of causing to the system overall in terms of bringing kids back, because I know that there has been some concern. So even if you have like a ballpark in terms of, like, this is probably going to affect a couple of kids in a class, or, you know, if you can speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, you know, it's going to depend on the school. I mean, there were some schools where it was, you know, 12% of families that decided to return from full-time distance learning to in person. But then there were other schools that was 50%. So it really was a site to site. We had staffing meetings all day today. We're going to have staff meetings all day tomorrow. We'll have a better sense. I think the site administrators are working really hard to have the fewest number of disruptions possible. So say, for example, if a student had one teacher before December or before March, third teacher, but it's not always possible because it all depends on the number of families that selected to come back and the number of staff that are able to come back. So, I guess the short answer is we don't know at this time because we are still doing class configurations and staffing.
Great. Any other clarifying questions before we go to public comment? No? Okay, Peter, if you wouldn't mind.
Those of you who are still with us this morning, if you would like to make public comment on this item, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. And so far we have 5. We're going to start off with Julie and then go to Joy. Julie, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I want to first echo my comments earlier this evening and thank the district for their collaboration. I feel like we were able to do a lot of work in a short amount of time, and I feel like that's a real testament to the collaboration that has been going. And while I hadn't necessarily been planning to actually comment on this again, in light of the topic that was before the board, I guess I would like to bring to the board's attention that we were able to accomplish this huge feat in a matter of days. And so when you are thinking about what teachers can do in a short amount of time when we are planning for new things such as math pathways, please keep in mind that you can trust the district and you can trust the educators in this district to do the right thing for kids. If we want to make changes, we have to do those things quickly. We've done that here, and I would encourage you to consider that we can do that for math as well. I think that it is vital that if we are going to make shifts in this district, that every school board member recognize that the teachers and the district are the experts in the field, and we should be trusted to do that work as we've done here. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Next, we have Joy, and then after Joy will be Scott. Joy?
There's something about 12:25 in the morning that I get to talk to you guys. This is the second meeting in a row. Good morning. Just some really quick random thoughts all about this. Clarification, originally 4/28 was an asynchronous day for elementary. So when you have your discussion, could you clarify, is that no longer, or is that in addition to, or instead of 4/29, 4/30? So just kind of clarify that for people. And is now what I'm, based on your question, Trustee Chen, so if your teacher's staying in full-time distance learning, do those students not have asynchronous days? That's a good clarifying question too, because that kind of got me confused, and that would be great for people to know. Also, there's lots of change. I'm an educator. Please, I agree with the union president. Let's make this the last one. I am all for what's best for kids, but for some of our kids, this could be their third teacher this year, and that's not what's best. My district hasn't brought kids back yet. I'd love to see them, but having 3 is a lot. So let's just keep that in mind as we do this. And also the change. Originally it was 5/10. It's great you want to bring them back on 5/3. Again, but parents are planning and the dates are shifting. The last thing I'll have to say about this is I am our Staff Appreciation Week chair. May 3rd is Staff Appreciation Week beginning. Now it means I don't know what parents I am asking to give to my son's the teacher I'm a room parent of and Staff Appreciation Week chair of. I have no idea what I'm doing. It's bad enough it's 12:30, but I'm looking at a week from now and having no idea. And you're making the shift just in time for basically every teacher's class, or possibly many teachers' classes, to shift. So we don't know who we're asking to give and from whom we're giving it. So just something to think about. Good morning. Have a great meeting. I'm glad to see 3 of you back in the boardroom. Thank you for my chance tonight.
Thank you, Joy. Next, we have Scott, and after Scott will be Daniela. Scott?
Hi. Thank you for hearing me. I sent a letter written by the staff at North Shoreview collectively and signed by over 150 San Mateo Foster City teachers. And I wanted to thank the the board and Dr. Roses for the work, and to thank Trustee Chen and Watkins for their responses to my email that included that letter. And I did want to just kind of summarize the main points of that for the benefit of people that I didn't send the letter to. So I'll try to do that fairly briefly. But there were 5 main areas that teachers had serious concerns about regarding this. One that was just brought up, which is managing this change. Students, families, and teachers are sort of still adjusting to the last change, which could have involved moving to a new class or a new teacher, which required extensive planning before we did it, and an adjustment period afterwards. Anytime we have new changes, it's going to come at the expense of instructional time that we could be spending with students. A second one is the social and emotional well-being of the students, but to be honest, the teachers too. This has not been an easy year, and these ongoing change contributes to stress levels for all of us, and most especially the youngest and most vulnerable kids. You know, I'm an adult. I can tell you when I'm stressed out and that I need a break. My first grader can't do that. You know, is the benefit of being in person, potentially with a totally different person surrounded by kids you've never met, actually a benefit when it's only going to last for 4 weeks if we subtract out that week of testing? Sorry, I'm paraphrasing more than I probably should. There was text, but it's the middle of the night. The next thing was equitable access, right? Some families and teachers can't transition to being in person, and they're the ones who are going to get shuffled off to a third teacher, right? The people who have the greatest need and have been under the most significant stress over the last year plus, they're the ones
My
that we're
apologies
saying,
for interrupting, but your time has elapsed. If you could quickly wrap up your thoughts.
yeah, 2 more quick things. One is logistics. There's a lot of them to figure out. And finally, CASP testing is going to happen exactly when you're asking us to make this shift. The window opens, I think, on the same day. So that's going to be a fun thing to plan while we're planning this. It just seems like a lot, and I'm not sure it's worth it. And there's 150 teachers who agree with me. Thank you guys, though. I really appreciate it. And you've got to put limits on this public comment thing. Like, let 5 people talk. Make us email you. Thank you.
Next, we have Daniela. Then after Daniela will be Robert. Daniela.
Hi, good morning. So yeah, I emailed Dr. Rosas about a couple of weeks ago regarding my worries and my feelings. I didn't get an answer this time, unfortunately, talking about the kids that are being left behind. One of my kids, I have a 1st grader and a 5th grader. One of them is high risk because she has asthma. And unfortunately, we cannot go back to in person, although we would love to. We can't. We have to still protect her. And this is really worrisome because we didn't get like much chance to actually talk about this and give our opinion about it. I know that the board meetings were discussing this, but we just got like really few time to actually like being able to talk about this. And this is really disruptive for students. They're just warming up to the new teachers that they just got like less than a month ago or a month ago at the most. Especially for my 5th grader, she's little examples or big examples for us. Like she's gonna have the puberty talk beginning of May, and she's still warming up to her new teacher, her 2nd year teacher, and God knows who's gonna give her the puberty talk, because it might be a teacher that a person that might never seen her in her life, and now she's gonna be facing this milestone with someone that she doesn't even know. I've talked to a lot of teachers. I don't have a letter signed by 130 teachers, but all the teachers that my kids have had in their elementary school years, none of them are happy with this. I'm really worried about fall. What is going to happen with the kids that we can't go back if COVID is still around, causing trouble? What is going to happen with us? Like, are we still going to be the ones left behind? And everyone's going to focus their attention on the people that want to go back and can't go back. And what about us? Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. Next, we have Robert, then after Robert will be Christy. Robert?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Robert.
Yay. Thank you. I'm the parent of a child in elementary school in this district. I am also in the unique position to be the spouse of a teacher in this district. So I feel like I have a unique perspective on where things are at right now. And on May 10th, there will be 26 days of school left. Like, is the amount of work involved in reallocating student and teacher resources and like potentially reassigning students, in some cases for the second time, totaling 3 different teachers in one school year, really worth that disruption? Like, it sounds impossible to me for this to not be disruptive to all students' current learning flow. When my child was presented with that choice of remaining with the teacher, full-time distance learning, or going back to school in person, she chose full-time distance learning. And during that survey, she chose that because she didn't feel safe to be in school in person. She doesn't feel safe about the students being in closer proximity to each other. The children don't have a vaccine yet. The B.1.1.7 variant is dominant in the US. The variant is as transmissible amongst children as it is adults. It's 50% more contagious. When informed that her choice may result in the change of her current full-time distance learning teacher, because it may, her response was, that was brutal. She feels like this is brutal because she doesn't want to lose her teacher at the end of the current year. It's upsetting that, you know, she may have to lose her, that our child may have to change class assignments for the end of the school year, when this choice is for her to say in full-time distance learning has less to do with her educational needs, but more to do with her safety needs. It puts a damper on the end of the year for her. It's 26 short days. In the board meeting, there was a survey that was brought up, and there wasn't a discussion about the pros, weighing the pros and cons of the impact of the survey and what it would do for the students who remain in full-time distance learning. Like, they could be losing their teacher. All students will be impacted.
Robert, pardon my interruption, but your time has elapsed. If you could quickly wrap up your thoughts.
I totally understand. I will. To quote my daughter once again, this is brutal. It's a brutal way to start Teacher Appreciation Week. It's a brutal way to potentially lose her teacher. And we really need to be appreciating our teachers. I appreciate them so much. And the work you guys are doing, it's an impossible task. It's Kobayashi Maru. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Robert. Next, we have Christy. Then after Christy will be Nando. Christy?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, Christy. Go ahead.
Dear members of the board, I come to you tonight as a first grade hybrid teacher asking what I feel is a small favor that would go a long way. But first, I'd like to thank you for your unwavering dedication for our community. I'd also like to thank the SMETA bargaining team and district for the long hours spent collaborating. As announced, we have an anticipated return of 5 days a week on May 3rd. Full-time distance learning teachers coming back will be receiving 2 days to prep their rooms next week. Hybrid teachers will receive compensation for up to 4 hours on a time card. As a hybrid teacher, I'm grateful for the compensation and appreciate the efforts that were made to achieve that. That being said, we all know that hours spent prepping a classroom and changing schedules goes beyond that. When I began prepping my class to come back to school, it took me several visits over a period of a month to declutter and make room. Once school started, there was a huge learning curve adjusting to distance apart, building sanitation routines, recess schedules, helping children be successful learning tech in a tech-heavy environment, not to mention the daily health risks, COVID testing, and scares. I say this just to share information. Between staff meetings, planning meetings, and trying to help my colleagues move back into their rooms while getting my things out leaves me with little time. So my small favor is this. Please encourage the district to move the PD next Wednesday on April 28th and allow the teachers time to prepare for May 3rd. This small gesture will go a long way and shows the district values our time and we matter. We have given so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Next, we have Nando, and then after Nando will be Aaron. Nando?
There you go. Hi, good morning. My name is Fernando Figueroa and I teach at Abbott Middle School. It is my third day in hybrid teaching. And I just want to echo what a teacher before said. The elementary teachers are going to need more time. It is my third day. And I will tell you that the timeline for hybrid, it is rushed. I have trained teachers in this district on technology. I will tell you right now that the students most affected are the ones that are at home, who, as a teacher, I have to manage two different environments. It is incredibly difficult, and I have the experience. And I cannot even imagine what my fellow colleagues who are struggling with technology are dealing with. The students in the classroom definitely need it. They definitely enjoy it. But I am here to advocate for the students that are, at home struggling, who cannot break through because my attention is in different places at the same time. I think that perhaps we needed one more week on phase one so we could be better prepared and maintain the quality. During distance learning, my classroom was engaged all the time. Now that we're in hybrid, we have to slow it down to actually be able to actually allow students to, to adjust until the end of the year. Yes, we will make progress and, we will continue doing this, but it made the work a lot harder. And trying to open right away when we can, maybe push a little bit to allow us to get familiar with these things would be really, really, really helpful. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Nando. Next, we have Aaron, then after Aaron will be Reina. Aaron?
Hi, this is actually Aaron's husband, Kevin. I wanted to say thank you for reinitiating 5 days a week in-person school. This is going to mean a lot for all the kids that get to go back, especially kindergarten. This is I have a kindergartner, and I'm really thankful that she's going to get to be in a group with other kindergartners and having a kindergartner teacher there. To the people who are saying that it's not safe, I just wanted to give some statistics and some context. The CDC reported recently that there were 75 million vaccinated adults, and of those people, there were only 75 fatal breakthrough infections in these last few months. That's a 1 in a million chance after you've been vaccinated. And I know not everybody has had a chance to get that vaccine yet, but something else that's like a 1 in a million chance of dying is like walking around in San Mateo. You could be fatally struck by a car. That happens about once a month, and our population is less than 1 million. So there's a lot of benefits to this in-person education that are coming now, and we're really thankful for that. And please, the last board meeting, there was direction to the schools to allow for parents, volunteers to help. And I guess, I don't know what happened to that, but we contacted our principal and she didn't actually have heard anything about that. So I guess I would just say to parents and anybody who's listening, just reach out to your teachers directly and try to offer assistance that you can. Julie from SMETA was right that the teachers are really excellent and capable here, and let's help assist.
Thank you, Aaron. I'm sorry, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. Next, we have Reina. Then after Reina will be Colleen. Reina?
Yeah, this is Rena Korb. I have 7th graders at Abbott. They went back to school this week. They were really, really happy to be back at school. Even the one who didn't want to go back to school, but I made her. They both said it was much easier to pay attention to school and they just loved it. So I would like to thank everybody who was part of making that happen. I really appreciate it. It just didn't seem like a year would be horrible at the beginning, but wow, they really needed it. So I just want to take a minute to say that I think now is a really good time to make a resolution that our kids will be back in school full time in person next term. I know that's the plan. I know that's the expectation, but there is a difference between a resolution and this is what we're going to work on. Like, obviously, if COVID goes crazy or variants go crazy, most of us are reasonable and will understand that. But absent that, we really need to see like we need to be able to trust the district when it says something that we do it. And that trust is so frayed. Just like as an example, how do we know, like, I understand that that some kids are going back to school in the afternoons, probably who have had more academic difficulties this year. So what's to stop the district next year from saying, or for next term, well, there's some kids who are still really struggling. So we're going to have them come back to school for the afternoon. And the rest of you are just going to stay in this leaving at lunchtime period. Like without, we don't know. We need a resolution. We need to know that the board and the district is going to do the right things by our kids because they have been out of school for far too long. And it's so important that they be back in school. Thank you.
Thank you, Raina. Next, we have Colleen. After Colleen, we'll have Marissa. Colleen.
Hi, everyone. I hope to keep this one pretty short and sweet. I'm really happy for the families that opted to return for hybrid and that they're able to return to school as often as they are. It's very, very exciting for them. I just can't help but say this, but the only reason my kids aren't is because it wasn't a full day in the first place. It just was not truly a possibility for us to be able to go out in the middle of the day, 2 different campuses across town to bring our kids to hybrid when we don't have any other opportunity to do so. I really wish this was something that maybe could have been proposed in the last survey to consider a full day. I know that we didn't have all the opportunities, but I kind of feel shorted because my kids would have loved to have gone back, both of them. I think they both would have benefited greatly for a few months of being on campus after being out for so many. I understand, but I'm still really disappointed for them. It's some families get to do that and we don't get to work from home. And it's just, I'm kind of bummed. I'm just bummed all around. And I just don't want people to think that we didn't want to. We just can't have this flexibility. And I got to echo Rena. I got to have some assurances for this fall. I'm really freaked out about the possibility of summer learning for my rising 6th grader. I got to tell you, that's freaking me out because I don't know how to plan for this. I'm the union member that talked about this some time ago. I have all my vacation time in by January 31st. I can't flex and pivot like this. Finally, the only other thing I wanted to say is when will we know if our distance learning kids are staying with their teachers or having to change? I don't believe we've gotten an email since the survey went out last Friday. And I don't know what to tell my kid when everything goes back. Thanks so much, everyone. I hope you get to go to bed soon. Not where you are, at least for 3 of you. Go home and go to bed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Marissa. Then after Marissa will be Marcella. Marissa.
Hi, thank you to everyone who's still here and for doing this, not just tonight, but for countless other nights for over a year now. You don't hear that enough, so thank you, even when we disagree with some of the decisions you've made. I wish the survey had been able to ask those of us who were in hybrid a little bit more about our thoughts, because my daughter, who's back 2 days a week, actually, I think would have fared better in just that arrangement. It's probably a unique situation for our school, but her teacher was a 5th grade teacher who's now in a 4-5 split. So her hybrid situation means she's got a beautiful cohort of 8 students who are 5th graders and 13 new 4th graders in her class who she basically is sort of severed from in a way that I think happens to work. To the teacher who commented they could use more time, I can only assume that for my child's teacher to pivot again from a 4-5 split to whatever it's going to look like in 2 weeks, if these teachers need more time, please give it to them. Similar to the conversation about math, we can trust our educators. I do wholeheartedly believe that you had equity in mind and the best interest of those who most needed it when you made the decision to get everyone back 5 days to the extent that anyone who wanted to could go. So that's why our family is more than happy to accommodate some of the inconveniences it causes for us. But again, it is a short turnaround. So for our younger daughter who picked, and our older daughter who still picked follow teacher, I don't know if I have to figure out being in 2 places at once as of May 3rd, because I don't know if my kid is going to be on campus or not. I'm more than happy to follow her teacher because that's what's most important to us, the relationship. But the more notice we can have, the better. We are able to pivot, but to the parent who just spoke about being unable to do so, I hope you can help us as much as possible to know as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Marissa. Next, we have Marcella. Then after Marcella will be Lauren. Marcella?
Thank you. I just had a couple of quick comments. I want to thank our negotiations team. I really appreciate the work that the district and the union have had to put in, and especially Sue Weiser. I wanted to say my 2nd grader is a different child with just those 2 days of school. And while she really liked her distance learning teacher, she's regaining some of the skills that she lost over the year more rapidly than I expected. And I'm so appreciative that she is going to go 5 days per week. I wanted to comment that the high flex format that our middle school teachers are having to engage in has got to be exhausting. And I do want to send all my appreciation to those teachers who are working so hard to keep our students both in the classroom and in the home engaged simultaneously. I think it's important to make sure our distance learning students are shifted as little as possible. I'm sure you're considering this, considering the number of changes that they have had to make. But I do feel like the decisions that you all are making right now are setting us up for success in the fall. So thank you.
Thank you, Marcella. Next, we have Lauren. Then after Lauren will be Jessica. Lauren?
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to thank the board for the opportunity for the kids in distance learning to come back. I really appreciate you guys giving us that opportunity because it's been such a long time. I did want to say how disappointed I am in the surveys. I support the board so much. I've supported every decision you've made, but I think the trust issues are coming from the ways that the surveys are conducted. Just for example, the first survey was in November at the height of the surge, asking if we wanted to come back in January. Well, of course, I'm not going to send my kid back at that point, but then we didn't even go back. And I really wish that a survey had been retaken in March before you actually went back. And now we've been asked, do we want to come back? And we really wanted to come back. And so we said yes. But for some reason at Laurel, the 4th and 5th grades are not allowed to come back. I know it's a numbers game. I get that. I don't understand why there couldn't be a combo class created or something like that. So we're just disappointed again. And I also wanted to thank the board for how much you've taught me about equity. I so appreciate you doing that. I just would like you to learn something from me, and that would be to please stop saying that the high learners will be fine. They're not fine. I'm at the point where I feel like I need an IEP for boredom. My child is so bored in math, and it just, please stop saying they're fine. I would like you to take into consideration their mental health, and it's just not okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Next, we have Jessica. Then after Jessica will be Sandy. Jessica?
Hi there. I just want to say that I'm super thankful that the kids will get to go back to in-person learning on May 3rd in a more meaningful way with more equitable instructional minutes compared to what the distance learning kids have been getting up to this point. I think that any amount of time to be given back to these kids to learn in the environment that they're meant to, or the environment that their parents choose, is safest, whether that's in person or in distance, is a bonus, no matter how many days of school are left in the year. I can appreciate all the concerns that were presented, but I just, keeping in mind that parents who have any issue with children wanting or needing to be in person makes me a bit embarrassed, because at the end of the day, whether the shift is with teachers or not, it's our job as parents to kind of make sure that our kids feel secure in that change. I feel like there's been too many instances during the last year where teachers have assumed or been given some of the roles that parents should be taking. And while I wish that was different, and maybe it's a personality thing, I hope that that doesn't get in the way of making sure that the kids who need to be in person are given that, and then it doesn't change any of the decisions that, or I should say, decisions presented. Yeah. The other thing I just want to point out is that a lot of focus is on kinder and first, and I completely understand that. I have a kindergartner of my own, but I do want to just point out the severe learning loss that's being experienced by our current second graders. They were pulled in the middle of their first grade year, and while I do believe that different schools offer different support with the second half of their first grade year, it wasn't enough. There was complete loss of any sort of love of learning, the normal kind of progression of personal responsibility, or those core things that are learned during the end of first grade as you transition to second grade, and then having second grade, missing out on over half of their second grade year. Just making sure that grade, that age is given some focus back. Thanks.
Thanks, Jessica. Next, we have Sandy. Then after Sandy will be Jamie. Sandy?
Hi, I'll keep it brief. I just wanted to say thank you. I obviously have been in favor of coming back as much as possible from the very beginning, and just wanted to be kind of a voice on the other side of some of the other things that have been said, that yes, it's hard if you switch teachers, but we need to lead by example and be resilient like we've been for the last year. And everything has sucked for the last year, and this might be hard for some people too, but getting kids back to where they're supposed to be is the job of the district, and I'm so glad they're finally doing it. So thank you so much. And another day of asynchronous learning for 5 and 6-year-olds is terrible. So anything that we can do to end that sooner, I just so appreciate the work that made that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Next, we have Jamie. Then after Jamie, Suzanne. Jamie?
Hi, thank you. I first just wanted to thank everyone who has worked so hard to get this return to 5 days together, and to even move the date forward from the 10th to the 3rd. As I've said before many times, I do feel strongly that the data show that teachers, staff, and students will be safe. And I think even though that where the school year is coming to a close, summer is already a time with a lot of learning loss and a lot of decline in important health indicators, and that having these 5 or 6 weeks back before the summer break is meaningful for their health, for their mental health, and for their learning. And I did want to, I of course was hoping to have a full day, but I understand the need to keep space for supporting students who need it in the afternoons. I would like to hear more about that. I haven't heard any specific or concrete plans. When I asked my school site about it, and I'm participate in the school site council, like nobody knew anything. And so if that's the justification for just doing a morning only, then then please share the details and which kids are going to be qualifying for that and how are they going to be supported and what are the plans. And I just also wanted to, I think it's important for the board and for Dr. Rosas to be aware that the survey including that potential to switch schools, even though that likely was very low risk and maybe would affect 1 or 2 students, if any, at a school, that drove a huge proportion of people's decision to choose stay with teacher. And this came up over and over again at our principal town halls. And just, I think that in the future, that should not even be on the table, or that there should be some parents reviewing the survey before it goes out, because I think that had an undue weight on the survey selection. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jamie. Next, we have Suzanne. Then after Suzanne will be Kit. Suzanne?
Hi, yeah. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to chat about this a little bit. I just wanted to say thank you to all the board members for actually voting to allow, or kind of giving direction to allow kids that were in distance learning an opportunity to come back in. I know, I don't care how long it is, my kid is thrilled to go back. And I don't think he cares who the teacher is. He just wants to see his peers sitting around him. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. I want to say that my 6th grader, who had never been on campus other than get his picture taken at Burrell, very, very happy. I can't say anything else. I was terrified to let him go, and he promised me he would let me know if it was safe. He came back and said it's safe. We're not even sitting that close together. They're both. I mean, one is thrilled right now. The other one is excited. I told him it's been moved up a week. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Suzanne. Next, we have Kit, and after Kit will be Brandy. Kit?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Okay, great. This is Catherine. Hi, this is Catherine. I have a 4th grader who is really thrilled to be going back more soon. And I thank you for reopening elementary 5 days a week. My input is just similar to the prior parent about reopening and how the plan is being rolled out. The current plan seems to have the vast majority of students only attending the half day and leaving before lunch recess. And it seems to be on a very, outdated plan from last summer, I think. And like the other parent, I have no idea in our school, like we haven't been told who those kids are that would be staying a full day. And at this point, they've, it's like the last 5 weeks of school. Can't they all go back? Because the main reason I'm concerned is the social emotional needs of our children. That I know you say prioritize this here, but this plan doesn't address that at all, when the majority of kids just leave at lunch recess. I mean, it's more than just a grab and go recess. If you ask children what they miss the most about school, it's their friends, their teachers, and it's a developmentally appropriate to have kids be there. Elementary school age children, they learn and they grow through play and recess, and that's the ideal time to support healing from the isolation and for many of the trauma of this pandemic, and to prepare them to be ready to learn in the classrooms. They need normalcy, and you're just shoving them in for academics, a quick 15-minute recess, which my son immediately told me was not 20 like it used to be, and then boom, they're out the door. That's not normal. Why are we doing this not normal? And who are those kids staying all day? How do they get that luxury? They all should be there together. They need each other, and it's important. Please think about this.
Thank you, Catherine. Next, we have Brandy. Then after Brandy will be Randy. Brandy?
Hi there. I also wanted to echo a thank you for offering a better in-person option. We are returning. My kinder is so excited and happy. And I just wanted to make a comment that I feel that the time left and effort that everyone has to put in are worth it. We're facing a serious mental health crisis Try to find a mental health service or provider for your child currently. You can't. No one is taking new patients. Resources are extremely tapped out. So if we're saving one child from needing a mental health bed, it's worth it. They're worth it. And just thank you again.
Thank you, Brandy. Next, we have Randy. Randy, go ahead.
Hi, I would just like to speak to the issue of folks that followed the guidance of the board and stepped aside very deliberately so that other people would have more access. And I'm one of those people that I did not request for my elementary kid to go back in person. I was not among those people demanding a return to school. I stepped aside. Yet when this survey came out, what was on the table was actually a very real chance for our situation, and just with in our school, how the grades are set up, that we had to game our choice and figure out what was the most likely thing, what was the way that we could do this so that we would not get forced off to another school and create more instability for my kid's life. And so this is the reality for folks that have very graciously and in the spirit of equity stepped aside. And it's to Dr. Condon's point earlier, it's very disruptive. And so I would just urge you to be very thoughtful about what are those, what's that cascade of events that happens from these decisions that you make. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, President Chin, there are no other public comments at this time. We have one last one just popped up. Rhiannon, go ahead.
Hi, this is Robert and Rhiannon. I just want to thank the board for all their hard work and make it quick because it's super late and everything. Thanks for everything. Please, please keep the May 3rd date. Last time we went back to hybrid, we moved it back a week. I think, this one, please just keep the May 3rd. The teachers got one last time where we moved to accommodate. Just please keep the May 3rd date. Me looking at the calendar, it was I got 31 days of school. I think those 31 days of school are worth their weight in gold. My kid, just so you know, when they went back in person, we had to switch teachers at a kindergarten level. We were kind of nervous about it. We wrestled with it, but we did it. The kicker for us was when, the teacher was really trying, but when our kids were trying to learn 3D shapes on a 2D computer screen at a kindergarten level, I mean, it just wasn't working. The teacher was trying their best though. So the 31 days is worth its weight in gold. Just for the middle schoolers of my week, I'm not their parents, but I think especially them, the 5 days a week for 31 days would do a wonder. So that May 3rd date would do a lot for them, especially for the kids I see on my block. So thank you for your hard work and thanks for everything. Bye.
Thank you, Robert. Okay, President Chen, we have no other hands for public comment at this time.
Great. Thank you, everyone who provided your comments. I'm going to officially close public comment on this item and open it up for board discussion, although I think Dr. Rosas, you wanted to provide some comments. Is that correct?
Oh, you saw me moving, so you must have figured that, huh? You can actually see me now. I did want to just reiterate that families will be receiving their assignments on Tuesday from their principals, so they'll know that was the soonest we could get all the staffing done and the assignments completed.
Thank you, Dr. Rosas. And yes, I can see you right here next to me, albeit 15 feet away. Other board discussion, comments? Anyone want to make a comment here?
Let me check my microphone. Okay,
Can you hear me? Okay. I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you to Smita, the leadership there, and to Sue and her team for all the work to get kids back onto campus. I was in the LMI meeting the other day, and you know, I think we need to show some extra appreciation to the teachers this year. They have some challenges in the next however many days there's going to be with just having to get some new students, do assessments, do report cards, CASP testing, and all that. So I know that they have a big amount of things on their plate, and so just really appreciative. And also thank you to the middle school teachers for starting back up on campus. So just thank you all around.
I did have one other thing. And you just reminded me of it. It's getting late. I'm sorry about that. I did want to talk a little bit about CASP. We have moved the date for CASP from the window starting May 4th to moving it to May 17th to try to help with all of this change. And just want you to know that the testing items for ELA and math have been reduced. It's less time to take those tests. Also, you don't have to have 95% participation. So we will not push for 100% like we always do. We'll put it out there, do the best we can, but that will change things too. We'll recognize that we won't get everyone in. So I think a couple of those things will help that testing window move along more rapidly. And we are looking at the whole question that was brought up in LMI of report cards and CUME folders and how to make these transitions work. So.
I wanted to clarify, this is being brought to us as information right now, right? And this is essentially an update on what we had previously directed.
That's correct. I
just want to clarify then, are we getting another presentation?
So
before?
So the timeline would be that you will now have a special meeting on April the 28th to approve the MOU. So today was you had asked for the plan, where we were with middle school and the plan for moving forward with more days. And that's what today is. And then you will need to come back for a special meeting, April 28th, 6:30 to approve the MOU.
And
that's
the
a vote,
right?
That's the vote.
Okay.
To approve the MOU. However, we're moving forward. We're moving forward.
Yeah, well, I guess one thing that I'm a little unclear on is I was under the impression that we were going to be given very concrete information about like how many, like what the kind of trade-offs were before like completely deciding. And I guess I'm wrong in remembering.
Staff were directed, and it was a vote to move forward with 5 days a week, targeting May 10th, and to collapse the hybrid if possible before that. And that was what was directed to staff at that last meeting, and that we were to bring back the plan for getting that done at this meeting.
Yeah, I guess I thought that we would get information like, you know, at this school, this is the changes that it would create. At this school, you know, like more specific information, but I guess not. I don't know. Am I the only one that remembers that? I don't know.
Just to answer your question, Trustee Corzo, I think that, you know, this survey just went out. I think they're collecting all the information, right? I think the data is, the principals are making the changes. We're going to find out the teacher assignments on Tuesday. I understand that there was what 10% or 12% at one school that wanted to come back and like 50% another. It'd be great to get those details, maybe for Wednesday, just so we have a little bit more information about what the actual impacts are before we vote. I understand that there's just would love to have the data to know who's coming back. I mean, prior meeting or prior schedule with hybrid, what was it? We had 179 classrooms, I think it was, something staying in distance learning. And then I think there was another 78 maybe that was coming back in hybrid. Considering this change, I'm assuming that has probably shifted. Maybe, you know, that was like a 1/3, 2/3, 2/3 staying distance learning. I wouldn't be surprised if that sort of flip-flops where now we're maybe 1/3 in distance learning. I'd love to know that data, but I'm sure that you guys are all, staff is everybody's working on it and kind of pull it together, I would assume.
Yeah, so we are
thanks, Sue.
currently, yes, so the survey just closed this last Friday. We're currently working on staffing and principals are reconfiguring classes. And so we do not have that information at this time, but we will have the information for you on the 28th if you'd like to know how many in-person classes there are and how many full-time distance classes there are. And like I said, it really varied from site to site.
Honestly, that would be helpful, just to know in my mind just where we started from and where we're essentially ending would be helpful. So any other board comments before we move on to the next item? I'll just make my summary comments. I know I'm going to be very gracious on Wednesday when we actually vote for it, but I do want to say thank you to everyone who's worked on this. I think the reality is the last board meeting, we directed the staff to look at bringing everybody back February 10th, but through negotiations. So thank you, Smita and Sue and your team and Joan and everybody else. Everybody's coming back actually a week earlier. So I really appreciate that. Also, the fact that middle school is changing too, where before we were only going to go 2 days and it was going to be an AABB, but because of the survey and we were able to bring back more, now we got 4 days a week. So, you know, in some ways, I actually feel like we've made major accomplishments there, exceeded expectations, and I really appreciate everyone's hard work on this because it has not been easy. It's not been easy on everybody. And lastly, definitely thank the teachers for those who talked about the public comments. You know, I know I said this last time, our distance learning teachers were going to hybrid, so the current hybrid teachers, but you know, reach out to the teachers, reach out to the principals. They're really pulling off something here. So they're working more hours than you would ever know and trying to get this done. And I am really appreciative to everyone there. So with that, let's move on to the next
Really
item.
quick, can I add
Oh,
something?
sorry, go ahead.
And
Go ahead,
apologies
Trustee
for my
Watkins.
camera being off. I have a uncooperative baby right now. I just wanted to thank everyone. Yes, thank you to everyone for moving this along and getting our kids back more. I was hoping that for the next presentation we could also have a little bit more information about the equity groups that are staying after, what that looks like. Are there more kids that we should be or needing to support in that model, and how can we do that in creative ways? So it would be really helpful if we could have more information about what that currently looks like and what our goal for that afternoon time is at our sites on Wednesday or our next board, either on the 28th, if that makes sense, or at our next regular board meeting.
Yeah, and I just wanted to apologize. I know, like, I don't know, I'm gonna blame the time that it's like 1 a.m, but I do appreciate all of the work of our staff, and you know, a lot of kids are gonna be really happy, and that makes it all worth it. Thanks.
And if I could just say one thing real quick,
I think, going forward, we should start thinking about, I mean, I know we have a plan in our minds about the fall, but I really feel like we should start considering like solidifying that plan for coming back to school. Um, and just really put that out there, because there are families that, you make your schedule a year in advance and you schedule yourself a year in advance. And it's very difficult sometimes to make your vacation schedules around your child's time off from school. So knowing what is going to happen in the fall is very crucial. So let's start, now that we've
I'd
got
like
the
to address that. Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's a good point, and I do want to give you some information on that right now, and I can bring back further. But the CDE is expecting everyone to be back in school, regular instructional minutes in the fall. So that is the direction we're moving, and we do have a stakeholder group that has formed, a parent and a staff member from every school. And we're working on a variety of things, but one of them is the fall reopening. We, while it is going to be a normal opening, regular instructional minutes, there may be some things that we have to address, such as masks. I don't know what kind of health guidance they're going to come up with at that point. So we're going to be flexible and help figure that out. But it is a good question. That is the expectation of the CDE right now. David, did I speak? You've been following it more than I have.
You summarized it well. That is my understanding at this point.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure people heard that, because I know it is a concern of many of our families.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, Dr. Roses, we did sort of make a commitment, I think 2 meetings ago or so, where we were going to come back in May to actually definitively say what our fall plans, maybe to vote on it. So, the idea, whether it's the first meeting in May, which is actually the next meeting, or the second meeting, within the reopening discussion, maybe, or maybe there's no further reopening item. Actually, maybe there isn't. We actually will just have, I think a resolution is one thing, but I think actually a board vote is something more. And I think that, we might want to calendar that and just have it a clear statement from the board. Yes. So, okay. Anything else before we move on? So it is now, and I didn't do this before, 1:19, but if you look at our calendars, guys, I would be amiss if we didn't look at it and say, should we move something? Now, I actually think there's a lot of quick items that are coming up that could be done very quickly. One item, though, that is a big item, which I have some concern about getting through tonight, and giving it the sort of publicity that it deserves, is 8.2, which is the conceptual master plan for Bowditch and Measure T project. And
we have people who have stayed on
I know,
till
and they've stayed on all the time.
They've stayed on all night.
I know, I understand that, but I do feel like if there's anything that, when we look at this project and what we sort of promised to Foster City during Measure T, is to make sure that at least, they're aware of it. And at this point, at 1:19 in the morning, we have roughly only 100 people left still on the call, versus maybe at the beginning of the meeting when we were, up there. And I do apologize. I feel like maybe what we need to do is put it at the beginning of the next agenda, or maybe like the first or second item, to make sure that they have their due. But I do feel bad about this one. But I sort of open up to the floor about the agenda. I think we do need to take a check in here. Does anybody want to move anything, or do you want to push this through? I know every time I ask this question, you guys all say, let's just power through, but I have to ask.
I'm really tired. Like I can power through, but I'm gonna be very quiet.
Anyone else? Are all good? Should we keep going?
I'm probably going to need to hop off, but that doesn't mean that you guys can't continue. I'll stay on for the next couple votes.
Okay, let's keep on going. We are now on a very quick item, which is actually up to Trustee Proctor and I in terms of the meeting. I did, honestly, we were going to have our consultant here to actually briefly explain things, but I did dismiss her during the middle of the meeting because I knew we wouldn't get to her until this late hour. So, so I will just present, basically we have, if you guys have known and seen the attachment, there are the recommended superintendent search members that will be part of the panel interview. And we will need to vote on those, but before we vote on those, we need to pick 2 other members from the community who submitted to be on the panel. So Trustee Proctor did have a Google form and did have everybody submit their names. And so in the end, how many do we have who finally submitted their names?
We have 11.
11. So we're going to be picking, this is very random, but we will be picking 2 names from this bowl. And all the names, the 11 names are in there. If you want to shake them up, and I'll just turn around and it doesn't look like I'm looking, and this is very professional. And we will take 1 and we will take, sorry, we will take 2. Is that 2? Okay. So these people, Victoria, you can't see that, Victoria Powell and Ellen Curry are our 2 community members who are going to be joining us on the panel, or will be joining the others as part of the panel. And what we need to do is, now is just vote on the actual panel members officially. So I would, I guess, technically we have clarifying questions and public comment and board discussion. So does you guys have any clarifying questions for either Allison or I?
I have a clarifying question.
Thank
Do
you.
you have the emails of these people?
We do.
Okay, so you can send it to
Yes.
me. I have to pass
And
it all off to the consultants.
yes,
So thank you.
yes. And just for those who were selected and those who are still on the line, the information is that our consultant will reach out to you guys tomorrow and explain the process and the timelines once we finish our meeting, our special board meeting tomorrow after 2 o'clock. So most likely they will reach out to you guys after 5. So any other clarifying questions? Okay. Peter, can we have public comment, if any?
Okay, anybody who would like to make public comment on this item, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, President Chin, we have no hands for public comment.
Great, thank you. One last comment. I do want to thank everybody who submitted their names to be part of the panel. We do really, really appreciate it. And we did want everyone's involvement. Unfortunately, we only had 2 spots to allow people to come in. So any other board discussion, or we need a motion to approve the list that is attached to our agenda along with the 2 additional candidates, Victoria and Ellen?
I can make a motion. I first wanted to just thank also everyone that was already on the list before tonight, but I will make a motion to approve the list of the interview panel along with Ellen Curry and Victoria Powell that are our 2 random selections.
Thank you, Trustee Proctor. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Warren. Roll call vote, Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. Okay, that passes. Moving on to our handbook, governance handbook, which was continued at our previous meeting, 7.3. Dr. Roses.
Right. So you have an updated governance handbook. The highlighted pieces are the changes. I would recommend that you approve this handbook with the exception of the highlighted section entitled Public Comment on page 12, because there needs to be some conversation about how you will take in public comment. And if you do truly want to maintain a 20-minute public comment period for each item, you're going to have other ways to gather information. And so staff have been gathering some ideas for you, and we can discuss ways that you might be able to enact that at your study session in May. So that's my recommendation, is that you approve your handbook with that exception at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Roses. Any clarifying questions? No? Okay. Peter, would you mind public comment, please? Oh, sorry, Trustee Corza, did you have a question? Oh, okay, sorry. Go ahead, Peter.
Okay. Anybody who would like to make public comment on the approval of the governance handbook, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, we have one. Colleen. Colleen, go ahead.
Hi, I'm not entirely sure if this is just a question, so forgive me, I may be completely off. So Superintendent Roses, what you're proposing, I guess I'm just throwing this out there. Does this also encompass consideration of how to do public comment in the future? In incorporating Zoom as an option for a lot of us who can't physically get to these meetings, and that room is only so big. I remember it. The 300 of us couldn't fit in there if we wanted to. Sorry, I just need to throw that out there because I'm not sure if I'm understanding all of this right now.
Thank you, Colleen. Next, we have Raina. Raina, go ahead.
Oh, hi. Sorry, I'm not sure. It's so I think the highlighted portions are the ones that are like in flux. I kind of missed that, but I thought I read that. But the equity definition is highlighted. And one thing, since I first started coming to board meetings, is not understanding the definition of the word equity. And I know a lot of people have said, like, well, it kind of means whatever the district wants it to mean at that time. And I think it's really important to be really clear about what it is, because just reading this definition here, that's not how it's always used. It's just important to define our terms so we're all talking in the same way. Thank you.
Thank you, Raina. President Chin, we have no other hands for public comment at this time.
Great, thank you, Peter, and thank you, Raina and Colleen. Before we open to board discussion, Dr. Roses, would you like to clarify, or can you please clarify on the public comments, please?
So we do not have Zoom in here. At the time that we were working on this, we didn't write that in. It is our intention to continue with Zoom. We're practicing right now because we have found that it does increase people's access. So if you would like, I could, before your study session, add that in along with the discussion that we need to have about input. So the intention is there to continue the Zoom. We don't have it in the actual book, though.
Thank you, Dr. Roses. Any other board discussion? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I'm understanding. So if we approve the governance handbook changes with the exception of the limits on the public comment, that means that, like, when exactly would we finalize this? Like, what, by when? I just like these really, really long meetings, like, they're not sustainable. They're not good for staff. Like, staff have to go to work tomorrow at 8 in the morning. A lot of us do also. And like, I think I would be comfortable with accepting the change that's highlighted, and then, you know, working out a plan and sharing that with, in terms of like how that would work. I know other districts do it. It's not impossible to do, and I think we could have that discussion at a later date, but still put the time limit in now.
Any other board discussion? I'll just chime in. Trustee Corzo, I completely understand where you're coming from. I do believe that we've had a crazy amount of meetings and the length of meetings, and especially as tonight as an example. I think we had more public comment. We had basically about the same amount of public comment on the math topic as we did way back when we were dealing with reopening and maybe the first time. I can tell because of the number of people who I write down on my notepad and keep track of it that way. We do have a study session on May 15th, which is really, so it's right after the May 6th meeting. I do think that that's probably the right time. I do personally have issues with, even though we've had a board policy about the ability to limit public to 20 minutes. I personally, and this is my personal opinion about public comment when we have really passionate issues and people want to speak. I honestly have a hard time of saying, I'm sorry, we're only going to say 20 minutes. And so what I would love to do is actually to use the May 15th study session and go through and see what the staff would present to us in terms of how we manage public comment, with the addition of dealing with Zoom. Because as we are here, if you guys see, we are prepared to actually have people come to the public podium with a computer to actually provide comments here, both virtually and in person. And so I think that in some ways our public comment period and our topic in the handbook is maybe now a little outdated. So maybe we need to look at it again. I don't know. That's just my personal thoughts.
I can do whatever you direct. I just thought that maybe you would want more conversation about it.
Yeah, so we do need to vote on this. I think one of the other key pieces of this is the minutes. We are going to be actually moving away from some of the minutes that we've been doing because everything is recorded. I think this is happening all throughout the districts and the cities, as every meeting has been virtual. And so that would relieve a lot of staff time in terms of the minutes. But we do need a motion here, and I'm not sure if anyone here wants to make a motion. No.
I'll make a motion. Is my thing on?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. To approve the governance handbook other than the section on page 12 about public comment.
Thank you, Trustee Proctor. Is there a second? I will then second it, and we will move to a roll call vote. Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. Okay, moving on to, I lost my agenda again. Moving on to item 8.1, Measure LXT Oversight Committee members. We need a vote for this as well.
Yes, good morning. This is we're pleased to bring forward these names to you to serve on your Measure L, X, and T Oversight Committee. So it's a recommendation to approve the list of folks we share with you.
Thank you, Patrick. Any clarifying questions? No? Peter, can we go to public comment, please?
Any members of the community that would still like to make public comment on item 8.1, Measure LXT Oversight Committee members, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay. President Chin, we have no hands for public comment at this time.
Thank you. I'll officially close public comment on 8.1 and open up to board discussion or vote motion. Any comments, questions? Anyone want to make a motion here to approve our oversight committee members?
I can
I
make a
motion to
motion.
approve our, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. That's fine.
I motion to approve our oversight committee members.
Thank you, Trustee Corzo. Anyone second?
I'll second.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you, Trustee Warren. Roll call vote. Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
And Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. Thank you, oversight committee members, for your service.
Thank you.
8.2.
We have
So
several
Tish-
people here tonight for the 8.2. Patrick, do you want to go ahead and introduce everybody?
Yes, tonight we have Tish Purcell and Wally Gordon from HED. And I'm not sure who else is joining Wally on his team, but they'll join us momentarily.
All right. Good evening, everyone. It is my pleasure on behalf of the district team and the architects who are working on the Bowditch projects that we have this presentation for you tonight with the draft of a master plan for the Bowditch project, Measure T. This is a different process that we're using because this is such a large project, and President Chin will certainly take into account, sorry, my video's off, take into account your concern. I want to assure you, and you'll see at the end of the slide, that we have public engagement planned after you've seen this draft so that we can get input from the community after you've given us any direction tonight. So Peter, thank you for sharing the slides for us. You can go on to the next one. The purpose of tonight's presentation is to, or this morning's presentation, is to provide the board and anyone who's listening with an opportunity to learn what's been planned as part of Measure X, the scope of the Measure T project, starting with the draft conceptual master plan for Bowditch, and get any direction that the board wants to give before we go out and get public input, as well as school team input. With that, you can see that we're going to cover the scope of Measures X and T, just briefly the guiding principles that we're using for new facilities in Measure T, the considerations in development of the conceptual master plan, and these are going to be very important, 6, 7 major considerations and some supporting ones, where we are in the budget and the next steps, with then an opportunity for questions from you and the public, if there are any left listening, and as well as comments and board direction. And I want to introduce not only Wallace Gordon, who is the lead and principal from HED Design, who's been working on both the Measure X, heading up the project on Measure X and Measure T, as well as Scott Burge, who is his partner in crime, so to speak, on this particular project. So with that, Peter, next slide, please. So Measure X scope, just to refresh your memories, includes 2 major new buildings at Bowditch, the drama building and the science classrooms and labs. It also includes the courtyard by the new buildings, as well as planned upgrades to the administration and music buildings, which currently exist, which include the HVAC system and also some upgraded walls in the administration building. In terms of Measure X, basically we are on target thanks to both the school team's work, the community engagement, as well as HED's hard work in bringing us through to the end of construction drawings. There's the submission to DSA that's planned this summer, a short month and a half or so away. And we are still on our approved or our projected date, again, pending DSA approval, to be able to go to bid in the spring of 2022 and start construction with an occupancy 18 months later or so. The approved budget for Measure X is 19.5 million. That is all costs, construction and 35% soft costs. Peter, excuse me for my voice tonight. Peter, could you move to the next slide? So Measure T, as you know, is the build, rebuild, and renovate project for Bowditch. The commitment on building new facilities are for the new gym and locker rooms using the standards that have already been developed as part of the 3-gym project in San Mateo. It also includes building or rebuilding part of the school and renovating the remaining part of the school. So Measure T status, we've had HED on board since February. We have the technical studies completed, most of them, and we now have before you tonight the draft conceptual master plan. This budget is for $67 million. That includes construction and again 35% soft costs. Peter, please. We've been using guiding principles for planning the school projects since Measure X, and they should be fairly familiar to you, providing the facilities needed for school enrollments and programs, designed to meet current and future needs and based on research about the best educational environments for students. We want to make sure that we have architectural compatibility with school, although this, since it will be mostly a rebuild project and a new building project, we'll be establishing some new architectural designs. And then we want to make sure and engage the school stakeholders, district stakeholders, the school facilities team, as well as other parents and staff members. And very importantly, as we've talked about all along, engaging with the community and providing opportunity for their input. And then again, we'll be aligning with the district standards and the approved budget. Peter, please. Thank you. We've used an iterative process through all of the projects that we've done to date under X as well as T, and we'll continue to use those, and that's to use district standards as a way of providing equity across projects within the district that are the same. School team meetings made up of both staff, obviously the leadership of the school, and parent leaders within the school. And then community meetings and opportunity for input. Again, an iterative process repeated several times through the course of a project. Peter, next, please. So with that, I'd like to turn this over to Wally Gordon, again, the lead architect and principal with HED Design, and he will take us through the major considerations that are driving this draft master plan. Thank you, Wally, and thanks for staying with us.
Thank you for having us. We really appreciate it. It's a privilege to work on this project. I'm Wally Gordon with Scott Berge. Major considerations, obviously, Tish has already articulated that the integration of Measure X project is very important. And we'll show you that in a minute. We had to manipulate that just a little to refine it a bit so it adapted well to the conceptual master plan that we're presenting this evening. Next slide, Peter. We have a handful of major considerations. Also, we have to consider the current access points for vehicles to the site as well as the existing utilities. And that's for a couple of reasons. Primarily, one is to kind of maintain the relationship to the neighborhood, as well as to try to reduce and maintain cost controls on the project. Next slide, Peter. This articulates that very point. The orange ovals, there's 3 of them, indicates the 3 basic entry points to the site. I think most people are most familiar with the Tarpon Street entry point and exit point on the far left, which is the north end of the site. On the far right, there's an emergency, we call it EVA access point off of Swordfish. as well as some delivery and, or not delivery, but maintenance vehicles, and also a maintenance delivery vehicle on the top side of the diagram, which is to the east off of Beach Park Boulevard. The colorful line work you see on this diagram essentially articulates all the utilities running through the site. We've indicated where the entry points are. We're planning on maintaining entry points for utilities onto the site, but obviously having to manipulate the on-site utilities to adapt to the new configuration. Next slide, please. One of the most significant considerations is structural considerations. Since we're going to be looking to replace significant parts of the existing facilities, the structural connections will be basically determining that to a great extent. Next slide. And this next slide articulates that. Essentially, each color here is a structural entity all into itself. The basic terracotta, we call it salmon color, is the academic core. That is one structural building, so to speak, and trying to reduce or take away part of it while leaving the rest is truly a technical challenge, but quite frankly, financially unfeasible. It will start driving things that will be costly and too cumbersome. The other colors, obviously, admin is a standalone building. The music is a standalone building. It might be a little subtle, but the planetarium is actually a standalone, separate from what we call the electives wing. And then the gyms and the lockers are somewhat separate too. So next slide. There are other major considerations. Sorry.
Excuse me, Wally, I wonder if you want to go back and talk about the X part,
Yeah, okay.
or do you want to wait until the next slide?
Yeah, I can show it on the next slide. Yeah.
Okay, great.
A couple other major considerations are minimizing the costs for temporary housing. One of the things we've always tried to do is make sure that as many dollars are put into permanent housing as possible, permanent facilities, that is. So essentially trying to minimize, if not simply eliminate, temporary facilities in the way we basically get through the site design and have things staged through the site design is really important to us. The other thing, even though we're in design and not in construction yet, we're already thinking ahead to the safety of students and staff during construction and making sure our setup can hopefully maximize the safety on the site and get through that with the least disruption to the site in terms of it maintaining its academic environment. And then, of course, maintaining enough budget to complete the campus renovations at the very end of this process. So next image, please. And then there are a myriad, a whole host of other issues that we're going to be getting through in terms of planning the site. Security fencing, bike racks, bicyclists coming, going onto the site, how we'll basically plan for that. Lunch shade structure, where those are located appropriately, trash enclosures, et cetera, et cetera. There's a whole group of things that we'll be looking to refine. Next image, please. So with all these considerations that we're kind of brewing, basically we have a best option for the build, rebuild, renovate facilities for Bowditch. It really pointed very strongly to one approach on this site. And it seemed like we were compromising some major considerations to not go this approach, which is why we're presenting this approach to you this evening. Next image, please. So I'm going to walk you through the site, which Tish was actually mentioning. One of the things we've done is at the bottom of the site, which is the west side of the site, again, to the left is north. We're putting in Measure X project. We've basically done a slight refinement there. The drama was initially on the left side to the north of the music, and the science was where the drama was shown there now, if you can kind of follow that. So we made a slight manipulation of that because we felt with this plan, everything made a much better relationship one to the other. So with all those things into consideration, and I want to also overlay the very significant consideration of proper relationships of functions on a campus, we feel like this really fits that mold that what you want to leave in the long run, that this campus really functions well. So again, you can see where we're leaving the access points and the parking on the left, and I'll kind of walk you through the site with this. The administration is still the gateway to the campus. We've kind of provided security around the perimeter as we had before. But the basic concept is we've flipped the site. We've done this a couple of times on other school sites and it works very successfully. First of all, we've pretty much minimized, if not simply eliminated, temporary housing. So all the dollars are going into permanent construction. And we've set the campus up, I think, for a long-term great learning environment. So I'll just walk you through a bit. The administration building is in the same position. Essentially, the music, drama, or relationship, because that's performing arts with science, again, shifted slightly to the south. We have an entry courtyard we'll be articulating with the landscape architect, leaving the existing facilities just to the upper side of that diagram. And again, having flipped it, we put the turf area and the hardtop to the north end of the site, which essentially is going to be a good relationship with some of the other facilities, and I'll get there in a second. And continuing through, we've taken out, and you can see where we've ghosted. If you kind of focus on the proposed turf, you can see the ghosting of the core, what we call the core academic facility. And essentially we've reversed that with the existing turf. And what we've proposed to do here, obviously, is put the classrooms on the south end of the site and essentially just flip that. And that gives us that ability to check all the boxes on the major considerations and to minimize cost and basically eliminate it at this point for temporary housing. The other thing we've done is within that core academic, we've taken some of the support facilities for the classrooms, the resource areas and the library media center, counselors, and other things that are support to the academic environment. And that's what's shown just to the left of the existing tennis courts, the tennis courts which are to remain. The other thing that we've done is planned for what we call an active campus social core to the campus. That's that long oblong grayish diagram in there. And again, maybe what I should have started with a little bit here is that all of these shapes are conceptual in nature. We're indicating locations, so don't confuse the shape with our suggested geometry for buildings. We're just suggesting, and that's why we're calling it conceptual, that this is basically a location diagram and a basic approach, and we'll continue to refine it. And within the basic active quad, which will feed into the what we call the private side of the campus, the classrooms will be the lunch shelter, which feeds obviously off of the food service, literally. And then to either side of that, where the existing lockers are, we'll be converting some of that space. One of the other things that's a significant part of our project is the new gym locker, basically to emulate what's been done at Burrell and the other site, I think it was Abbott. And again, the relationship there is adjacent to and just to the top side of the diagram of the existing multi-purpose gymnasium, which all feed onto the hardtop and then onto the future turf. So those relationships are still intact in terms of the proper sequence and relationships on the site. So that's the overall diagram that we're approaching. And again, we'll continue to refine this. As I said, this is very conceptual, as it's noted. And we think the relationships are really good. And again, given all those considerations and many more to come, we feel like this really sets the campus up for long-term success and gives it its best shot at everything that we're trying to achieve on this campus. Next image, please. So one of the things, obviously, we're also considering is a sequence and phasing of this project. As Tish had mentioned, we're well ahead and moving along really nicely with Measure X. Measure X is the science and drama, as she mentioned, and that'll be moving along. Phases 1 and 2 will be starting concurrently, but we feel like we can accelerate the new gym and locker building. And one of the reasons why we want to do that in the schedule, and we'll come back with more detail on that later, is it's actually going to be important for that to be finished to a certain extent so that we can get to some of the existing facilities that will be replacing to basically get to phase 4, which is renovation of the existing campus. So some of this is kind of subsequencing within the bigger picture. Phase 3 obviously is then building those new classrooms, the media support, and the other facilities that we were just indicating there in the conceptual master plan. And then obviously finishing it up with renovating the existing facilities on the campus. And then at that point, it's the campus we're looking forward to having. Next image, please. So where we're at with Measure T budget right now, as Tish said, there's a soft cost and a hard cost. Hard cost is being construction. Our construction budget, which we refer to as the hard cost, is just a shade under $50 million. It's 49.8 million. We've been doing independent costs, and of course, these are very conceptual costs right now. We're going off of square footages and approaches that are very common for this stage of the game. Right now, we're trending it right at $52 to $53 million, which we feel is within striking distance of where we want to be with some refinements. And we've already identified some things moving forward that we feel like we can refine because we're carrying some of the Measure X costs in Measure T currently, such as the administration building renovation as well as the music building renovation. So once we refine some of these costs, we feel like we're right where we need to be, and we feel like we can take these costs down by refining some things. The other thing I should mention is within our budget, we're carrying a 20% contingency, and that's what's getting us to the 52, 53%. We don't want to take that down now. We still want to keep refining things before we start refining our contingency. And once we get more detail, we'll feel more comfortable taking that contingency down. So that's where we're at with the overall budget. We feel like we're within good striking distance, and we're manipulating some things now to get it within budget. Next image, please.
Okay, so I'm back to talk about the next steps, which are very important. After the board meeting tonight and this morning, with any direction that you want to give regarding the conceptual master plan that Wally's presented, we will begin the engagement meetings with the school team as well as the neighborhood over both where we are on Measure X. This would be the third community meeting on Measure X, or the second community meeting on Measure X, and then also laying out the conceptual draft master plan for the site under Measure T. We anticipate doing that in May next month. And then there'll be, as Wally said, continued refinement of the plan, getting the independent cost estimates and the projected phasing in May and June. And then we're aiming for the second board meeting in June 24th, to bring the master plan as revised back to you for final approval. And after that, we'll begin working on the various parts of the plan itself, starting first with the design work for the gym and the locker rooms, and then moving into the classrooms and media center. Again, using a process with both the school team as well as with the community, so that they have opportunities for input and knowing about the project all the way along. So I think now is the time, Peter, if you could move it forward, I think it's the time for any board questions, community comment, and then board comment and any direction you want to give us. And again, Wally and Scott, I thank you very, very much.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you guys for, can you hear me? Oh, thank you guys for staying up so late or early this morning. I'm going to open up to quick board questions. Any trustees have any questions? No? Okay, we'll go to, anyone? No? Okay. Peter, if you wouldn't mind, please.
Yes, those who are still in our audience, if you'd like to make public comment on this item, the conceptual master plan for Bowditch Measure T build, rebuild, renovate project, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, President Chin, we have no hands for public comment at this time.
Thank you, Peter. Opening up to board discussion and or direction. Anyone like to go first?
I have some comments, actually just two things. One was that we recently got to see Abbott, Burrell, and Beach Park Elementary School. And so that just seeing that new construction and that those projects are essentially done makes me really excited about the work that's going to be done at Bowditch. And I think seeing the presentation tonight really it makes me even more excited. So thank you very much for that. And then just a quick, I guess, comment maybe to Dr. Rosas, but in our last Foster City Liaison meeting, we had talked about linking the presentations on the Foster City website. So I'm wondering if this is one that we could add to that.
Good idea. I will contact them with this. Thank you.
Okay. And that was all. Thank you.
So I'm just going to jump in to piggyback off of Trustee Proctor's comment. Actually, considering our positions tonight and the votes, and then also this topic, it might be good. I don't know if we have a Foster City liaison meeting scheduled, but it might be good for us to actually schedule one and bring everybody up to speed on that, especially because of tonight. So I just make some real quick comments. Again, thank you guys for all your hard work on this. I'm really glad you focused in on some of the ingress and egress issues. I think that's a big deal, especially when you consider that the parking lot is on one side and the classrooms may be on the complete opposite side. I like the emergency vehicle access. I like how you're considering bicycle egress, because Foster City does have a lot of bicyclists, and hopefully that'll be more as people ride to school more. The comments I have is one is I'd like the public outreach process that's laid out. I do feel like we almost need beyond just the school site teams. Trustee Proctor and I, when we did the Measure T campaign, I do believe that there is probably a lot more people who are going to be interested in this, and we need to figure out when is the right time to bring it to them. This may not be the right time, but the idea is that, you know, we should bring it in some sort of community forum or something beyond just the school site teams. Secondly, I do like the planning in terms of how the overall master plan is looking. One thing that I would be conscious of is that at some point we're essentially through Measure X and Measure T, we are rebuilding essentially, or rebuilding half the school, half of a brand new school. And the idea is to always keep in mind of like, okay, well, what's the design of the other half? Because whether it's in 10 years, whether it's in 20 years, whether it's another 50 years, now that Bowditch just celebrated their 50th birthday, you know, the idea is that obviously the rest of Bowditch will need to basically match and be compatible with the overall design. So in some ways, I appreciate that you guys are master planning the school for this one, for Measure X and Measure T, but in reality, I think you're almost doing a master plan for the entire school, because I do think that the community, once they see this, will want to know what does the rest of it look like. Lastly, I question about the tennis courts. Are those our tennis courts or those Foster City's tennis courts? There are tennis courts. And so I know we're keeping them, but I'm not necessarily opposed to, like, if the layouts and everything needs to change, if we need to relocate those. I personally am not opposed to it, because I would eventually want just what's the best design of the school. And theoretically, you're almost, again, designing a brand new school. Lastly, I'm also personally not opposed to two-story buildings. I know that, you know, over there, people are going to be complaining about views and everything else. But when you really look at it and you think about how large that site is, you can actually minimize view impacts if we were to go ahead and do 2 stories there. I am also, just piggyback off of Trustee Proctor, the comments about the 3 gyms and Beach Park Elementary and everything are amazing. I think the fact that we've gone this far with this project, considering that Measure T was only approved last November, is also amazing. So I really appreciate all you guys' hard work, and can't wait to sort of share this with the community, to, in some ways, to fulfill a campaign promise that Trustee Proctor and I made to the Foster City community, to make sure that they were aware that we were doing this. And because I can tell you that that took a lot of convincing. So those are my comments. I really appreciate you guys sticking around and providing this presentation at 2 in the morning. And those are my comments.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the Board of Trustees before we move on to the next item? No.
I just wanted to also share my gratitude for staying on this late. And I mean, I'll keep it brief, but I am really excited to see, you know, the plans for the school moving forward and to kind of get like the first, you know, draft of what it will look like and the changes that are soon to come. Thank you.
Great. All right. Fantastic. Thank you, everybody. We are now moving on to pretty much almost our last item, which is 8.3, master agreements and agenda for multi-purpose room projects. And this is up for a vote.
All right. So this agenda item has to do with the 4 new multi-purpose rooms planned at Parkside, Highlands, Meadow Heights, and Lead that are part of Measure T project, overall bond project. And you have already authorized the signing of the master agreements, which has been done, and we're asking you to ratify that tonight. And then there are individual addendum that go with each of the master agreements for the 4 architects, and we're asking you to approve those tonight. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions from the Board of Trustees? No. Well, why don't we move to public comment real fast, Peter? Thank you.
Okay. If there are still any hands for public comment on the master agreements and addenda for multi-purpose room projects, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay. President Chin, we have no hands for public comment at this time.
Thank you. I'll officially close public comment, open up for board discussion. Before we get to the motion, I just want to put my plug in. I'm trying to get the right words in my mouth at 2 in the morning, but to make sure, obviously, we're going to be building a whole bunch of new buildings, and I can't pass this opportunity to not talk about solar. So please make sure you guys consider that. And with that, does anyone want to make a motion or have any comments about this item? No. Then anyone would like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the master agreements and addenda for the multipurpose room projects.
Do we have a second? Thank you, Trustee Proctor. Anyone? Anyone? Go ahead.
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Corzo. All right, roll call vote. Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
And Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. So we are approved. Now we are moving on to board member statements and requests for future agenda items. Anyone want to make a board member statement?
Well, I just want to wish everyone, it's now yesterday, but happy Earth Day. You know, just a little factoid, it was founded in 1970 by a Wisconsin senator who wanted to make Americans more aware of their environment and why it's necessary to protect it. And as we can tell, this has gone worldwide. And I love that we are working on protecting our own environment with our building. So happy Earth Day, a day late.
Thank you, Trustee Warren. Any other board member statements or requests for future agenda items? No, no. Okay, I'll just echo that. Yes, absolutely. Happy birthday, Earth Day. And then also we had a very tough meeting tonight. I will just echo again that, you know, I truly believe that, you know, split votes are okay. But once the vote is made, we all sort of toe the party line of we're one board. With that being said, I also feel like, and Dr. Roses, I'll look to you, is that I know the rest of you guys, Trustee Corzo and Trustee Watkins had a sort of coffee chat. Trustee Warren, you had your own. I do think that Trustee Proctor and I will probably have something, and I think it would be helpful if maybe we coordinate it through the district office, maybe sometime in May, because I do feel like whether we actually have had Well, we had to go back out to the community, and I do think it's as evidence tonight that we need to reach out to them a little bit more. So I would make that request. Other than that, I don't have any other requests or statements. Everybody okay? Great. Future meeting dates, Dr. Rose?
Yes, there are some changes. April 27 visitation has been canceled. We are not going to go to Audubon and Foster City on April 27th. And then I just wanted to let you know that I learned this morning that the Ed Foundation meeting has been changed to May 17th. And it will be that meet and greet that you mentioned, Allison, yesterday in this same meeting yesterday. So watch for invitations to join.
Thank you. Was I muted last time I was saying something or no? Oh, sorry, it's late. And I will just also remind everyone that we will be back here in 12 hours. Is it less than 12 hours for our special board meeting? Please be on time. We're only allowed 2 hours, but I have heard that it could go a little longer from recommendations from the city of San Carlos. So please be on time and we'll go from there. Lastly, we are going to adjourn, but before we adjourn, this is very sort of commonplace in cities and in other school districts, but I'm going to make it, we want to adjourn in honor of Gene Mullen. And I think that's appropriate for all his service to our community and the school districts. So I don't know, Dr. Roses, if you want to make sort of some statement, but I would honestly like to adjourn in his honor.
I think that's a lovely tribute to a longtime educator and supporter of education. Thank you.
With that, we need a motion to adjourn, and maybe I'll make the motion to adjourn in honor of Gene Mullen. You have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Trustee Corzo. Roll call vote. Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
And Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. We are adjourned at 2:13 in the morning. Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you in less than 12 hours.